Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Becomes Lightning God? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. A young Izuku was crushed in a hug by Aunt Mitsuki, the tears still fresh on his face. She did her best to comfort the distraught child, but to little success. Uncle Masaru showed up not too much later after picking up Katsuki from school. A jarring stop to the first day. They too joined the hug, a rare moment of emotion for the young boy. Perhaps one of the first. His parents had been racking their brains to try and think of a moment before this. Nothing came to mind, moments of sympathy from him, as he too somehow knew the long-lasting effects this would have on the remainder of Izuku's life. Neither he, nor anyone who enjoyed living would admit it, but the aggressive spiky blonde has a soft spot for the green-haired boy. Izuku slowly managed to compose himself but continued to cling to the Bakugos. After a solid 5 minutes, they separated and the distraught stricken Izuku is in a daze, running on autopilot. Aunt Mitsuki gently carries him into the car, before going to our green-haired boy's now empty household. He mindlessly took his notebooks, a number of clothes, and a small photo album before taking the keys and locking the door behind him. The somber crew went to the Bakugo's household, and while Mitsuki made dinner, Masaru and Katsuki set Izuku up with his room. Formerly the guest room, it now belonged to the new member of the Bakugo household. He quietly put his bags down before curling up on the bed. It was getting dark, and he had not eaten anything since breakfast, but he felt no hunger. A breakfast. A simple time that was Izuku together with his family. The family was going through their normal morning routine, involving various cereals, conversations, and unconditional love. Before long they had entered the car, and his parents bid him farewell as they dropped him off for his first day of school. He knew it would be his most exciting day for a long time to come, the next one hopefully being when he got his quirk. How naive he was to expect that to happen. Unfortunately, the day was cut short when a police officer came to the school and took our little green-haired child to the police station. And then his life changed. Of course, it upset him. His parents were dead. He was distraught, but also on the inside he was kind of alright. His parents left him with a happy memory, and he remembered the last words he said to them before running out of the car to go to school. That kind of made everything alright, right? As he lay in the bed, quietly embracing his thoughts. He always was a thoughtful child in both senses of the word. He remembered the last things he said. The promise he made. He would fulfill it and he would become the best of the best. Sure, he had his doubts, but he didn't have time for that. He had a promise to keep. Katsuki quietly walked through the door and sat next to the grieving Izuku. He did his best to comfort the boy, but he could see something was different about him. Something other than the grief had struck the kind boy. It wasn't really anything to worry about, at least that's what Katsuki hoped, but it seemed as though the boy had a new glint in his eyes. Sure, there was still the Izuku they all knew and loved, although Katsuki would never admit it, that was going with him to his grave, but the boy was determined. Not an evil glint of vengeance, but one of certainty. He smiled inwardly, looking back to his best friend turned adopted brother before quietly making his way to his own room. It had been a big day for the small Katsuki, and he was immediately out like a light. Izuku soon followed suit shortly after writing a few notes on the hero that had captivated him. His new brother. Not long passed before the boys had signs of their quirks appearing. The ecstatic Bakugo family, they considered Izuku one of their own and he was more than happy to accept, took the young boys to a quirk doctor. Katsuki had explosions. It was fairly simple. He sweat, he make boom. He was happy with that. Izuku on the other hand had a much more interesting quirk as the doctor put it. It was unique and a mutation of his parents' quirks, his father being basically a human battery and his mother having weak telekinesis, and the doctor got to see it in action. He was shocked, not literally but almost, and was writing up a short explanation from what he observed. Izuku could create a green lightning, which was what the quirk was dubbed as, and store it in his body at the expense of stamina. He could also direct it to various body parts to change various abilities of his, and he could expel it in a fashion similar to electrification, a more common electricity quirk. Rather than having his brain fried as a result, it drained his stamina and energy very quickly, and overexertion could potentially lead to nerve damage of varying degrees. The boys were thrilled by their quirks, and before long started practicing with each other. The next day of school, Bakugo was more than happy to show his off. However, when prompted, Izuku was far more reluctant and simply gave off a small green bolt. It left a mark where it hit, but it was so quick and weak that barely anyone noticed it. Some of the other kids started to tease him for it, but Katsuki shut them up rather quickly. Perhaps this explained why the boys were inseparable for their schooling years. Katsuki had a deep care for Izuku and wanted nothing more than to protect his timid brother. At the same time though, Katsuki knew what Izuku's quirk was capable of, and they sparred frequently. None of the other kids minded it though. They much preferred the marginally tamer Katsuki when Izuku was around compared to the alternative. It wasn't much, but it was something. Despite their obvious differences but also the fact that they hung out all the time, not a single student knew what happened that first day and the situation they were living in together, but they were happy with that. They didn't mind. Of course, it definitely confused some students how much Izuku would change when talking to Bakugo, what they knew him as. Them calling each other by first name was one thing. Rather calling Bakugo by first name, everyone called Izuku that, but the way the timid Izuku suddenly changed into an entirely different person who was somewhat more confident but would also take shots at Bakugo despite it never being nearly as much as the shots Bakugo took at him. Bakugo also changed, from someone arrogant and intimidating to someone who had all the same qualities but with less of an edge to his insults, a much more back and forth and friendly albeit still challenging atmosphere. They had a very unique relationship, but no one really paid much attention to it. Bakugo's other friends, but even he wouldn't call them that, they were more just people who wanted power, and many of Izuku's classmates all had the same question for him whenever Izuku wasn't around: what is his quirk? Bakugo, being the ever kind and thoughtful person, simply said that he wasn't going to say, and if they continued bothering him, he would blast them. Some kids asked regardless. They soon ended up with small burn marks on their hands after trying to stop him after he started walking away. Bakugo did this for several reasons. One was that he knew Izuku didn't want to tell anyone, but the second was because he knew that Izuku was always training it to the point where he was ready to use it. Izuku was always concentrated in class, but even out of class and even if he were lying on the couch and not writing his notes like his life depended on it, he was focusing on something. That and the green flashes that came out of Izuku's room every night at the end of the day. He knew his brother well enough to see that he was building up his storage for his quirk, trying to make himself as strong as possible. But what interested him most was that every now and then there'd be an ever so brief arc of green lightning coming off Izuku by the end of the day. This only happened once he either stopped focusing on his storage, hence why it never happened at school, or if his storage started being exceeded. It would also show frequently during use whenever they were sparring, coming off of the appendages in question. Fast forwarding a couple years, and we can see our aspiring hero brothers on their last day of middle school. Their bond grew, and despite the unique family dynamic they had, Izuku would happily call himself a Bakugo if it didn't raise so many questions. It was one of the final tests before the end of the year. Izuku then did something he had only done once before. He used his quirk in class. It was a fairly simple maths test, but the way it worked was that there were 100 questions, and you would only be marked on those you attempted. Of course, you had to do a minimum of 20 and it was incredibly rare. Maybe once every few years, someone would get around to completing all of them, and rarer still someone would get it all right. Let alone at the speed Izuku was going at. Most of the class watched in amazement as Izuku's eyes began to seemingly crackle with a green lightning, and his hand had a few streaks of lightning in it too. His floppy green hair began to lighten and stand on edge as he blitzed through the test, and most of his pencil, in a matter of minutes. Bakugo, sitting behind him, simply smirked as he watched the class's reaction. He also knew there was a part of the quirk they couldn't see, that Izuku was using it to speed up his thought process. He watched as the greenette quickly and quietly finished the test, handed it to the teacher and returned to his desk where he began idly playing with the smoky remnants of his pencil. Everyone looked at each other in shock, before remembering that they had a test to do. Bakugo remembered their last sparring session where Izuku seemingly developed a new quirk altogether, with inhuman reactions. He brushed it off initially, but when the news later came on with reports of a villain attack and his mumbling had reached a whole new level of motor mouth, he set a small blast off next to the boy to startle him and told him to spill the new information, not the drink that was already spilt. What Izuku explained was that by directing some of the lightning to his sensory organs and brain, or mouth in this instance, he could accelerate them the way he could accelerate and enhance his other muscles. Back at the test, Izuku was starting to yawn. The speed at which he made himself move was excessive, along with needing to make sure his eyes and mind could keep up with it, especially considering how little charge he had to run off of. The school day had only just begun. That's when he remembered. He was in class. Suddenly he couldn't help but feel like wanting to melt through the floor. Maybe an invisibility quirk would have suited him better. But he did his best to ignore his internal worries as he focused on keeping his eyes open. He still had half a school day to go through. As soon as the rest of the class finished their tests, they directed their gaze to the now incredibly sleepy boy. Luckily for him, the attention was the perfect way to wake him back up and remind him why he didn't use his quirk at school. He heard Bakugo whisper something in his ear, but he didn't register it. He was too busy panicking. At least until he felt an explosion next to his ear. "Hey nerd, you finally manned up enough to show it, eh?" Bakugo berated. They interacted peculiarly with each other, but they seemed happy and the class didn't mind. "Wawe, I guess?" Izuku whispered in response. Bakugo proceeded to slap his back with a slight explosion. "Took you long enough," he continued, startling the greenette. "Yeah, no thanks to a certain spiky-haired blonde." Izuku snapped back. Bakugo smirked. His brother was back to himself and no longer dying of embarrassment. The class and teacher were baffled by their behavior. They just sat there watching until Bakugo called out to them, "Oi, you extras are gonna catch flies with your mouths like that," snapping them back into reality. "Since when did you have such a power? Oi, wait, where'd the green-haired boy go?" One of Bakugo's friends shouted. All that was left of the boys, however, was of the faint noise of crackling lightning and the echoes of explosions. The two had raced to the next class, the final class for the day. Bakugo noticed his brother still drowsy, if somewhat more alert. They had a P.E examination this lesson, with a twist to the normal ones. They could use their quirks, as long as they don't hurt anyone or damage anything. Whilst this did slightly irritate Bakugo, he was curious as to how his brother would treat it, considering that he just exposed his quirk to the school. Meanwhile, Izuku was doing his best to not panic and just focus on charging his quirk. From what he knew, the P.E examination was nothing more than a beep test and a baseball toss. The simple stuff. He should be able to get away without using his quirk, right? He then looked over at his brother, who was smirking back at him. "Hey, wanna bet I'll throw further than you?" Bakugo challenged, trying to entice him to actually try his hardest. Izuku knew this, but wasn't going to let his brother better him this time. Today would be day 0 of the new him. Well, the more confident him. Marginally, but still. "You're on." Izuku plainly responded. Izuku and Bakugo were so similar right now, it scared the teachers, let alone their classmates. Bakugo had a scarily calm aura to him, and Izuku was more confident and determined than they had ever seen him. They had become so similar, both determined to do something. During the beep test, Izuku dropped out early on, whereas Bakugo made it furthest in the class. Bakugo shot a determined look at his brother. Both knew exactly what the other was up to. After all, sparring, arguing, playing and competing with and against each other for their entire life meant you knew basically everything about the other. Then came what they were both looking forward to. The baseball toss. Bakugo knew the longer Izuku took before his toss, the more power he could store, the further he could toss. But of course, Izuku knew this too, and before you could say, "You damn nerd," Izuku and his motor mouth had secured last throw. He smirked at Bakugo, with a look in his eyes seemingly teasing him. Bakugo shot back a look that, quite simply, said, "Get effed, sincerely your brother," which was his normal look but with slightly more aggression whilst also having slightly more playfulness and friendliness. On the inside though, Bakugo was panicking. He knew Izuku had been charging for the better part of the last hour, and knew he'd have at least another 15 minutes before it was his turn to toss. Bakugo's mind was spinning, trying to think of something. He had an idea. It was desperate, but it might work. "Oi, teach, I'll go before Izuku," Bakugo called out. He had to plan this carefully, otherwise it wasn't going to work. And next we have Katsuki Bakugo. "Your best, and feel free to use your quirk," the teacher called out. Bakugo knew he had to do this perfectly. He could already feel Izuku's taunting, he could feel the gaze on his back. "Yeah, you can keep stalling, Bakugo, but you can't stop the inevitable," Izuku called, reminding Bakugo that the longer he took the more likely he was to lose. A smirk spread across his face as he screeched at the top of his lungs, powering his quirk in his hand as the ball left. A fraction of a second too late for his liking, but he knew it was too late to go again. He launched the ball hard, the quirk propelling it. There was a brief cloud of smoke, and the ball was nowhere to be found. 713 meters, the teacher called out. "Hell yeah, beat that, Izuku," he screeched, only to be met with a gentle but determined smile from his adopted brother. "Oh, I will." Izuku moved to the throwing block. He had been charging for about an hour now. Nowhere near his capacity, and he couldn't dedicate everything to charging as he knew it would reveal the surprise early. He smirked as he could feel arcs of lightning coming off his arm, with flashes of green in his vision. He heard the shocked gasps off his classmates and teacher, Bakugo excluded, who promptly yelled at them to shut up cause they were nothing but extras, but did his best to ignore it. Time slowed down, he could feel his anxiety rise, slightly changing his plans. He could feel the power coursing through his right arm, up until the moment of release. He knew Bakugo sensed this as he heard a grunt from his adoptive brother, but he still threw the ball. Far. The lightning had not only given him speed, but strength, and with that he launched the ball. Moments after release he shut his quirk off again, shooting a smirk at his brother. "Izuku, you got 714? The teacher called out in surprise. His smirk only grew as his brother admitted defeat. "God damn it, fine you win," Bakugo said, sticking out his hand. Izuku responded with a fist bump instead. "No need for the formalities, just do better next time," he replied with a gentle smile. "Don't need to tell me that, nerd," Bakugo replied with a wide smirk. No matter how much of an effect he had on Izuku, he was still Izuku regardless. Thankfully for his anxieties, Izuku managed to dodge a majority of questions, and Bakugo's presence definitely did ward off a majority of them to begin with. They were getting the stuff from their lockers, knowing they wouldn't have another day here. Leaving the locker lifeless and empty was a different sensation for both of them, but it was all put down to the same thing. Time for high school. On the way home, Bakugo and Izuku talked about their plans for the next few months. Izuku was lost in thought when it hit him. Rather, when she hit him. He felt a rush of air, and in the few seconds he managed to turn around and brace himself, some of the lightning arcing off of his legs as he braced against the ground, and some off of his arms as he prepared to catch her. Time had seemed to slow throughout that, and suddenly it sped up again, and she crashed into him. Thankfully from his quirk, Izuku didn't completely crash into the ground, but only barely as he felt the strain on his legs. Looking down at the person who crashed into him, he didn't see much more than blue hair and what appeared to be a UA uniform. He could hear Bakugo stifling his laughter as Izuku began to go red, but he was quick to suppress his emotions before asking if whoever crashed into him was okay. "Yeah, I'm okay. My name is Nijire Hato Dash," she broke off with a yawn. Izuku saw this and gently put her down, but she seemed like she would collapse any moment. "Ugh, I don't want to see your sad-ass attempt to flirt. I'll see you when you get home, Izuku," Bakugo called out over his shoulder, a smirk broadening across his face. "Why, okay, I'll see you later," Izuku called back in response. Izuku could feel his tiredness increasing as he had used his quirk more than usual. Making a mental note to improve his stamina whilst using his quirk throughout the day, he prodded the girl who had just crashed. "Hato-senpai, do you need help getting back to UA?" he asked, surprisingly confidently. "Yeah, that'd be great, but yo dash," she broke off again, yawning as she collapsed towards him, her hair wrapping around herself. Luckily with his quirk the journey was quite quick, and using slightly enhanced strength he was easily able to pull her onto his back and dart through the streets towards the imposing hilltop school. He had made it to the entrance, where there was a cartoonish blonde boy and a shy, slightly emo boy both anxiously waiting, along with an incredibly tired-looking teacher. They saw flashes of green from the corner of their eyes as the greenette gently placed the periwinkle blue-haired girl next to them, before using the remainder of his energy to get the hell out of there. He had recognized the teacher and was afraid the teacher would recognize him from his nightly adventures. The teacher noticed the flash of green but brushed it off, but soon noticed the girl lying there peacefully, delicately placed on the ground. He smirked. He had a pretty good idea of what happened but quickly wiped it off his face before the other two started asking questions. They had their focus directed towards the girl, who they carefully carried to Recovery Girl. She soon awoke. Her first batch of questions were swift but all related to what just happened. Where am I? What happened to the boy who helped me? I wonder what his quirk was, it looked cool. Did Aizawa-sensei scare him off? The boys and teachers did their best to answer as many of her questions, but she noticed Aizawa's deadpan expression had shifted slightly whenever she mentioned the boy. She was about to let the second batch fire off before the boys and Recovery Girl told her she needed rest. I just hope I can see him once he gets to UA. He referred to my name with formality, so he probably isn't in high school yet, but recognized the uniform so he definitely wants to come here. She thought to herself, absent-mindedly nodding along to Recovery Girl's and Aizawa-sensei's scolding. Izuku, who had now made it home to be scolded by his adoptive mother, who was interrupted by Katsuki. My old hag. He was busy helping someone out. Katsuki called down the stairs, in his ever-so-loving manner. Despite her glare at her biological child, his mum softened her gaze to Izuku. All right then, well, just be careful and let me know next time, she told, to which he swiftly nodded in response. He then, using the last of his energy, dragged himself to his room and collapsed on the bed. He reached out to his notebook, where he started a sketch of the girl he saw today, along with predictions of her quirk and what it would seem she'd be able to do. Based on her tiredness, he could tell that she, similar to him, used her stamina and energy to power her quirk. He soon fell asleep, the notebook in his left hand and pencil in his right. It had been an all-right start to the month, but there was only so long before the entrance exam. A sleepy Izuku and his incredibly determined brother dragged themselves out of bed to go eat breakfast, before continuing their game of chess from a few nights prior. A surprise to everyone, Katsuki was actually an incredibly powerful strategist, only thanks to Izuku, however struggled to keep his head cool in most situations, so you didn't normally see this. Izuku was still superior in this, although Katsuki wasn't going to admit this until one of their deathbeds, as he had an incredible ability to analyze, interpret and predict. Both of them knew this, so games they had typically took a very long time. Having had spent so much time together they knew the other better than the other knew themselves, and so they were incredibly competitive. Even without using his quirk to accelerate his brain, Izuku was able to perfectly lure Katsuki and take advantage of his aggressive nature to take out piece after piece. Checkmate, Izuku said, sticking his hand out. Katsuki smirked, responded with a fist bump and simply said, I'll get you next time. Bring it? Izuku responded, before stifling a yawn. So what are we gonna do today? School's out, time to prepare for the entrance exams I guess. Alright, so sparring, general quirk training and… Izuku trailed off, looking at the news. It was a report about Takoba Beach, once admired for the natural beauty of it, was currently overrun by trash, both washed ashore and illegally dumped. His mutterings were interrupted by his brother tossing a pair of ankle and wrist weights to him, a smirk on his face. Let's go clean it then, Katsuki stated, knowing that would be the question at the end of his brother's ramblings. They arrived at the beach, seeing large amounts of small litter, hard rubbish, even what appeared to be fragments of a shipwreck. They helped each other put the weights on and established the schedule. They knew they had to train both their ability to use their quirks, their raw physical abilities, and their combat abilities. They decided they would spend the first week developing their quirk amidst sparring and cleaning the rubbish. The final 3 weeks before the exam would be dedicated to strength as they cleared the rest of the rubbish, and once their muscles were sore, they would take a break by focusing on improving their capacity to use their quirk. For Izuku, this meant dedicating time to charging his quirk faster, whereas for Katsuki focused on using his quirk repetitively. During their first week of sparring, Izuku spent most of his time trying to develop a way to target from a range. He knew he could fire through the air, but that was difficult to control at the moment, and it was far too easy for his sparring partner to dodge. During one of, probably several dozen spars between the brothers, Katsuki had initiated by flying through the air with one of his explosions propelling him, and Izuku directed lightning to his feet and head as he propelled away with a dodge and started trying to come up with a plan. That's when it hit him, along with a ranged attack from one of Katsuki's explosions. Directing his charged energy to his feet, Katsuki could see the arcs coming off of his legs, and as soon as it appeared, it disappeared, leaving Izuku with a smirk on his face. Katsuki knew this meant his brother had a trump card ready to play and swiftly backed off. Izuku had directed a single streak of his green lightning through the ground, the shock hitting Katsuki hard. He smirked and came over to help his brother up. It didn't take long for Katsuki to realize what had happened, and knew he had a new challenge to overcome. Izuku had a few words of advice, and it sent gears in Katsuki's head spinning. "Why do you make explosions from your hands?" Katsuki and Izuku returned to their positions, both knowing Izuku's plan. Because he was sparring with his brother, he didn't worry so much about hiding his quirk and stopped hiding the charged energy, and it began to arc around him, and hair began to stand on end. Although it looked like more effort, it was less because he no longer had to suppress the energy inside him. It was just an aesthetic difference. However, he did this to hide his plans from his brother, because he knew that, after sparring for so long, Katsuki would immediately notice the change in the arc patterns when he activated it on a particular target. Katsuki, on the other hand, was lost in thought by what Izuku said. Of course, to him, it made logical sense that explosions came from his hands. It was easier to direct and control. But with his brother attacking through the ground, he needed to be able to propel himself upwards while still being able to attack. A smirk broadened on his face as he understood what his brother said. Focusing on his feet, he started making small explosions, carefully propelling himself upwards. It was difficult to control and jumpy, but it served its purpose. Izuku smirked as he knew his brother had just unlocked new potential. They charged towards each other, continuing the sparring bouts. They had become less about knocking the other out, but more about landing a single blow, as that was hard enough in itself. As the day went on, they finished sparring and began work on moving the garbage laid on the beach. Bakugo trying to fly around and collecting the smaller rubbish, Izuku using his quirk to improve his strength to move the fridges and freezers. They daren't open a single one, for all they knew there could a body in it. Maybe their excessive horror movie watching had made their imaginations somewhat overactive. Their first week of training continued like this, although occasionally being scolded by their mother for their use of ice and heat packs after pushing themselves so hard. They had barely gotten a quarter of the way through the piles of rubbish, although they did spend a lot of time sparring. Then came along the next few weeks, where the ankle and bracelet weights would become more important. Raw strength and quirk capacity. This was going to be rough. They started with different routines. Whilst one was moving the various large objects, the other was pushing their quirks to the limit. For Izuku, it involved him using his quirk while suppressing the arcs, charging it at high speed and using it while still needing to be able to move afterwards. For his brother, he was straining the sweat glands around his body, rather than just those in his hands. After about 2 weeks they were almost done, both of the boys exhausted. Katsuki was kept home by their mother after he insulted her one too many times, so Izuku was off working on the beach himself. He was fitting the bracelet on his left hand as he saw a flash of blonde hair. He thought it was Katsuki but knew even he wouldn't dare go against their mother's direct will. Finishing fitting the bracelets and ankle weights, he ignored it and began to charge his quirk. With no one around and him not fighting anyone, he didn't bother suppressing the quirk. The charge was low, so the arcs of lightning were less, but still undeniably there. His hair didn't stick up completely but wasn't the same floppy hair he had without it. He started moving the fridges and freezers before he saw the hair again. So he definitely wasn't imagining it, or he was definitely going insane. Wait, Were you waiting out the front of UA the other week? Izuku, feigning confidence, called out in the general direction of the hair. Yeah, I was waiting for my friend. She had accidentally flown off into town. How do you know though? The person, who had now stepped through the wall of hedges to reveal himself as the cartoonish boy from the other day. Oh yeah, I think I, saw you. Yeah. Waiting outside the FF front of the G gates, Izuku nervously stuttered, knowing his lie would probably be caught, but just tried to sail through. Sorry, I'm, not great with new people. Nah, it's all fine man, but I swear I've seen your quirk somewhere before. The blonde boy had his suspicions, but knew he had friends like that. What? A friend like that? He gave a thumbs up before continuing, like, electrification is common but green, and the way yours forms more akin to lightning. If I'd seen it before I'd definitely recognize it. Wait, are you Dash? Sorry, gotta go, see you later. Izuku cut him off, blitzing away with streaks of lightning behind him. The blonde smiled nervously but, in his head, knew that was him. He smiled to himself. See you at UA, lightning boy. Izuku meanwhile was on the way home, taking a slightly different route. In his panic, he had managed to get himself slightly lost. He knew the streets, but he wasn't anticipating going out of his normal path. Wandering around slightly slower than normal as he glanced around, he heard a scream that was quickly muffled. Something wasn't right. He could feel it. He still had some energy at least and quickly directed this to his legs and head in an attempt to single out the noise. He heard the same scream, this time muffled. He felt the energy in his legs flow as he ran towards the noise. Eventually he made it to a shady alleyway. He had a decent reserve of energy still, but his muscles were aching. Luckily, his brain was fine, and the moment he saw what was happening he immediately started planning. He saw that the sludge guy had someone as a hostage, but after watching All Might fight them before, he knew if he was fast enough he would be able to go through the sludge guy and grab its hostage, hopefully being able to immobilize it with the slime solidifying around him from friction. Seconds after taking in the situation, Izuku dived in with his quirk running full power on his legs and arms. He felt as though time slowed as he started moving at an incredible speed. He felt himself slow down as he reached the sludge villain, but still was capable of maintaining enough speed to burst through and grab the victim. He grabbed the victim using his lightning to make sure his grip was enough, and focusing more of his energy on his legs, he ripped them out of the villain's grasp with a burst of speed. Time started to speed up again as he heard the villain screeching in pain. The extreme speed he moved at was producing so much friction, it made so much heat that the villain was solidified in the place he had moved through. You little brat, I'm gonna tear you from limb to limb. It screeched, but despite its threat it was in too much agony to move. Izuku knew this, and swiftly jumped away with the sludge victim's victim in his hands. Eventually he made it to the open street in a less shady part of town. Taking a moment to think, he assessed the situation. He called the cops and directed them to the area he was just at, and then moved to the park. He was near the hill that UA stood on, next to a niche cafe and a construction site in its very early stages. He looked down at the person he had just saved, who were finally coming to. He recognized her as the girl he had caught just a couple weeks ago, as his eyes widened. Hato-senpai? Oh hey, it's you again. She responded, I think you can put me down now. Oh, are sorry about tea. Izuku stuttered as he began reddening and putting the girl back on her feet. Are you okay now, Hato-senpai? Yeah, I'm fine, but why dash? She broke off with a yawn again. And then fell asleep. In his arms. This time, Izuku once more pulled her onto his back, his face reddening, before making his way back towards the school gates. He wasn't meant to be here until next week. Wait, the entrance exams were next week. Crap. He just ignored that for now and focused on charging his energy once more, in order to get out of there fast. Once more he made it to the front of the school, charging his quirk, numbing his legs further, and in no more than a matter of seconds the girl with periwinkle hair was lying next to her friends and teacher after a flash of green. What the shy, emo-looking boy called out. Once more had one of his best friends gotten into trouble, seemingly disappeared, before reappearing lying next to him and his other friend and teacher with a flash of green. His blonde friend seemed to be lost in thought, as Aizawa-sensei picked up the girl and carried her to the nurse's office. "Problem child," he muttered under his breath. Izuku had made it home a little later than usual, but not so late as to arouse suspicion. His mum welcomed him home as Katsuki merely grunted. He was fairly restless, and motioned to the chessboard, which he had set up. Izuku absent-mindedly moved the king's pawn, which his brother mirrored. It was a fairly standard game opening for them, so he was flying on autopilot. His mind was preoccupied by the events of the day. On one hand, he knew that he had definitely developed his strength and his quirk. He just remembered to take off the weights. On the other, he couldn't get that girl out of his mind. His brother was too focused on the game at hand, so Izuku was able to be left to his thoughts. Katsuki called out with a smirk. Izuku called back effortlessly, simultaneously taking the offending piece and countering. Katsuki's face went back to the serious, if eternally scowling, face that Izuku was accustomed to when the brothers were together. Back in his head, Izuku still had the blue-haired girl in his mind. He wondered if he'd see her again. I mean, it's happened twice so far, who knows what'll happen next. On the other hand, the girl had just woken up and was trying to figure out the location of her green-haired savior, to no avail as the boys and teacher both just shrugged and were trying to figure out if she was either delusional or had a secret second quirk. The latter seemed really likely to them, as they saw but a flash of green and suddenly, she reappeared, unharmed and unaccompanied. She sighed in defeat as her usual energetic nature was drained by the events of the day. She mumbled something about going back to sleep and that she'd prove them wrong, before returning back to blissful sleep in the nurse's office. "Hey, you ready? You ready yet? Hurry up, Katsuki, you slow dash. Slow your motor mouth, please. Not everyone has that kind of energy at this time in the morning." Katsuki cut his brother off before he could keep going. There had only been one other time Izuku was like this, when they were bored out of his mind on a pupil-free day, and Izuku had managed to charge his quirk above 80% capacity. Normally, he didn't dedicate this much energy to the charging of his quirk, and normally it would be used throughout the day, but with the entrance exams only 2 hours away, Izuku was suffering, well, not suffering but experiencing, one of the side effects of his quirk. High levels of charge would often spill over into his personality, sending him into a slight overdrive of curiosity, analysis and giving him excess energy if he weren't caring enough to control it. Izuku chuckled nervously and apologized, as he stood there waiting nervously. Katsuki just laughed and slapped his rival, best friend, and brother on the back, dissipating the tension in the green-haired boy's shoulders. "Let's get going then, motor mouth." Izuku still had the energetic air to him, even though he managed to control his motor mouth somewhat more successfully. Somewhat. Unfortunately, that didn't really help him as in his hurry to get inside he managed to trip up on the steps. Well then, he was never going to live this down, no matter how well he did on the entrance exam. He sighed in defeat as he watched the ground come up towards his face. Maybe it would be his friend. Suddenly, he felt a weightlessness as he stopped falling, mere centimeters from crashing into the ground. He tried to turn around before he felt himself being tipped, and the feeling of gravity returning. He landed on his feet as he saw a brunette girl with short hair who had just started pulling her hand back from him. "Sorry for using my quirk on you, but it would probably be bad luck to fall over today," she told him. Thank you," Izuku stuttered despite his energy. He could see out of the corner of his eye his brother smirking. He definitely wasn't going to hear the end of this, especially if this got to their mother. "Well, good luck in the test," the girl called out before continuing on her way. Izuku lightly zapped his brother to wipe that smirk off his face, before continuing on too. The pair made it to the location of the debriefing, where they picked seats and flipped through the brochure. They were flipping through the brochure and listening to present Mick's instructions. Suddenly a blue-haired boy with square glasses called out, "Sir, you mentioned 3 robots, but on the brochure, there are 4. This is not a good look for such a prestigious school." He took a break before continuing, "And you there, with the green hair and lightning. If you are trying to intimidate and distract people, you should not be here," he finished, directing it at Izuku with a sharp glare. The green-haired boy responded with a yelp and rapid-fire apologies and quickly suppressed it. In his planning, he had stopped paying attention to his quirk, which had begun arcing due to his excess energy. The blue-hair boy grunted as an acknowledgement and turned back towards Present Mike, who explained that there is one more type of robot that is not worth points. Luckily for the blue-haired boy, he missed the glare of pure death Katsuki was giving off. Present Mike finished his talk, and everyone received directions. "My motor mouth. I'm gonna blow your score away with mine." Kaken challenged. Izuku smirked and responded with a fist bump and a simple statement, "Bring it, spiky hair." Katsuki looked at the giant gates to enter into the environment he was assigned. It was a city of sorts, with large buildings and lengthy alleyways. He, along with the other participants assigned to this area, were handed a map with the layout of the buildings, and nothing more. They were informed that you may go in the buildings, but no robots would be in there nor would robots follow you in there. He started formulating a plan, as much as he'd hate to admit it, but his green-haired brother was a pretty good influence on him. He saw someone with unnaturally sharp red hair approach him. Extras. Despite his hatred towards other people in general, he did not shut the boy out. His brother was having more impact on him than he would admit. "Hey, I'm Kirishima, what's your name?" the red-headed boy asked. "Bakugo, now if you'd kindly F off so I can concentrate, that'd be great." Katsuki, or Bakugo as most knew him, responded. "Hey dude, that's not manly at all. I'm just trying to be friendly." The red-haired boy responded. "Yeah well too effing bad, piss off." Bakugo replied. Unfortunately, the other boy, Kirishima, was unrelenting in his approach and eventually Bakugo decided to let the boy talk at him. Fortunately, he was saved by Present Mike yelling go as all applicants started. Bakugo, propelled by light explosions on his feet, began flying around completely obliterating any robots that he came across. His arms were starting to ache from the recoil, his knees aching too, and he had destroyed somewhere between 15 and 33 pointers, along with various other 1 and 2 pointers along the way. He was certain he would make it in and took a moment to rest before he felt the ground rumbling. Turning around he saw a robot of massive size. He identified it as a 0-pointer. The massive 0 on its head was decidedly not subtle, but regardless was curious as to what it was doing. Using explosions on his feet to propel himself, he landed on a nearby building as he saw a person with familiar red hair, crushed into the ground in the path. "God damn it, shitty-haired," Bakugo thought as he propelled straight towards the 0-pointer's head. Winding his arm back with a signature yell of die, he blasted the head of the robot leaving a satisfying dent, before using the explosions on his feet to slow his descent. Once landing, he pulled the other teen out of the crater, and with typical Bakugo fashion, somewhat aggressively yelled, "Oi shitty hair, you okay?" The other teen responded with a nod, before Bakugo left once more to find other things he could explode. The teachers watching this, although impressed, were slightly off-put by his aggressive nature. He would definitely be getting rescue points, just not that many. Izuku bid farewell and good luck to his brother, before making his way to the gates of the designated area. They were given a map and had roughly 5 minutes before starting. Taking this time to continue charging his quirk absent-mindedly, he also made sure to accelerate his brain and start coming up with a plan. His floppy dark green hair began standing up and changing to a slightly lighter shade with his use, albeit minimal. He already came up with a vague plan as he was looking at the map. Unfortunately for him, someone, a particular boy with blue hair, decided to interrupt him. "Stop showing off your quirk and trying to distract others," the boy with glasses yelled. Unfortunately for him, he also decided to put his hand on Izuku's shoulder to try and get his attention, which was, from the lightning arcing around Izuku, very warm. Sorry. I'm just stressed, and I can't control these parts of the quirk whilst trying to use it." Izuku responded in a panic. The other boy merely grunted before moving away with a slight warmth in his hand. Izuku was worried but didn't have time to try and talk to the boy as before he knew it, he heard Present Mike shouting go, and powered some of his quirk through his legs as he ran off. The environment he was in meant he was easily able to bounce from building to building with his quirk powering his legs, and as he neared a robot placed his hand on it, briefly sending just enough of his lightning through it to shatter it completely. Whilst this drained his energy faster, it was less tiring on the head as the opponents were nothing but robots and he had to destroy a lot of them. He had started the entrance exam with about 90% capacity and had spent only about 30% so far. He figured he had destroyed a couple dozen 3-pointers and a dozen of 1- and 2-pointers combined. He wasn't sure that was enough, and so he continued. About to propel himself off again, he felt a rumbling in the ground. Someone with an earthquake quirk maybe? He jumped up, trying to gain a vantage point when he saw it. The 0-pointer. It was massive, towering over every building in the area by at least double. Everyone was moving away from it. All but one person. The brunette from earlier. Using some of his quirk in his leg and doing his best to approximate how much energy it would take to shatter this one, he ran towards it. This was at least 100 times the size of the 3-pointers, which took hardly any of his energy. This, however, looked far denser. To be safe, he continued running towards the girl who was struggling with some rubble on her leg. He sprinted to her side, giving her the best reassuring smile he could muster before running up to one of the giant tracks of the robot. This would take a lot of energy. Knowing he couldn't just split it either, the fall of it would be unpredictable and could injure the girl more. He needed to completely annihilate it. Jumping on top of the tracks where there was a slight ledge he could stand on, he placed his hand on the robot. With his hair a lighter shade of green than ever and the arcs coming off of him extending in length and intensity, he said a single word. Shatter. The lightning he had charged through his heart began going through the robot, and everyone could see streaks of green through the robot. Initially the gap between the streaks was wide, but within a matter of milliseconds there were only millimeters of distance between the many, many streams of the lightning bolt. Everyone watched in awe as the robot froze momentarily, and then shattered into hundreds of thousands of tiny pieces, each so small that they would barely be noticeable if you were to be hit by one. Izuku jumped off what was the robot's tracks, satisfied with his handiwork, and turned his attention to the girl. Despite the numbness overwhelming his right hand and slowly spreading through part of his arm, but he could also feel that slowly going away, he powered up his arms and gently freed the girl from the rocks before picking her up and jumping towards the entrance, presumably where a nurse would be. He made sure to restrain his quirk as not to burn the girl he had picked up, although this didn't stop his hair from standing on end, and did his best to not further aggravate the wound on the girl's leg. As he made it to the entrance, he heard the buzzer indicating the end of the exam. Eventually he found the nurse and gently placed the girl on the ground but continued to hang around and talk to the girl after she was healed. She introduced herself as Uraraka, and he introduced himself as Izuku in turn. Together they continued walking and talking until they reached the spot where Izuku's brother was waiting for him, talking with someone who appeared to be a friend of his own. Izuku was, needless to say, surprised that someone hard-headed enough had befriended his brother. He had no idea how accurate that statement was until he learnt of the red-haired boy's quirk. He gave a gentle smile as the four of them talked about whatever until they all had to go their separate ways. Izuku could feel the tiredness coming on then. He had released a lot of his quirk all at once, and was an incredibly shallow sleeper, meaning he could only count one time in the past month where he had slept uninterrupted. He yawned as he did his best to stay awake for the remainder of the walk home. Opening the door, he and his brother were greeted by a bone-crushing hug from their mother. Whilst his brother gave the usual complaint, and his mother gave a retorting comment, Izuku just mumbled something incoherent. Not from his motor mouth, but from his tiredness. His adoptive family noticed this and let the boy go, before he felt his face meet the pillow. It was much friendlier than the ground. Izuku and Katsuki were engaged in a heated game of checkers, Izuku winning. Despite him never needing one, he still had 30-odd backup strategies that were constantly shifting. When their father walked in, he still wasn't used to the calm sight of his biological son playing with his adopted son. It was eerie but nice. But once he regained his composure, he called out to the boys. "Hey kids, look what came for you today," he said whilst tossing them a letter each. The boys' eyes widened as they quickly rushed to their respective rooms to read the letter as fast as possible. The house echoed with Katsuki's excited, "F yeah," and Izuku's equally ecstatic, if somewhat more restrained, "Yes." They immediately ran out of their rooms and looked each other dead in the eyes. 1A, they said in sync. Now was the part they were both waiting for. Katsuki went first. 110, he said. Izuku had a smirk growing on his face. 111, the green-haired boy replied. Katsuki was steaming but looked his brother dead in the eyes and simply said, "Damn nerd. Get your assess down here for dinner." Their mother called them down. "You two have a couple days before school starts, and had better keep good until then," she continued as the boys hurried down the stairs. They did not need to piss her off, that would definitely shatter their mood. It was the day. Their first day of high school. After their mother got a photo, she said it was for memories, but both her children knew it was for blackmail purposes. The two started on their way to school. It was a short walk and were both ecstatic. At least, that meant Izuku was motor-mouthing his curiosity regarding who would be in his class, what would be their quirks, etc. He had made sure to pack at least 2 notebooks and a couple pens, whereas for Bakugo this meant he was actually occasionally engaging with his brother's energetic tendencies. Izuku did make sure to reel himself in slightly, and by slightly it was closer to marginally, as to not overwhelm his new classmates. Eventually the pair managed to find their way through the giant school and made it to a pair of giant double doors, with a large golden 1A adorning the top. They entered the room to be greeted by the blue-haired boy from the entrance exam. He immediately recognized them and made his way over. He fixed his glasses, unintentionally intimidating the green-haired boy, and began to make some interesting arm movements as he began addressing the two. "Greetings. I am Ida Tenya. I apologize for my actions on the day of the entrance exam. I severely misjudged your intentions and look forward to establishing a relationship," he finished with a sharp bow. Bakugo just glared at the boy and made his way to an empty desk, whereas Izuku did his best to calm the boy and began to fanboy slightly. "I'm Izuku. Wait, you're an Ida. Are you related to Ingenium? What's your quirk? Do you have engines similar to his? Hey, has anyone ever had engines on the back of their head? That'd be annoying," he excitedly shot off, doing his best to restrain himself, albeit unsuccessful. It wasn't working. He heard his brother yell at him to, quote, "chill the F out." Izuku apologized before taking a seat near his brother, leaving Ida in a slight shock. After a little while, and a lot more greetings, Ida returned to his own seat and began waiting for the teacher. There was still a couple more minutes, but he was unimpressed by their teacher regardless. This was Udare, the top hero school in the country. And yet their teacher was absent. He sighed. He knew this was his best chance to become a hero, but there were surely better schools with better teachers than this. He straightened his back further and waited for the bell to ring. Izuku was slightly embarrassed by his lack of restraint but didn't let it hamper him as he greeted the girl he had talked to at the exams. He hadn't seen her quirk in action and was really curious as to what it did, with lightning firing throughout his head as he powered his brain and senses. Suddenly, he heard a shuffling at the door as a zombie emerged from his sleeping bag. He jumped, attracting the attention of his classmates who then proceeded to look at what had startled the green-haired boy. For seconds. "Good enough. Right? Put on the PDA uniforms and come out to the field," he told them, rather monotonously. "But sir, wasn't there meant to be an introductory assembly today?" Ida called out. "We teachers are allowed to do what we like." "Welcome to you," the teacher responded, with a grin that can only be described as sheet-eating. "I'm Aizawa-sensei, and you've got 5 minutes to get changed. If you are late you will be expelled." It took all of Izuku's self-control to not start fanning over the pro-hero, Eraserhead. He was well aware of the hero's irritable tendencies noticeable in both the limited information regarding the hero and his few run-ins. Using some of his charge, he sped himself up slightly to get out early. He was one of the first out and used his time to charge up a decent amount. He was by no means nearing capacity, but he still wanted to have enough energy to think and hopefully keep going for the rest of the day. Eventually everyone made it out, and Aizawa-sensei looked marginally less annoyed, maybe? It's hard to tell, and began explaining that they were going to have a quirk apprehension test, to see their potential. "Hey, this sounds like fun." A pink-skinned girl with horns called out. "Fun? Well then let's make this more interesting. Lowest score is assumed to have no potential, and thus, will face expulsion, effective immediately," Aizawa-sensei said, a smirk growing on his face. Everyone promptly panicked. His smirk grew wider. Before the test began, Izuku and his brother looked at each other, each with a challenging glimmer in their eyes. They nodded, A silent challenge agreed upon. They would do their best, winner takes bragging rights. And boy would they use those bragging rights. Katsuki and Izuku were both prepared to do their best to best the other. Izuku knew that his brother had the upper hand in terms of immediate power, but he had the upper hand in stored power and having power over time. With the first event being a sprint, Izuku easily being faster than his brother, being able to channel energy straight to his legs, being able to get second overall, beaten by Ida. Katsuki was able to best his brother in both long jump and triple jump by using powerful explosions to propel him further. He was first overall in both, his brother getting third after an ice user. Izuku beat him in grip strength, getting second only after someone who had an incredible amount of arms, and he and his brother tied for side jumps, Izuku using general lightning boosts and Katsuki using explosions, and were bested by a boy who continually bounced back and forth between two of his purple hair things. The final event was the ball toss, and both knew they couldn't beat Uraraka's infinity score, but could definitely do their best against each other. Katsuki propelled the ball 750 meters with a signature yell of die, and whilst Izuku was preparing to throw his with a combination of raw boosted strength and a plan to use an extended lightning strike when he felt a lack of energy. He panicked and ran as far away as possible despite the teacher's best attempts to restrain him. Then it happened. Aizawa was fairly happy with his class and was watching carefully when he noticed a certain green-haired boy. His name was Izuku, and it seemed that throughout the tests he was holding something back. He believed his quirk was green lightning, or something along those lines. He wasn't going to memorize the quirks and details of all 90-odd students he was teaching that year before the year even started. He also noticed an interesting connection between him and that Bakugo kid. They were brothers or something like that. He decided to ignore that for now. Coming to the ball toss, the final event, he saw the green-haired kid seem to be holding an excessive amount of energy whilst using hardly any of it. He decided to confront the kid and activated his quirk. That was when he realized he made a huge mistake. Bakugo was watching his brother line up for the ball toss, when he suddenly saw Aizawa-sensei's hair stand on end and his eyes go red. His brother seemed to notice this immediately and moved far away from their classmates when it happened. Bakugo realized what was happened and yelled a desperate warning to their teacher, who began to approach his brother, still with his quirk active. That's when it happened. Everyone around the school not only heard, but saw, and some even felt the surge of energy. Aizawa began to back off as he felt massive pulses of energy, and that's when he heard it. It was a crack of thunder, unlike those heard in thunderstorms. This was different. It was overwhelmingly loud, a noise that present Mike would be jealous of. He looked back at the green-haired boy who was surrounded completely by intense green lightning, firing off in every direction, so much that it was almost a solid beam of light. He jumped further away when he realized what happened. Erasing the boy's quirk meant that the boy's stored energy was to be all released immediately. The intensity of the energy released was immense, and as soon as it happened, it ended. Aizawa was at a bit of a shock before hearing a boy call to him. A third year, Mirio Togata. "Hey Aizawa-sensei." Mirio called out. Despite how casual he was, the amount of respect he had for the teacher was still clear. "Would you like me to look after your class while you deal with that?" "Yeah," Aizawa responded, trying to compose himself. "Yeah, that'd be great." He could hear Mirio begin to introduce himself to the class, as the other members of the Big Three also showed up. His class would be in good hands. Right now, he had to deal with whatever just happened. He tenderly picked up the boy, who was incredibly worse for wear. The green-haired boy was twitchy, covered in burns and unconscious. That wasn't too surprising considering the immense amount of energy that just came out, all as lightning. Watch was fast, and being so fast it made it incredibly hot. He could still feel the warmth on the boy's skin as he carried them to Recovery Girl. Bakugo could smell burning flesh as their teacher ran past, his brother cradled in his arms. He wanted to go and find out what was going on when he felt tentacles grab him. "Yo, what the F is this? I swear to God, whichever one of you extras this is, I will blast you limb from limb if you don't let go," he screamed, to no avail. Whoa, chill dude. They'll take care of that kid, no worries," Kirishima told him in an attempt to calm the explosive blonde. "He's right," a cartoonish boy said. "Anyway, I'm Mirio Togata, and I'll be watching over you guys until Aizawa-sensei returns." "Then who are those guys?" asked a girl with long black hair. Her name was Yayarozu or something like that. "We are part of the Big Three," a girl with long blue hair responded. "I am Nijire Hado." "And I am Tamaki Amagi." A shy boy, the one with the tentacles for hands, trailed off. Bakugo had stopped struggling long ago but had also stopped listening as he zoned out, concerned for his brother. He knew that teacher's quirk had done something to erase his brother's quirk. Bakugo would never admit it, but he had actually paid attention to some of Izuku's ramblings, and it seemed as though all the energy Izuku had stored up beforehand was all released at once. With no quirk to control the excessive amounts of energy stored within him, it immediately released. Suddenly the girl with blue hair, who had up until now been bombarding various different classmates with questions, turned her gaze towards him. "Hey, I think I know you from somewhere," she said. Bakugo simply shrugged and tried to ignore her, but she still continued, "Hey, what's your quirk? What happened to the boy that just left? What was his quirk? Was that his quirk? I saw a brief flash of green. Did that have something to do with it?" Bakugo was prepared to respond. His brother's ramblings were somehow harder to keep up with than this girl's questioning, when Mirio cut her off. He continued talking about something, but he couldn't help but notice he wasn't the only one distracted. The hyperactive blue-haired girl was also lost in thought, which the shy boy also noticed but didn't say anything about. It seemed Mirio also noticed this, with the occasional glance at her, but he kept his focus on the class until their teacher came back. What a first lesson. Izuku could feel warmth all over his body, as though he was just roasted over a spit, yet he couldn't actually feel anything. His nerves were probably fried after that. There would be no shortage of scars from this. He groaned as he turned over. He knows he should be feeling pain, but he also knew that was probably a result of the sudden outburst of lightning from him, as his nerves would be somewhat out of action for a little while. "Ah, good, you're finally awake. Don't try and move, just lie there and I'll make sure you get your work once you're feeling better," a voice spoke. He turned to see where it originated from. It seemed to have come from a short, elderly-looking lady with an oversized syringe as a cane. Recovery girl. Normally he would have started freaking out over her, but his energy was literally all gone, and didn't bother making a sound. This seemed to please the elderly nurse, as she explained that she wouldn't be able to heal him until his energy was back, and as a result he needed to spend his time resting. Izuku mumbled something incoherent back, before drifting back into the sweet abyss of sleep. The class continued in an eerie silence. By the time Aizawa had returned, he knew that there would be a slight glumness, but not to this extent. The Big Three were doing their best to keep the mood light, while Mirio was. Nijire was lost in thought and surprisingly quiet, whereas Tamaki was silent as usual. Aizawa pinched his nose bridge. Maybe there was a connection between the problem children, but he couldn't be bothered to figure it out right now. Clearing his throat and making his presence known, he thanked the Big Three for their help and told them that they could return to class. What he didn't expect was Bakugo to speak up. "Can I go visit Izuku now?" Bakugo yelled in a typical abrasive voice, although there was a hint of concern and worry in amongst it. Aizawa sighed. "You can go visit your friend come lunch. Right now you need to focus on maths." Aizawa's response was met with a TSK and a grunt of compliance. At least he hoped it was compliance. He turned back to the board and started writing up some equations, a smirk growing on his face. "All right, who is excited for some trigonometry?" Mirio and Tamaki did their best to contain the curiosity of their best friend, as she was eager to learn more about the boy who had just let out one of the most powerful blasts of energy any of them had heard, seen, and felt. It was a green strike, which seemed strikingly familiar to them in a way none of them could quite place. Nijire felt like she vaguely recognized the quirk but didn't get a chance to get a good look at the boy before he was carried away rather hurriedly by Aizawa-sensei. It was fair enough. His body was twitching and looked like it was covered in burns. Like, literally covered with burns. There was not a single spot on his body that was not charred, and she could feel the heat being emitted from the poor boy as the teacher ran past. Eventually she gave in, telling her friends that she wouldn't bother the boy. Probably. Maybe some other time. Definitely some other time. By the time lunch came around, Bakugo was itching to go check on his brother, and the moment the bell rang he had run out of the room and headed straight to the nurse's office. He was very worried, more so when Recovery Girl told him that Izuku was still asleep and probably wouldn't be awake until closer to the end of the day. He sighed, whispered some of his unique encouragement in his brother's ear, and returned back to the cafeteria. Eventually he found the rest of his classmates, who were sitting together at a table. He sat next to Kirishima and didn't really say much other than the occasional cuss when someone talked to him. By the time they had final class, which was English with present mic, Bakugo was too nervous about his brother to really pay attention. Whenever he was asked a question he did answer, just with slightly more color than usual. Not too long before school was about to finish, the classroom door opened, attracting everyone's attention. There stood Izuku, exhausted and nervous as ever for disturbing the class. He quietly took his seat and started writing his notes, although slightly less than normal, still excessively more than anyone else though. Eventually, at the end of the class, Present Mike gave the students some time to socialize and most attention was directed towards Izuku, the poor anxious green-haired boy. He was way too tired for this, and his brother knew that, but his brother was also so loving that he wanted to see Izuku suffer. Sure, he would pay for it later, but right now he just wanted to see this play out. Everyone wanted to know what had happened. Izuku trailed off. I guess first you need to understand my quirk. Basically, I can charge and store a green lightning, which can be used for enhancement or as a long-ranged attack. Not really sure what the limits are yet. So, is it like my electrification? Kaminari asked, curious if he had a fellow electricity user. In a way, but it is far more versatile, Izuku continued. The issue is that I can't generate it quickly, hence I need to charge it up. But the main problem that happened was when Aizawa-sensei erased my quirk, my body had all the energy stored up, but without the quirk it had no way to control it. So that means it expelled itself as fast as possible from your body? Yaoyorozu asked, a thoughtful expression on her face. Why yeah, pretty much. Izuku finished, his nervousness returning. Are you okay now? Uraraka asked him, concerned for her first friend at the new school. Why yeah, I just ended up with burns and some temporary nerve damage, and nothing too bad, he replied nervously, desperate for the attention to end. Luckily for him, it did, and Bakugo watched as his brother returned to his seat, focusing on the notes from the lesson. By the end of the day, Izuku was still on his feet, only barely though. Any more interaction and he would probably just collapse into a puddle. Unfortunately for him, that's what was going to happen. The third years he recognized as those from in front of the gate came up to him, but before he could get a word out, he just fell asleep. Luckily, his brother was there to catch him. They told him that Izuku was exhausted after what happened earlier and would be all right later. Bakugo heaved his brother onto his back and started on their way home. The third-year boys understood and started heading away to meet up with their other friend and make sure she didn't bother the exhausted green-haired boy who was being carried away. Izuku was groggy as ever in the mornings. He was still drained from the happenings of yesterday but was preparing to go to school regardless. Dragging himself out of bed, he made his way downstairs, where his mother had made breakfast. She would occasionally offer Izuku coffee or black tea, as she knew that this would help the boy wake up, use his quirk better, and most of all his energy wouldn't be her problem, but Bakugo always declined for him. No one wanted to deal with a caffeinated Izuku. Whilst eating and charging his quirk, Bakugo was talking with their mother. The talking soon became yelling. The yelling soon became screaming. Quietly slipping back to his room to get changed and grab his stuff, he waved a quick goodbye before heading out the door. He would be quite early, but there wasn't really anything better for him to do. Once he arrived at school, earlier than the ever-punctual Ida, he took his seat and pulled out a notebook. This one was dedicated to his own quirk and techniques. He took note of what happened when Eraserhead erased his quirk, causing his body to lose control over the energy inside of him. Whilst he was only on around 40% charge, his body ended up scarred from burns, with his nervous system effectively shutting down temporarily from overload, but there was, from what Bakugo told him, a massive noise, an insane flash of light and a burst of energy. Perhaps if he could train his body, he could weaponize this, a small burst intermittently, or a large burst as a kamikaze-style attack if the situation called for it. Kamikaze? Isn't that literally a suicidal attack? A voice sounded behind him, breaking him out of his mumbling. Uraraka. Good morning. Izuku said, doing his best to change the conversation's tone. He really didn't want to talk about something so somber at this time of morning. Out of the corner of his eye, he also saw Bakugo arrive with slightly more ruffled hair than usual. Hi Izuku. What do you think we'll be doing today? Uraraka, thankfully, responded with something different, and as he opened his mouth to reply, everyone heard a signature voice paired with a unique smile. I am here. Coming through the door like a normal teacher. All Might came through the door, seconds before the bell rang, decidedly not like a normal teacher, but no one really cared. It was All Might. And he was going to teach them. Greetings students of Class 1A, he started. I will be teaching you foundational heroics. Before saying more, he pressed a button and out of the wall came 20 suitcases, each one with a name on it. Izuku has his costume Gamma, but instead of arm braces, fingerless gloves in the same style as his boots. Find your costume and go get changed. Meet me in ground beta in 5 minutes. All Might finished before running through the door in the direction of one of the urban environments. Everyone looked at each other in shock, before grabbing their respective costumes and running to the change rooms. Izuku, once again, was one of the earlier finishers and came out to the environment and dedicated himself to charging before All Might explained the task to them. It would be a heroes versus villains practice, inside one of the taller buildings. Pairings were made, and Izuku was paired with Uraraka against Kaminari and Jiro. On the other hand, his brother was paired with Yaoyorozu, the irony of the creation user with the destructive loving explosion user not lost on him, and against Mineta and Ida. He wasn't sure of the other pairings, he wasn't really paying attention to that. Izuku and Uraraka would be the villains, and their fight would be second, with his brother and Yaoyorozu going up first. Izuku and Uraraka sat watching the screens, whilst also creating a plan. Bakugo prepared himself to go up against Sonic and Diaper Boy. Being the hero team mean that he would need to come up with a strategy on the fly. Waiting around with the 3D printer was, to say the least, boring but not infuriating at least. So, do you have a plan? She asked him. Go and blow some sheet up. Bakugo responded quite bluntly. First, language. Second, it might be beneficial to have a more concise plan. Yaoyorozu responded. Well, first, no F off. Second, you got one then? Well, if we go with your incredibly broad idea, I can make something to target or shape the explosives if you can fill them. Sounds great, let's do it. Bakugo replied, a smirk growing across his face. Basically, they would be using something like his gauntlets, but it would be specifically targeted, and both would be able to utilize it. They spent the remainder of the villain's preparation time preparing their own plan. After the 5 minutes were up, they entered through the main door, nodding at each other, and began moving up the stairs. They had a feeling Mineta would have laid traps along the floors and doorways, but were mildly surprised when there was only one doorway with it. They both knew that they were planning on holding themselves up, so going the next level up, they placed some of the explosives on the ground and prepared themselves, ready to drop. Just before Bakugo set them off, Yaoyorozu tapped him on the shoulder to hand pass him a pair of earmuffs. He took them and scoffed, mostly because he didn't know how else to respond, and put them on before detonating the charges. Dropping through the ceiling, Bakugo and Yaoyorozu had only a few moments before they hit the ground, to find a shocked Ida and Mineta. Acting quickly, Bakugo tied up Mineta whilst Yaoyorozu tied up Ida. They heard All Might announce that the activity was over, before releasing their opponents. Good job, Yaoyorozu said to him as they walked out of the building. Yeah, you too, Bakugo replied with a smile. Wait, you just smiled. Yeah, and don't you FING dare say a word to a soul, or they'll never find your FING body. Okay then. After the first group returned, Izuku went up and congratulated his brother as All Might and the class went through the rights and wrongs. Whilst the heroes shouldn't have gone with such a destructive tactic, it was successful in subduing and confusing the villains for long enough. Soon after, it was time for Izuku's team to go, and as they were heading out, they saw 3 people enter the observation room where All Might and the class were. He briefly registered that he saw them but was immediately lost in thought as he and Uraraka set about establishing their plan. Once they reached the top of the staircase, they both placed their hands on it and waited for the time to start. Back in the observation room, most people, including the big three, were confused by what was going on. Bakugo knew what his brother had in mind. Having had played so many different games with him, Bakugo knew there was a plan, along with at least a dozen backup plans. Once the time started, everyone assumed Jiro and Kaminari would win, especially since they had the information advantage. At least that's what they thought. Suddenly, Izuku's arms started arcing with green lightning and his hair stood on end as they all saw Jiro jump back in pain after sticking one of her earbuds in the wall. Bakugo smirked, and everyone looked towards him, their eyes demanding an explanation. You guys haven't known Izuku as long as I have, but what I can tell you is that if he is given time to plan, he will damn well use it, he explained, their eyes all glued to the screen as they wanted to see what happens next. Everyone saw the brief flash of green through the building, explaining the pain Jiro experienced. That's when the next stage of Izuku's plan kicked in. Bakugo, the big three, and the class watched as green lightning filled the stairs. Then it broke into hundreds of pieces, with Uraraka's quirk causing the pieces to float. This stopped the hero team from advancing further, leaving them stumped for the remaining time. Principal Nizu walked in, calling the big three away for a meeting, just before Izuku and Uraraka walked back in with the hero team. The hero team had their heads hung low as they walked back into the room, and they went through the rights and wrongs. The villain team acted well with the knowledge of their opponent's quirks and quickly cut off any possible access routes, whilst the hero team should have tried something else or given up earlier and gotten backup, a common thing for all heroes. All Might reassured them. Bakugo and Izuku sat in content silence, ignoring the frantic scribbling of Izuku's pencil in his notebook. Eventually lunch came and went. The class remained together as they had more battles to go through, and come the end of the day everyone was exhausted. Izuku and his brother went home, started another game of chess, before going to bed and calling it a day. Several days of school later, Class 1A arrived to see Aizawa-sensei standing at the front of the gates with a bus. He explained they would be going to a separate part of UDA, known as the Unforeseen Simulation Joint. It was a specialized area to help students with skills related to search and rescue. Everyone was excited for having a field trip so early on in the term, let alone in the year, and much to Ida's dismay, the class piled onto the bus in their usual disorderly fashion. Eventually Izuku found himself sitting with Bakugo, and for some reason Azui, who sat nearby, turned the conversation to Bakugo's less than amiable personality. Bakugo, Azui started, what's wrong with your personality? What the F did you just say about me? Bakugo replied, meeting bluntness with bluntness. I mean, she has a point, dude. Kirishima broke in, his hard-headedness showing in another of many ways. At least he had the defensive capabilities to deal with it. Yo, watch what the F you're saying about me, shitty hair. I have a effing fantastic personality. Bakugo retorted, somewhat proving his classmate's point. Man, you're just backing our point up. Kaminari jumped in as well. For some reason being idiotic without his quirk short-circuiting his brain. You wanna die, you electric bass dash. Bakugo broke off with a start as the bus stopped, saving his classmates from hell. For now anyway. Everyone stepped out to look over the massive dome that was the USJ, before stepping through the doors to be greeted by 13. Greetings, students of 1A. I am 13, and I will be teaching you search and rescue operations, they began, Izuku managing to keep his motor mouth closed. Probably cause Aizawa-sensei was standing right next to him. Today we will be focusing on... They began to trail off, noticing Aizawa-sensei's hair standing on end. Everyone looked at the red-eyed teacher, who began preparing to fight. Their attention quickly turned to the target of their teacher's terrifying gaze, to see a purple mist with some less than friendly-looking people coming out of it. Hey, fake villains, neat, Kaminari said, still not having had used his quirk yet apparently. He was quickly met with a hard whack from Jiro, and Aizawa-sensei clarifying that those were real villains. 13, protect the kids, I'll hold them off, he said before jumping down the stairs and immediately knocking one of the many villains out. Izuku was looking, doing his best to calm his nerves before hearing 13 call out to Ida to run for teachers. The mist guy showed up, saying, I'm sorry, I can't let you do that. Katsuki and Kirishima thought the best idea would be to try and rush the metal frame of the villain. Before they reached him, a purple mist appeared in their way and they flew straight through it before it closed behind them again. I have my orders to torture and end you, so not resisting will make this marginally less painful, the mist said before engulfing all students in a mist, sending them to different locations. Looking down, he saw the water moments before crashing straight into it. After his eyes took a moment to readjust, he saw a shark villain coming towards him. Izuku carefully made sure the lightning wasn't arcing around him and powered up his legs in an attempt to get out of the water, when he saw the shark get kicked and a tongue wrap around him. Ignoring the weirdness of the situation, it was a world where almost everyone had a superpower, so that wasn't really too hard. He was launched flawlessly out of the water and gently placed on the boat as Azui landed next to him. Azui-Izuku started before being cut off. Call me Tsu. The frog girl cut him off. Alright, Tsu, thanks for the save back there. It's no problem. I saved the diaper boy as well, unfortunately, she muttered the last part, before gesturing to the purple-haired kid slumped over in a corner next to her. He still has the audacity to try stuff. Let's just ignore him for now. To be fair, everyone wanted to do that permanently, not just Izuku. We're trapped on this boat, surrounded by water villains and need to get back to the middle. Do you have any ideas, Izuku? Well, I don't think they know your quirk, otherwise I highly doubt you would be sent to what is effectively your element, so we have that on our side at least. Yes, that is true. How does your quirk react with water? Good question. Shall we let the villains be the first to find out? Sounds fair to me. I'm not carrying the grapist though. Grapist? Grapist? She responded with a smirk. Izuku sighed and relented, taking the grapist under one of his arms, as they prepared to electrocute the water. Summoning about a small amount of his charge, he could feel his hair stand on end and the lightning arc off of him as he carefully directed the charge, first through the ship and then into the water. Once he felt it reach water, he gathered the remaining charge and opened his eyes, which now shone a brilliant emerald green. Discharge, intensity 2, he uttered, a relatively weak move that would be powerful enough to incapacitate the villains in the water long enough for them to make it away. The arcing around him subsided as his move wore off, and his eyes returned to a darker green and his hair became floppy. He nodded to Tsu, who lifted Izuku, who was holding Grapist, with her tongue and jumped back towards the center, to be greeted by a terrifying sight. In front of them, a large creature with a beak of a mouth and parts of its brain sticking out had pinned Aizawa-sensei down, who was looking worse for wear. Whilst neither the creature nor the other villains had noticed the students yet, they wouldn't be able to do anything from their paralyzing fear. Bakugo and Kirishima found themselves in an abandoned building, surrounded by various low-level villains. Kirishima was about to start saying something, when Bakugo's hands started crackling with explosions. Less talking, more exploding the villains. Bakugo stated, somewhat excited to not need to hold back so much. Kirishima sighed, hardening his hands and turned his back to the explosive boy, prepared to take the other side. Let's get going then. Izuku's gaze was focused on Aizawa-sensei's right arm, which had visible muscle fibers and was bent at a highly unnatural angle. He began collecting some of his lightning, preparing to shock the bird creature when he heard the mist begin talking. Tamura, I let one of the students escape. I apologize for my incompetence. Kurogyri, if your quirk wasn't so important I would have dusted that metal frame of yours by now. The other villain, Tamura, responded. Covered in dismembered hands was a unique look, but he was definitely a villain regardless. The teachers will be showing up soon, and then it's game over. We won't even fight the boss. Guess we'll just have to end off some of the minions. Tamura finished off, a scary glint in his eyes as he turned towards Tsu. In a flash of inhuman speed, Tamura was in front of the trio from the flood zone with his hand shooting towards Tsu's face. Thinking quickly, Izuku moved his charge from his legs to his hands and caught the villain's wrist before it could get closer, sending the charge through his hand and into the villain's wrist, causing a screech of pain to come from them. Izuku watched as Tamura flinched, pulling his hand away from Tsu. Izuku, running on adrenaline, moved his charge back to his legs and kicked the villain in their stomach, once more releasing some charge into the villain's body. Tamura was propelled further away and hunched over in pain, twitching slightly as a result of the lightning attacks. Noticing the condition Tamura was in, he decided that he was sufficiently incapacitated and focused back onto Aizawa-sensei's position, where he was still trapped underneath the bird monster thing. He probably couldn't safely electrocute the creature in particular without also affecting Aizawa-sensei, but he wasn't sure what else to do. His mind was being powered by his quirk as he watched Aizawa-sensei try to escape, only to have his head beaten into the ground. Izuku knew he personally didn't have the skill or experience to be able to successfully fight off any villain stronger than the cannon fodder, but Aizawa-sensei definitely would. All my knowledge and even with my quirk helping my brain I can't assist Aizawa-sensei. Wait, Izuku suddenly realized how he could help Aizawa-sensei without risking them in the process, or at least, there was less chance of injury as a result. Returning his charge back to his feet, he carefully established a connection between Aizawa-sensei and himself. Feeling the power flowing from himself to Aizawa-sensei, he quickly became aware that he wouldn't be able to do much else whilst this was happening, and wouldn't be able to do much else afterwards. Tsu, Grapist, I need you two to hold off the villains so I can help Aizawa-sensei. Izuku told them. Grapist screamed something incoherent at him about avoiding getting involved, but Tsu nodded and took up a fighting stance. He carefully guided the charge through the floor, towards Aizawa-sensei, and let it fill Aizawa-sensei's body. Carefully he focused on moving charge to the muscles and tendons, hopefully giving Aizawa-sensei the energy, strength and speed he needed to take out the remaining villains. Aizawa was in tremendous amounts of pain, his head was throbbing and his right arm felt like it had shattered into about 1,000,000 different pieces. Probably because it was. Ignoring the cynical part of his mind, which was somehow still functional despite his definitely severe concussion, he focused on how to get out of the creature's grasp. His head was being held by one of the creature's arms, and his right arm was being held behind his back with one of the creature's knees holding him down, the other providing it balance. It only has one source of balance, and it's prone to being tipped due to the way I'm being held down. If I could force myself up, I could probably tip it off balance for long enough to get a little bit away. Aizawa, however, knew that plans and ideas are nothing when you don't have the physical strength to go through with it. He sighed and focused on the situation of his students, watching the problem child incapacitate the hand guy, Tamura apparently, and willed the problem child to not interfere with his own situation. His thoughts were filled with panic as he saw the problem child talking to Azui and Mineta, one of whom took up a fighting stance and the other started panicking, and watched as the problem child's eyes started lighting up and his hair stand on end, a clear sign his quirk was activating. He was about to yell at them as he saw their legs start having lightning arc off, but was relieved when the problem child remained in one position, although incredibly confused. Out of the corner of his eyes, he saw familiar green lightning arc off his own body, as Aizawa looked at the problem child, who responded with a nod. Suddenly, he felt energy course through his body as he himself felt like his adrenaline just kicked in tenfold. He tried to move to push off the monstrosity, to find his own limbs all arcing with the green lightning. He pushed the monstrosity off of himself, to find it remarkably easy. He followed it with a quick kick to the monster's stomach, which felt faster and stronger than ever before. Looking back to the problem child, whose eyes had closed but the lightning and hair still reacting as earlier, he understood what had happened. The problem child had used their quirk to enhance Aizawa, much like the way he had enhanced himself. Aizawa's signature grin returned to his face as he took up a fighting stance, facing the beast in front of him. Moving fast, he went for a heel kick, expecting it to be blocked by the creature's speed and strength. Surprisingly, he was marginally faster than the creature, if still slightly weaker. Using the creature as a springboard, he jumped back and returned to the fighting stance. He didn't know how long the kid could power him, and so had to beat this creature ASAP. Running in again, he went for a left hook to the creature's ribs, which hit, but still made no effect on the creature. Ha! Aizawa heard Tamura laughing, who was still curled over and slightly twitchy. That creature's designed to beat, no, slaughter all might. It has shock absorption and hyper-regeneration, not to mention its inhuman strength and speed. Shock absorption, huh? Probably means it has a limit, but I can't rely on this for too long, no idea how long the kid can power me for. I just have to keep its attention until the other teachers arrive. Aizawa thought, doing his best to keep the creature's attention. His combat style primarily involved countering his opponent, so with the speed to outpace the creature, this was a task easily completed. After what felt like hours, in reality it was about a minute, of fast-paced dodges and blocks, Aizawa could feel the power slightly reducing as his speed dropped slightly and the blocks became less effective. Focusing more on his speed to keep out of the creature's range, he hoped the kid could hold on just long enough for the teachers to arrive. Izuku watched as Aizawa-sensei's movements became a blur, his enhancement combining with Aizawa-sensei's strength and speed, along with his experience and skill making short work of avoiding the black creature. Normally he would be able to keep up, but he didn't want to waste his mental capacity or energy on powering his eyes to watch what was happening. His feet were losing feeling as the sensation of pins and needles began to travel to his knees. Leaning on Grapist, as his classmate was still in an absent-minded state of panic, and Sue was helping support him after whacking the last of the villains with her tongue. Izuku could feel his reserves draining fast, as sending enough lightning to sufficiently enhance his teacher over such a distance was exhausting. At least he didn't have to go through the air. There were a few seeing spots, his vision getting fuzzy as his stamina was running out quickly from the effort and trying to keep his stores from running out. He wanted sleep. So much. Realizing the complete numbness in his feet, he knew there was only so much longer he could go on. Next stage would be minor nerve damage, not just shutdown. It was reparable, but he would get an earful from Recovery Girl, who was not happy about his slightly workaholic after insisting on going back to class after he had been healed. The teachers needed to come. ASAP. All Might was furious. He had run into Ida, who was running to get the other teachers. Whilst on his way to the USJ after taking a quick break, he probably should have dealt with the bank robbery faster, but the reporters insisted on an interview, albeit brief. Ida very quickly explained the situation, before running towards the school once more. All Might's signature smile was barely there. Preparing himself, he leaped in the direction of the USJ, intent on smashing through the roof. Crashing through one of the glass roof panels of the USJ, All Might landed with a crater and quickly took in the situation. A handful of students were hanging around at the top of the stairs, several were emerging bruised from various zones, and a couple, not counting Ida or Hagakure, were nowhere to be seen. He also saw his colleague 13 looking worse for wear. Most perplexing was Aizawa, being chased by a large bird thing, both of whom were moving at blistering speeds, although Aizawa with green lightning coming off of him. If it weren't for All Might's own capabilities, he would barely be able to register what was happening. All Might, take over for me. Aizawa's yell broke All Might out of his thoughts. This thing has hyper-regeneration and shock absorption. There are a few weak points at its head, neck, and upper left torso. Right? Everything will be fine now. All Might started yelling, rushing over to his colleague's side. Why? Because, he continued, winding back a starting punch. If it was absorption, there would be a limit, and whatever was going on with Aizawa would have started wearing it down. I am here. All Might boomed as his first punch hit the creature. The creature was flung into the wall, and All Might heard one of the villains calling out. All Might, they started. Good of you to show up. Meet Nomu, they've been created specifically to end you in your prime, despite Eraserhead having had already done a number on them. Have fun. They broke off with a creepy smile, the tips of which visible along the edges of the disembodied hand. All Might's smile never faltered as he wound up another punch and charged at the creature. Whilst All Might was trading blows with the creature, Aizawa jumped towards the top of the stairs, gesturing to the students not yet there to come to him. He felt the energy that he had become accustomed to suddenly leave his body, as the green lightning that once crackled around him subsided. Turning his head towards Izuku, the problem child who was the source of the power, he felt a little sick. The boy, whilst completely fine on the outside, was carried to him by Azui, as the frog girl gently laid Izuku on the ground near him, at the top of the stairs. However, it was clear that was not how the boy felt. Izuku was drained. His head pounding from a migraine, he had been concentrating incredibly hard to carefully manage the lightning, and his legs failing him the moment he stopped using his quirk on Aizawa-sensei. He vaguely recognized Sue picking him up and carrying him over to the stairs, with the Grapist not too far behind. He wanted to sleep, but his head felt like it would split apart and his legs wouldn't carry him if he forced himself to stand. He vaguely recognized Aizawa-sensei's voice as his teacher was giving directions to students. Uraraka made Izuku weightless and Shoji gently pulled the boy onto his back. All Might saw from the corner of his eye as the students were gathering together and helping their classmate. It made him smile, which he wasn't afraid to show as he continued to pepper that Nomu creature with powerful punches. Whilst his colleague had been able to outpace the Nomu, All Might was unable to, only barely keeping up. However, what All Might had that Aizawa did not was decisive strength. Winding up another powerful punch, he could see the shock absorption on the creature had already reached its limits. Aiming at one of the weak points Aizawa mentioned, he launched his fist straight into the Nomu's upper torso. The creature was heavily impacted by the blow, and he watched as it briefly stopped. Oh, one of the villains started, the one with hands all over it. It would appear that the shock absorption has already reached its limit. No matter, it can still destroy you despite that. Aizawa must have done a lot if the shock absorption was meant to outlast me, yet it has hardly lasted a dozen punches, All Might thought. His thoughts were interrupted by the villain getting a powerful blow straight into his left rib, resulting in All Might coughing up a little blood. Ah, it seems Master was right, the handman started. You have been getting weaker. We'll make it easier on you and finish you off quicker to save the remnants of your pitiful hero pride. All the meanwhile All Might was blocking and dodging the Nomu's barrage of attacks. Winding his fist back, he prepared a powerful punch. He was not quite at his limit, but he sure was getting close. Have you ever heard this saying before, villain? All Might boomed as he prepared to finish off the Nomu creature. Go beyond. Plus ultra. He finished off as the devastating blow hit the same weak spot from earlier. The creature seemed to pause in time, before being propelled through the air towards the glass dome that encased the USJ. All Might stood victorious, glaring at the villains who stood before him. The symbol of peace spoke a few words: surrender, or be defeated. Tamura, we should go, the purple mist spoke, opening up what appeared to be a warp gate. Kurogiri, we came so close to beating the final boss, Tamura began, but we have gained experience and we know what to bring next time. Next time we see you, All Might, we will end the so-called symbol of peace. The two remaining villains walked through the warp, leaving All Might to return to the stairs as the remaining teachers showed up to help clean up the mess. Bakugo and Kirishima had finally worked their way out of the building. They quickly went back to the center to be met by an interesting scene. All Might had just punched a bird creature through one of the panels of the USJ, and the hand villain and Mist Guy just walked through one of the Mist Guy's portals. They quickly ran past All Might and up the stairs to find Izuku being carried by Shoji, Aizawa-sensei looking ever so slightly less pissed off than usual, and the other teachers doing their best to help the other students. The spiky-haired blonde and spiky redhead looked at each other, with only one question: what the F just happened? Swearing courtesy of Bakugo. Izuku has a migraine from quirk overuse. Aizawa-sensei was holding off that monster thing until All Might showed up, and everyone was scattered to various locations, Yaoyorozu answered. You guys are the last to arrive. Wait. So Aizawa-sensei was holding off that monster thing that All Might was struggling with? Kirishima asked. Yes, we can discuss that some other time. First, let's go back to the main campus and make sure Recovery Girl looks over you all, Principal Nizu interjected, motioning towards the door as the other teachers assisted the injured. Bakugo, Kirishima and a few other students were left uninjured, but Bakugo was really worried for Izuku. Izuku looked like he was about to start screaming any moment, his eyes squinted and hands over his ears. Hey Yaoyorozu, Bakugo started, startling the black-haired girl. Can you make some industrial-grade earmuffs and a blindfold? Sure, but why? Yaoyorozu responded, surprised by the gentleness of Bakugo's tone. The boy, in response, gestured to Izuku. Yaoyorozu handed him the items, and Bakugo reached over to Izuku in order to place the requested items on the green-haired boy. Bakugo heard an audible sigh of relief and a whisper of thank you, and he turned back to Yaoyorozu with a proper explanation. His migraine from the quirk overuse is never minor, because if he forces himself past the point of just tiredness, he's probably going to go all the way. Yeah, that makes sense, but since when could you be so gentle and kind? she replied, genuine curiosity in her eyes. Why is that such a FNG surprise to people? Bakugo whisper yelled back. Yaoyorozu's response was a shrug. She opened her mouth to speak, to be interrupted by Aizawa-sensei announcing their return to the main campus of UA. Bakugo watched as his brother was carried off by Shoji in the direction of the nurse's office. He wanted to follow, but was told by Aizawa-sensei to return to class for the last hour of the day. The man had already seen Recovery Girl for his own injuries, and was stubbornly refusing to take the remainder of the day off. Bakugo opened his mouth to speak, but Kirishima placed a hand on his classmate's shoulder. The blonde boy sighed, restless to check on his brother, and shouldered the hand off before someone else's hand was on his other shoulder. Izuku needs quiet and rest, right? Yaoyorozu started. There probably isn't much more you can do, and being with him won't solve anything. Yeah? All right then, Bakugo relented. You can let go of me now. Yaoyorozu complied, and Bakugo started making his way towards class. Aizawa-sensei sighed as he watched the class file in. Other than Izuku, all of the students were in a state of mind where they could process what was happening. Kaminari had recovered since his use. Izuku was suffering from extreme migraines and a nervous system overload in his lower body. It was only temporary, but Recovery Girl said that if it were to happen to a similar extent too many times there would be lasting effects. Once every seat was filled, he took a breath and asked the class if they had any questions. Immediately a dozen hands shot up. He sighed again, pointing at Hagikure's glove, and started answering their questions. By the end of the impromptu questionnaire, the class had learnt several things. 1. Quirks can be incredibly versatile if you're creative enough. 2. Yurei can be dangerous. 3. Aizawa-sensei was a goddamn badass. He might be lacking in raw strength from a quirk, but he had skills that made him a force to be reckoned with. Aizawa sighed as he dismissed the class for the week, as it was Friday. There was an emergency meeting with the teachers as soon as school was finished, and he headed to the staff room for whatever Nizu wanted. Aizawa just wanted sleep. The moment class was done for the day, Bakugo ran straight out the day and towards the nurse's office. He made it to the entrance, before being blocked by Recovery Girl. I know you are concerned for your friend, but Recovery Girl started. He's my brother, now let me through so I can take him home. Bakugo cut her off, barely holding back his tongue. He'll be staying overnight, Recovery Girl told the fiery blonde sympathetically, and he'll be back at your place tomorrow, probably around 10 in the morning after I give him something to eat and run over a couple final tests. Right now he just needs peace and quiet, and I've gotten Cementos to cover the windows in one of the rooms so he'll be all right there. For now, just head on home, I think you have some friends waiting for you. She finished, pointing in the direction of the gates. Bakugo gave the nurse a glare, as though he were about to argue, but knew it would be pointless. He nodded to her before turning to the gates to walk home. Their mother is going to be annoyed, if undeniably proud. Izuku woke up the night of the fateful Friday, his head in massive pain, and despite the nurse's help, the painkillers he had taken earlier had worn off. He knew this wouldn't last too long, and it could be far worse. He noted that he was still wearing the earmuffs and the blindfold Bakugo had fitted him with earlier, but he wasn't complaining. If it weren't for that, he would probably be close to screaming. Eventually, the pain subsided slightly and Izuku found himself drifting gently towards the realm of sleep. Izuku woke up again in the morning. It wasn't too early, nor was it too late, and he appreciated that. Looking over, he saw Recovery Girl preparing a few final tests and a small bag for him. After a few minutes of testing, she gave him the all clear, so long as he doesn't push himself too hard today, and handed him the bag. Painkillers and some tablets specifically to help with migraines. The migraine may last a while longer, so take one of the tablets before you leave, Recovery Girl explained. Izuku nodded his thanks and took one of the tablets. Half an hour later, Izuku was prepared to go home. The moment he reached, he was surrounded in a hug by his adoptive mother, who scolded him for being so reckless whilst also praising him for doing so well. Returning the hug and moving past her, he went to see his brother, who praised and showed concern for him in a uniquely Bakugo way. He chuckled to himself once his brother finished scolding him, as he went to his room to lie down. It was far, far nicer now the migraine was gone, and he caught up on some well-needed sleep. The weekend came and went with Izuku doing most of his studying and work on the second day. He did not want to incur the wrath of Recovery Girl for pushing himself too hard, and soon it was time for school again come Monday. There was a mob of press standing at the school gates, all eager to talk to students taught by the one and only All Might, along with news of the attack on the students. Izuku and Kaken were quickly surrounded, but thankfully Kaken being Kaken very quickly warded the reporters off, as they continued on their way. Stepping into class, he was immediately surrounded by his classmates, all of whom were incredibly concerned. Although he was touched by the kind gesture, he became a nervous wreck very quickly, not able to answer a single question. Thankfully, Aizawa-sensei saved him from further questioning as the teacher walked in, giving the class the usual annoyed glare despite having the appearance of a mummy. Everyone scurried to their seats, not willing to invoke the wrath of their teacher. Once they were all seated, Aizawa-sensei started with an announcement. Today for homeroom will be some standard housekeeping. You will be choosing class president and vice president. I don't care how you do it, so long as it gets done. Aizawa-sensei finished off, before zipping himself up in his sleeping bag. Not a few seconds after Aizawa-sensei finished speaking, the classroom descended into complete and utter chaos. There was yelling, some students trying to pitch themselves as best candidate, mostly Mineta, and a table being thrown, courtesy of Bakugo. Everyone, this is an appalling manner to act in. Ida began, gathering the class's suggestion. Well, do you have any ideas on what to do? Izuku asked, encouraging his classmate to continue. We shall hold a democratic vote. Everyone has one vote, in which the person who has the most votes will be the president, and the runner-up the vice president. There was a quiet murmuring throughout the class as they considered the suggestion, and Yaoyorozu handily provided a box up the front and voting cards for each student. After much deliberation, Izuku had placed his voting card in the box. Both Yaoyorozu and Ida were good contenders, with Yaoyorozu being incredibly resourceful and Ida being a commanding presence, but in the end he figured that commanding presence and fixated alignment with the rules would be perfect qualities for a president, and there was no doubt that some of the other students would vote for the former. Four Eyes is too stuck up to effectively lead. Izuku is too nervous, there's no one else really, unless 3D printers resourceful and cooperative. Yeah. Once the last ballot had been cast, Ida pulled them out of the box and created a tally of names and votes on the board. As he cast the final stroke of chalk, there was a clear winner of the votes. Ida Tenya, with 6 votes, became the class representative president, while Momo Yaoyorozu, with 4 votes, became the vice president. Izuku was close with 3, he was so thankful he didn't get either position, whereas the rest of the class got 1, if they voted for themselves, or 0. My fellow classmates, I am ever so grateful for this opportunity to prove myself to you and our school. I will ensure to excel and be a worthy representative for the class that is 1A. I sincerely hope I can live up to your expectations and I will strive to fulfill them best I can regardless. Thank you for this opportunity. Ida finished his speech with a perfect bow, before gesturing to his counterpart to do something similar. Well, thank you all for this opportunity to represent you, and I will strive to do my best. Yaoyorozu ended her speech with a sincere smile, and was decidedly less intense than Ida, which was definitely a pleasant break for the class. Now that's out of the way, get out of the class and go to lunch, Aizawa-sensei told them, crawling away in his sleeping bag. The class watched in tense silence as he did so, before turning to each other to chat. By the time everyone started to go to the canteen, they found themselves trapped in the classroom, a large mob of students from 1B, 1C and others blocking the way. Hey, what gives? Kirishima was the first to call out, this ain't manly at all. Izuku was baffled as he watched the students blocking their exit. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Kaken becoming steadily more aggravated. This isn't going to end well for anyone involved. Izuku thought, as he moved into a far corner of the class, away from the rising storm. He heard Kaken's signature berating voice scream. You effing extras move. Bakugo, that is no way to engage with other students at OU. Ida tried to scold his classmate before being cut off. I don't give a F 4 eyes, I wanna G. Kaken responded, before suddenly collapsing. In the time he was yelling, Izuku had gone behind his brother and lightly zapped him, just enough to shut him up. I apologize for my friend's behavior. He's a tad too arrogant for his own good, Izuku said, bowing to the crowd as he held up his adoptive brother with one hand. Most of them seemed happy with this, and began to disperse having had seen what the famed 1A had to offer. Most of them. Yeah, well, it seems the hero course kids are still just arrogant. Consider this a declaration of war, a purple-haired boy spoke up, sporting a piercing glare. With that, he and the remainder of the crowd dispersed, allowing the hero course students of 1A to go to lunch. The class just looked at each, shrugged, and went on with their day. Thankfully, Kaken had come back around, so Izuku no longer had to hold on to his brother, who was giving a loving death glare. As everyone was in the cafeteria and began heading back to class, a screeching alarm announcing a security breach. Very quickly, the students of Class 1A found themselves pressed shoulder to shoulder and being jostled as students from every department were trying to force their way out. This is unbecoming of such a prestigious school's students. What even is the bother? Tenya thought as he was pressed up against the window. He saw people with cameras and microphones, and a few people whose quirks made their appendages exactly that. It is just the press and some reporters. Everyone calm down. This is unbecoming of you, students, and there is nothing to fear except the press. Tenya yelled, to no avail. Few students heard him over the ruckus, and those that did were faring no better. Looking around, he saw Uraraka, and quickly called out to her to use her quirk on him. The anti-gravity girl managed to briefly tap Ida on the shoulder with all 5 fingers of her right hand, enough for Ida to slowly start to float. This successfully brought the attention of some students directly near him, but he needed more. Think Tenya, what would Tensei do? Aha! Tenya came to a conclusion. Thinking quickly, he activated his engines, causing him to fly in circles. Right? No gravity. But it's working, he thought until he eventually managed to crash into the top of the door frame. This successfully got the students' attention. Everyone calm down. It is just the press outside. Tenya began, continue out in a calm and orderly fashion, to the evacuation point. With those words, students began to slowly but more calmly file out of the halls, and Uraraka released her quirk from Tenya. Thankfully, Izuku was there to help catch the engine-legged boy, and together the trio made their way out to the rest of their class. Aizawa sighed as he led his class back to their homeroom. The interruption, courtesy of the press, has finally been dealt with. Alright, so one more announcement I forgot to make earlier. UA holds a yearly sports festival, which is Japan's replacement for the Olympics. He told them. Olympics? Mina asked. A pre-quirk era sports competition. Anyway, in the sports festival, you'll be going through a number of random events, and a lot of pro heroes will be watching for internships. In any case, the sports festival happens this Friday. Aizawa-sensei, Ida called out, is it such a good idea to hold such a large event so soon after an attack? Yes, we need to show that UA is unaffected more than ever, and there'll be heightened security. That reminds me, Ida and Yaoyorozu, you two need to stay after school. We have your first jobs today after what happened. Aizawa finished his spiel and sighed. The final bell went not too long after, and the student representatives stayed behind as asked. He brought the 2 students to his desk where he explained what would be happening after the sports festival. The introduction of the dorm system. They each got a pencil and started creating the room layouts. By the time the class president and vice president were done, a half-hour had passed and the sun was noticeably lower in the sky. For the boys, Izuku, Bakugo, Ida and Todoroki were on floor 5. Floor 4 consisted of Shoji, Sato, Kirishima and Siro. Floor 3 had Koda, Kaminari and Ojiro, and finally floor 2 had Mineta, Aoyama, and Tokoyami. For the girls, floor 5 had Yaoyorozu and Jiro, floor 4 had Toru and Ishido, and floor 3 had Azui and Uraraka. Aizawa was adequately satisfied with the floor plan, and nodded for the remaining 2 students to take their leave as he filed the forms to Nizu. The parents shouldn't be too hard to convince, hopefully. After filing the paperwork, he picked up his signature yellow sleeping bag and went to his car, off home. He needed sleep. And cats. Mostly cats. Izuku was beat. He had spent the past few days mostly reading. His room, whilst it had some hero memorabilia, was mostly filled with books, fiction, non-fiction and notebooks all equal. If you were to walk in, you'd think it'd be a library. He had also spent a lot of time doing what was effectively meditating. It was, needless to say, basically a polar opposite to what his brother was doing. Kaken has spent the time training, and somehow getting into more arguments than usual with their mother. Somehow they were having more conflict than normal, and quite frankly Izuku did not want to get involved. Eventually Friday came around, and the day of the sports festival was here. He had been told that morning that, because he came first in the entrance exams, he'd have to give a brief speech of some sorts. While stressing over that, he had gone through the morning on autopilot, their mother wishing them luck and that she'd be, quote, watching them kick those other kids' asses. On the way to school Bakugo was pretending to pay attention to his brother's ramblings of something. There was a mix between speech writing, some kind of physics, strategy, and a general vibe of even if Izuku wouldn't say those exact words. As amusing as it was, by the time they got to school Bakugo made a small explosion in front of Izuku's face as they entered the classroom. It was sufficient, as his brother apologized and greeted Four Eyes and Round Face, before making his to his seat, Bakugo close behind. The class clamored onto the bus, everyone ecstatic for the events of the sports festival. None of them had any idea what to expect from this year's, as most had watched the year's prior festivals. Much to Ida's dismay, the way in which everyone got on was disorganized and chaotic, and despite his attempts to control the class, the bus was filled with the chaos of excited teenagers. Once they arrived, Aizawa-sensei directed them to a waiting room where they would stay until their class was called out to the center, and speeches would be made before the first event would be announced. Izuku was stressing out and kind of detached from reality, until he watched Todoroki approach his brother. With a glare that was pointed at Kaken but not really directed to him, Todoroki got dangerously close to the explosive boy. Looking at it objectively, "I'm stronger than you," Todoroki stated, the silence in the room deafening as everyone watched for the irritable blonde's reaction. "Alright, first, that's a effing lie, and second, what the F do you want then, you half and half bastard?" Kaken replied, "This is a declaration of war. I am going to beat you with my ice, and my ice alone. I will prove I don't my old man's quirk, and you will be my tool to do so," Todoroki replied. Kaken was visibly twitching. Izuku watched in horror as Kaken opened his mouth to speak, a dangerous fire in his eyes. He was ever so thankful when Present Mike announced that Class 1A would be coming out onto the field, and despite the tense air, they all still soaked in the atmosphere of the cheering crowd. Izuku looked around, doing his best to steel his nerves as the other classes were introduced, before the inevitable announcement was made. And here to make an opening speech for the first years is Izuku. Taking a breath, he walked up to the microphone and began talking, only to be cut off by feedback. Quickly suppressing his quirk and hoping no one saw too much of it, he continued, "I look forward to competing, not just a chance to have fun, but as a chance to compare myself to others," he continued, looking back at his class, "but most of all as a chance to learn and improve. I am grateful to be at such a prestigious school." Great, looked like Ida was rubbing off on him, "and look forward to doing my best against all of your bests. Plus ultra." He finished, looking at the crowd to gauge a response. It soon erupted into cheers from pro heroes and the other years and students not participating alike. He smiled blindingly, a mix of happiness and relief, and stepped down. Izuku listened as Present Mike directed everyone's attention to the R-rated hero, Midnight. "All right, kiddos, here is the first event," she called out, directing everyone's attention to the giant spinning wheel on the screen. "An obstacle course race, with quirks free of course. On your marks." As she started the countdown, a large concrete door rolled down to reveal a tunnel. "Get set." Izuku heard Midnight scream, thinking fast. He didn't want to use his quirk yet as to save energy and his head. Ideally he could get by with minimal usage of his quirk. "Go!" With the last yell, Izuku used a small amount of his green lightning to boost his legs, and so he bounded up over the top of the packed-in students. Just before he landed, Todoroki froze everyone and the ground ahead, causing him to tumble as he landed. He watched students who could fly soar over the ice, as others stumbled. As he tried to regain his balance to continue onwards, he watches Mineta bouncing across his hair orbs, screaming something about becoming popular, before getting hit by one of the robots from the entrance exam. And here is the first obstacle. Robots from the entrance exam. Present Mike screamed. Izuku watched as Mineta curled over by the barrier, and turned his attention back to the robots. Continuing to bide his strength, he only slightly charged his arm as he punched one of the robots, with a small discharge on impact. He took a chunk of the debris with him, hoping to find a use for it later. Running further down and thankfully off of all the ice, there was a line of the 0-pointers. Todoroki had frozen one, causing it to collapse. Utilizing slightly additional lightning in his legs, he sped up and ran between the legs of the robot before it collapsed. Not unscathed, thankfully the debris earlier picked up absorbed most of the damage, but that'd still leave a mark. Hopefully with the way he's been using his quirk, people will think it's an enhancement type, as there is always a fighting tournament at the end of the sports festival. Focusing on running ahead, he was part of the top 10, and came across the next obstacle. A canyon with pillars, connected by cables. Izuku quickly got to crawling across. His quirk wouldn't be able to improve his center of balance. Maybe there was a way. Probably not a good time to find out. Shimmying his way across, he found himself far behind, maybe top 50 at the best, and in front of a minefield, introduced far earlier by Present Mike when the frontrunners arrived. How can I get to the front? I need a sudden burst of power, but I can't safely do that. The landmines? Izuku quickly got to gathering landmines carefully together, using the debris from earlier. Ignoring the looks he was getting from other students, he gathered a last few mines, and jumped using the debris as a sled. Nijire was currently a ball of energy, and it was beginning to drive Mirio insane. Of course, it made sense. Her curiosity was undeniably going to be at its peak because of the sports festival, whilst theirs would happen later in the day. Currently it was the first year's festival, and there was a plethora of new quirks for her to question. Mirio glanced over at the girl who never stopped talking since the race had begun. She had been asking questions left, right and center about literally every student, about their quirk, and what the limitations were. This didn't mean he didn't miss the brief flash of recognition in her eyes whilst Izuku was giving the opening speech. It quickly disappeared, however. Mirio thought he recognized the boy as well, but it was hard to tell. His face was plain, and generally uninteresting. What did interest Mirio, however, was seemingly how the boy didn't use his quirk. I mean, he was part of the hero course, so he definitely had one. It seemed this interested Nijire too, because whenever the cameras had the boy even remotely in shot, she had her attention focused on him. It could be a thought-based quirk, or something that can't be seen. The former was seeming more likely as they watched the boy react to situations on the fly. But the way he jumped over everyone at the start made the latter more likely. Mirio shook his head, trying to focus on the race. Sir was probably watching as well, almost definitely being interested by the boy. Whilst one camera was focused on the frontrunners, there was another camera focusing on anything interesting happening. This happened to be a particular green-haired boy. Mirio and his friends watched in confusion, with more questions coming from Nijire's mouth, as the green-haired boy was seen digging up mines using a piece of metal debris he had gotten earlier. Their confusion was quickly replaced by understanding and worry as the boy proceeded to launch himself onto the pile of mines, flying over the majority of the competitors to line up with the two frontrunners. Izuku did not think this part through. How am I meant to land? Were all he thought as he soared over the rest of the landmines and the majority of the competitors, and he was on a collision course with Todoroki and Kaken. Wait, maybe that was the answer. Thinking quickly, he repositioned himself so that when would inevitably have to land, he would be able to continue to propel himself over the remainder of the mines, and hopefully end up knocking over the other boys in the process. He waited until he was marginally in front of the boys, and the moment he yelled at his brother, "Hey Kaken! Catch!" and with that he threw the metal plate down. The result, it hit 3 landmines, and due to his position Izuku was blown forward further, just past the edge of the minefield, and the other boys were sent reeling back, doing their best not to end up in a chain reaction of the landmine explosions. Mirio, Nijire, and Tamaki were all in awe of what just happened. They, along with the rest of the crowd and teachers, were in shock after witnessing the events that unfolded in a matter of seconds. Someone who was back around mid-40s in terms of placement had just used the landmines to propel themselves forward and send the two frontrunners reeling back. Coming in first is Izuku of Class 1A, closely followed by Bakugo in second and Todoroki in third. Midnight announced, snapping her whip as she talked. Bakugo, the blonde-haired boy, was walking up to Izuku as the two began talking as though the latter definitely didn't just casually overtake and sabotage the other. At least it seemed casual initially before there was a sharp glare, and the two boys separated with Izuku pulling a notebook and pen out of seemingly thin air, and Bakugo sporting a scowl. "You nerd, I'm so beating your shitty ass later on," Bakugo said, shooting a sharp glare at his brother. "Yeah, whatever, spiky hair, like you could even touch me," Izuku responded with his own glare. It was, needless to say, fairly soft, but still a glare for Izuku nonetheless. Bakugo watched his brother pull out one of his notebooks and writing about something in there. It was hard to tell. He turned his attention back towards Midnight, as did his brother, who was introducing the next event. What's it gonna land on? It's going to be a cavalry battle. The first 42 students in the race will be allowed to compete. She took a break for a moment to allow the students who placed 43 and below begrudgingly leave. Those FNG extras don't deserve to be here anyway. Especially the business beaches, Bakugo thought as everyone waited for Midnight to continue. So the rules are simple. Every student forms a team of 2 to 4, with a headband representing your team's collective points. Midnight continued, in animation assisting her explanation. Your goal is to collect as many of these points as possible. The top 4 teams will be moving on. You may use your quirk and do anything it will so long as your horse rider, the one wearing the headbands, does not touch the ground, and you do not intentionally try and injure other students or break their horse up. Midnight took a break as students began to discuss. Snapping her whip again to gain everyone's attention, she continued, starting from the bottom, everyone has 5, 10, 15, etc. points. The exception is the first place, with 1 million points. Bakugo, along with all the extras, looked at his brother. You're F-ed nerd. You have 20 minutes to create and plan teams. Good luck, Midnight finished off. Bakugo looked around and quickly formed a team with soy face, sheety hair and raccoon eyes. So, what's the plan, explosive guy? Sheety hair asked. We going for the 1 mil, or what? No chance, sheety hair, Bakugo replied. Wait, what? Why, Baku bro? 'Cause Izuku's gonna be over-prepared. That nerd has 20 FNG minutes to plan for every and anything. They, as far as we're concerned, don't FING count, Bakugo explained. We will win by overwhelming every other team. Izuku had never wanted to melt more. Maybe there was a way to do that, if he heats himself up enough using his quirk. Unlikely though. He went over to Uraraka and Ida to see if they'd be on his team. I thank you for the request, but I will decline, Ida replied, shocking both Izuku and Uraraka. I am here to do my best, and being on your team will not allow me to showcase that. I'll still be on your team, Uraraka called out once Ida started walking away to Todoroki. Thanks, Uraraka. Hi. Can I be on your team? My babies will be of great use. A girl with pink hair and a ridiculous amount of gadgets came up to them. Babies? Uraraka asked, mildly concerned. Gadgets for those who are not top-notch inventors? Right? And your name is? Izuku asked, trying to get this unique interaction back on track. I am Mei Hatsum of 1H. Now, may I be on your team? Yes, definitely. Show me your gadgets in a moment, but first we need one more member. Someone defensive? Izuku responded. Glancing around, he saw a familiar bird-headed boy brooding off to the side. Tokoyami, will you join us? Very well, I shall assist in your conquest. Tokoyami replied, heading towards the trio. Right, Izuku replied. Anyway, here's the plan, you guys. Bakugo looked around, his team all set up. Looking around, he saw Izuku on a team with round face, bird head and some pink-haired beach he didn't recognize who had a lot of gadgets. It looked like they were completely set up and probably untouchable. Izuku sent his brother a glance that told Bakugo everything he needed to know. "I know you aren't coming, but even if you were you wouldn't stand a chance," was everything sent with that short glance. Bakugo shot back a smirk and focused on Midnight as she held her whip up high. "Ready? Go," and with a yell from Midnight, chaos proceeded to unravel in U.A's sports festival stadium. Mirio watched in awe as Izuku's team immediately got bombarded by various teams with all sorts of quirks, yet managed to avoid every attack, and after the first minute the attacks seemed to slow down. Izuku was holding a long metal rod that had the appearance of a lightning rod, presumably courtesy of the pink-haired girl who seemed to be from the support course. The end that wasn't in his hand was placed firmly on the ground. Mirio watched in awe as Izuku's arm and the lightning rod lit up with green lightning, and the ground nearby did something similar. The ground had a few streaks of large green lightning going through, splitting it. Literally. The ground affected by the lightning suddenly burst, the concrete shattering into dozens of pieces, creating an unstable and seemingly unpassable barrier as a result of the rocky and unpredictable ground. The lightning from the rod and Izuku's arm died down as well, presumably the boy deactivating his quirk. So the lightning boy did make it in. Mirio thought as he glanced over at Nijire to see if she recognized him as well. Her eyes had a different light to the usual one, and questions had stopped pouring out of her mouth. "And she has recognized him too. Tamaki might as well, but I doubt it," Mirio thought further, as the trio watched Izuku's team set up their position. It was almost infallible. Most teams had given up with attacking them as they were afraid of the incredibly uneven terrain that resulted. Most teams. There was still one, the Todoroki team he believed, whose assault was unrelenting. He and his team were trying various methods to pass the barrier of rocky ground, from a girl trying to make wooden planks to him trying to use ice to allow them to pass it. Each of these were destroyed almost immediately by a brief flash of green lightning originating from the boy holding the lightning rod. Bakugo and his crew took a breather. They had gathered several other teams' headbands during the chaos of the first minute and spent the last 5 minutes fending off the odd retaliator, but overall were doing fairly well. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Izuku's team effortlessly fending off Todoroki's advancements with occasional flashes of green lightning as Izuku destroyed whatever attempted bridge was built. He smirked as he watched the boy with candy cane hair becoming more and more agitated with each unsuccessful attempt. Bakugo's attention was suddenly snapped back to reality when a smug-looking blonde student from 1B stole his primary headband. Reeling in anger, he didn't hear the calls of his teammates as he used his explosions him to propel him skywards, and towards the other blonde boy, who had used a quirk to create an air disc in Bakugo's way. All this did was give Bakugo a platform to land on as he reached for the blonde-haired boy's collection of headbands around his neck, and yanked them away, ignoring the yelps of protest from the other boy and his team. He was yanked back by Soy Face, the tape that was connected him to his back jolting Bakugo in the process. Once he was back with his team, they started scolding him. "Bro, don't just go off like that," Shitty Hair told him. "Yeah, whatever, I'll do whatever the F I want." Bakugo replied, whacking the hard-headed boy on the head. "Man, can you just chill out?" Soy Face interjected, earning a sharp glare from Bakugo. "Never mind, point taken." "Guys, don't worry about that," Raccoon Eyes interrupted. "We're currently second. First if we ignore Izuku's team." Bakugo looked up to the board displaying the leaderboard to see his team name underneath Izuku's. He smirked. "All right, extras, new plan," Bakugo informed his team. "We're going off the offensive and are gonna defend until the last minute. Then we return and unleash havoc on all the others." Izuku was suppressing the urge to yawn. The constant, small but mentally intensive use of his quirk was having an ever so slight impact on him. He sighed as he watched Todoroki try once more to use an ice bridge to cross the debris, only for it to be shattered almost immediately. The ice and fire user had been falling down steadily in the point rankings as a result of his undivided attention on Izuku, and it was surprising to see such a normally level-headed person become so irrational and angry at the task at hand. Out of the corner of his eye, throughout the first few minutes he had noticed his brother taking full advantage of the situation, and Todoroki in his ignorance failed to realize that his team had dropped down into fourth, only 5 points ahead of the team in fifth. Getting bored of the constant, mundane assault, Izuku decided to bring Todoroki's attention to this. "Todoroki," he called out, getting the attention of the fire and ice user, "you're not going to make it to the next stage at this rate. I'll make it in when I take your headband and undeniably grasp first place." Todoroki responded, much to the dismay of the rest of his team. "Well, I wouldn't count on it then," Izuku sighed, watching Todoroki's team attempt to convince him otherwise. Eventually they succeeded as they left to pick off some small fry, and Izuku's team began the next stage of their plan. Using some of Mei's inventions, Uraraka's quirk and dark shadow, they placed various traps up high in the sky, each one with green lightning sparking through it. It was a small mental effort and hardly any actual energy used, but would definitely be enough to briefly stun any attackers. And briefly was all they needed. Once Dark Shadow had gotten the traps to the desired location, he retreated back to Tokoyami. Izuku's team had remained safe, with no other teams trying to pass the unsteady concrete that sealed them off. There were only a few minutes left, and they had a feeling Todoroki would come back sooner or later. They had set those traps up as a trump card of sorts. They would be dropped in the final minute and could be used to effectively make an electrical minefield between them and any team that wanted to try and advance against them. After successfully warding off various attacks for the past few minutes, Present Mick's voice brought the attention of all teams. "All right, little listeners, it's the last minute," he screeched, and Izuku's team was swiftly put into action. Similarly, Todoroki's team started coming to Izuku's team with the intent of snatching the 1,000,000-point headband from them. Izuku watched the boy with red and white hair come straight towards his team, trying a different strategy to get over. Izuku watched as Todoroki prepared his team. It seemed like they had something planned. Tapping Uraraka on the head was the signal for her to release the anti-gravity on the floating traps, and as they landed they each released their small payload of green lightning. Todoroki and his team were taken aback by the seemingly offensive play, and briefly stalled, their plans halted. Izuku smirked, as he made a connection with the ground through the lightning rod again and sent green lightning through it. He intentionally made the display more flashy than usual, as he wasn't actually planning anything with this in particular, but he hoped it would be enough to ward the other team off. This didn't stop him from sending it through the ground as well, however, in the direction of the offending team. This had the desired effect, causing the other team to briefly move backwards. Just long enough for him to redirect the already sent lightning, back up the lightning rod and back into him, so he could store it for later. Todoroki's team realized this, and with a look of irritation on their faces they prepared themselves. Izuku had an idea what would happen, and told Tokoyami it was time. The bird-headed boy nodded in response, sending Dark Shadow out as a barrier between them and the other team. Izuku placed the lightning rod onto the weird connection Dark Shadow and Tokoyami had, not that that was his present concern, and carefully sent lightning into Dark Shadow. Except this wasn't his bright green lightning. This was different, a carefully modified one that was a dark, almost black, green. This was to utilize the best of both him powering up Dark Shadow and the creature's fondness for darkness. Izuku watched as Todoroki's team had already set in motion, too late to react to the ever-expanding creature. He hid a smirk as he watched Ida's face twist in terror as he propelled his team head first into the growing creature. Todoroki looked like he flinched as he tried to bring an ice ramp up to launch his team upwards, however it was quickly destroyed by a combination of Dark Shadow's swipes and green lightning. There were less than 30 seconds left now, and Present Mike was hyping up the crowd as everyone watched the showdown between the team that was decisively first and the team that contained Endeavor's son. There was only time for one more real attempt from Todoroki's team, and both teams knew this. Izuku's team had fought by only doing the bare minimum to hold their position, whereas Todoroki's had gone all out and as such had wasted most of their energy already. In other words, unless Todoroki's team pulled a trump card out of thin air, they had no chance. Izuku knew they had one trump card. He doubted Todoroki would use it, but he was well aware it existed. It would easily deal with Dark Shadow and neither he nor Uraraka could counter it, and although chances are Hatsum had some counter to it, if Todoroki was fast enough, it would be worthless. Izuku and his team watched in tense anticipation as the timer ticked down, all waiting to see if Todoroki would use his fire. There were less than 10 agonizingly slow seconds on the clock, and present Mike was decidedly not helping as he was loudly announcing every second. With only 5 seconds on the clock, Izuku's team watched in awe as Todoroki's left side began to flare up with a dramatic spark spreading from his head to his hand. Unfortunately, it was short-lived. As soon as it appeared, it became nothing more than a faint trail of smoke. Izuku was disappointed by whatever grudge Todoroki held that caused the fire to die, and he saw a conflicted look in Todoroki's eyes as present Mike announced the time was up. "All right, little listeners," he called out, gathering all the students' attention. "In first place, we have Team Izuku. In second place, Team Todoroki. In third, Team Bakugo." Izuku noticed his brother was slightly disgruntled by this, but seemed relatively happy enough to be in the final tournament at all, and in fourth, Team Shinso. All other students can return to their designated seating area, or if needs be to Recovery Girl. There will be a half-hour break before the first match of the tournament, Izuku against Shinso. The rest of the matchups will be shown on the screen. In the meantime, relax, little listeners. Izuku and his team exchanged congratulations and well wishes before he was pulled aside by Todoroki. "So tell me, Izuku," Todoroki started once they were in one of the tunnels. All other students passed. "What do you know of quirk marriages?" Bakugo looked around in mild irritation. That half-and-half bastard had gone off to talk to his brother somewhere, so he was stuck talking to Sheedy Hair and some other extras. He sighed as his gaze wandered down to the field, which was currently being repaired by Cementos, after some serious destruction to the arena, mostly courtesy of Izuku's team strategy. Bakugo listened as the boys were talking about something and did his best to restrain himself from ending Kaminari and Mineta after it became apparent that they had tricked the girls into being cheerleaders as part of the intermission. That didn't stop him from leaving smoky marks on either of their shoulders, though. He glanced up at the tournament brackets. His first fight would be up against Round Face, and then up against Sheedy Hair or Tail Dork, depending on who won. He sighed as he waited in boredom for the first match to start. He couldn't wait to see his brother kick the general education kid's ass. Izuku, on the other hand, was currently standing in the tunnel with Todoroki, who was leaning against the wall, in a slight shock. Their marriages with the purpose of creating a child with a hybrid QQ quirk. Izuku answered, gears in his head spinning. "Well, my old man was, and still is, obsessed with becoming the #1 hero. Through any means, and that includes if it is something of his own creation, rather than his own doing." Todoroki elaborated, a slight glare directed at the wall next to Izuku. "So you're dash?" "Yes. I am my father's perfect creation, purely for the purpose of surpassing all might. I apologize for earlier. It is clear that the one I should beat is not Bakugo, but in fact you. I will beat you with my ice alone, and prove that my old man is useless." Todoroki finished before walking away, a hardened stare once more not directed at Izuku but at the wall near him. Izuku was in a slight daze, his mind wandering as he was preoccupied in his own thoughts, mindlessly walking to his designated waiting room. He absent-mindedly pulled out a notebook, this one numbered 16. He wrote through them faster with his quirk, and with so many new people about there was an abundance of quirks to write and theorize about, and started making a few notes in a new section when someone came through the door. "Ojiro? Why are you here?" Izuku said, the sudden entrance startling the boy who was previously entranced in the notebook. "I have some information about your opponent," he replied, slightly irked. "Shinso? Weren't you on his team for the cavalry battle?" "Yes, but he wasn't on my team." "What dash?" "Shinso has a brainwashing quirk. I'm not sure how it's activated, but I believe it's deactivated by either him or some degree of a jolt to the brain, like a head knock or something similar." "Okay, so when you're in that state he has to order you to directly do things, correct?" "Yes, it has to be fairly specific, although there are minor actions that are natural that he doesn't have to order you to do, such as breath." Ojiro finished, backing out of the room. "Hold on, how did you find this out?" Izuku said, stopping the other boy from leaving the room. Ojiro had a look of irritation and frustration on his face as he replied, "Shinso used it on us to make us team up with him, and throughout the cavalry battle. I don't even remember anything from. In any case, I've asked someone from the team in 5th place to take my position, Tetsu or something like that. Good luck, Izuku, you'll need it. Ojiro finished, closing the door to the waiting room as he left. Izuku returned to his notebook and with his pen in hand, he started making a profile for his opponent based on the information he was given so far. It was inconclusive, but with some notes on other similar quirks either memorized or in the book, he had memorized most basic information and a handful of other details for each quirk he could recall on the fly, but if he needed full information he'd rely on his notebooks. He was able to make a few theories about activation. If it was eye contact like Aizawa-sensei's, it'd be impossible to maintain on multiple people, let alone people he was on top of. If it was contact-based, there was no reason for it to be activated before Ojiro and Shinso made contact. He concluded that it must be activated by a vocal response of some sort. Making note of the deactivation condition as well, he prepared a vague strategy, just in case he was to fall victim to the brainwashing. He finished the last note with a flick of the pen, finalizing the character he was writing and closing the book as he heard Present Mic's announcement of the field being ready, and the first match was about to start. "All right, everybody," Present Mic screeched, much to the displeasure of a lot of people, but most of all Aizawa-sensei, who hissed slightly, "We have the first match of the tournament coming up now. Please welcome from Class 1A, Izuku. And from Class 1C, Shinso." Izuku, whilst walking out, let out a sigh of relief as he was thankful Present Mic didn't go all out with his introductions. Walking up the now fixed arena, he fixed eyes with his opponent. A very tired-looking boy with purple hair, or Shinso. "Are both competitors ready?" Midnight yelled. Both boys nodded in response, staring each other down. "Fight!" With Midnight's yell initiating them, Shinso started spouting words in an attempt to get Izuku to respond. Vocal activation, got it. Izuku had started using some power in his legs and prepared himself to launch at the other boy, the lightning beginning to arc off of him. "Oh, what an impressive quirk, you'll make a great hero easily." Shinso started, taunting me to reply, "All flash, you'll make such a popular hero. You'd never have to save a soul, let alone try and work dash." "That's no dash," Izuku snapped, only to remember the whole brainwashing thing. "Damn it." "Gotcha," Shinso replied with a smirk, "now turn around and walk out of bounds." Izuku knew that he would be given control back the moment he was brainwashed, as there was no way Shinso would know that he was holding a small amount of charge in his head. Hopefully it was charged enough to give him the sufficient jolt he needed to break the brainwashing. And just that it did. The spectators watched in awe as Izuku's head briefly had lightning arc off of it and his eyes returned to the usual deep green as he turned around, smirking at Shinso. If he wanted to say something, now would be the time to do it as he wouldn't be replying. Izuku took one look at Shinso, before breaking into a run towards the other boy as he prepared to take him out. "Shinso," Izuku started before they could ask any questions, "being a hero isn't about the fame or popularity." Izuku took a brief breath as he began charging the lightning through his body, his hair standing on end, with his eyes and hair both turning a vibrant green as lightning arced off his entire body. "It's about helping those in need. You could be a great hero, and no one needs to know your name, you just need to help those that need it." Izuku, with Shinso briefly distracted, braced himself and launched at the other boy, reaching in mere moments and pushing the boy out of bounds. Shinso stumbled over the boundary and collapsed onto the ground. He was still in a state of shock as Midnight declared Izuku the winner. He looked at Izuku, who was offering him a hand. "You can be a great hero, Shinso. Your quirk would be perfect for hostage situations, or diffusing a villain without violence." Shinso took Izuku's hand, with the green-haired boy beaming at him. Shinso tried to play it off and be aloof, but inside he was ecstatic. "Yeah?" he asked nonchalantly as he walked with the other boy. "So what if you believe in me? That's not enough to have an op dash," Shinso tried arguing, only to be cut off by a hand over his mouth. The boy who did it was still beaming at him, and pointed towards the stands where many of the pro heroes were, including teachers. All of them discussing how good Shinso would be. Izuku knew Shinso was on the tears of joy. He could see the joyful light in the purple-haired boy's eyes and the slight shimmer of water. "Oh, and Shinso?" Izuku added as he started walking away, "I look forward to seeing you in 1A," and with those closing words, Izuku walked through the tunnel and back up to his class's area, leaving a frozen Shinso behind. Bakugo smirked as he watched his brother encouraged the support course boy. It didn't surprise him that his brother did that. He was that kind of person. Once Izuku had returned, Bakugo congratulated him with a slap on the back and a threat, "You're one step closer to being beaten by me," to which Izuku chuckled nervously and shrugged his brother off before going to sit with 4 eyes and round face, a notebook and pen forming out of seemingly thin air. Bakugo swore he had a second quirk that produces the aforementioned item. Bakugo returned to his seat next to Shitty Hair, as Soy Face went down for his match against the half-and-half bastard. It was no surprise to him, nor the rest of the class, when Icy Hot won. However, what they didn't expect was the excessive nature of the wall of ice that completely immobilized Soy Face. It took 5 minutes for Todoroki to free the other boy, and a further 15 before the field was prepared for the next match. Now Bakugo wouldn't admit it out loud, but the extreme aggression displayed by Icy Hot did impress him somewhat, and he couldn't wait to explode his ass. But that would have to wait. Right now, he had to shut his brother's mumbles up before Bakugo managed to drill a hole into that damned notebook with his glare. Izuku was eager to write notes on the preceding matches. Unfortunately, there were not many notes to make on Todoroki's and Siro's fight. Unless, maybe Siro could have honed his tape into a sharper form. Does he have the ability to control tape like that? Maybe he could create different brands or styles of tape, or individually control attributes like how much it sticks or may. Izuku's train of thought was suddenly broken off when a small explosion appeared in front of him, startling him and causing the notebook and pen to go flying. Thankfully, he did manage to catch it, and with a look of exasperation directed at Kaken, who was just smirking in victory, he shut his mouth and focused on the upcoming bout between Shiozaki and Kaminari. Returning to his seat and focusing on the match in front, Present Mike introduced Shiozaki as a, quote, assassin, which she did not appreciate, and had a brief argument with him before returning to face the opposing combatant. With a sigh, Present Mike gestured to Midnight to start the match, which involved Kaminari short-circuiting after using 1.3 million volts, only to be blocked by a dense wall of Shiozaki's vine hair, which she then used to push the now defenseless boy out of the ring. Izuku was writing in his notebook, without muttering this time, as he waited for the next match to begin. He was writing some theories regarding Shiozaki's quirk when he got interrupted by a blonde-haired boy from Class 1B. "Oh, look at that. Someone from 1B beat someone from 1A. Maybe dash." The boy in question was suddenly cut off when he slumped and fell to the ground. "Sorry about Monoma?" An orange-haired girl called. "Hi. I'm Itsuka Kendo of Class 1B. Izuku nervously waved back, as did some of his classmates, after watching the peculiar scene go down. After the class watched that go down, they waited for the next match to begin with groups carrying out their own peaceful conversations. Izuku and Uraraka engaged in conversation whilst they waited for Ida's match to begin. He was up against Mei Hatsum, the girl they had worked with throughout the cavalry battle that was seemingly equipped for anything, so at this point it could go either way. Izuku kept the notebook and pen handy. Whilst there wasn't really an awful lot he could write about, there was probably going to be something. Right? Boy, were they wrong. Izuku and Uraraka both felt like they were going to die of second-hand embarrassment as they watched their friend being used as though he were a billboard advertisement. To make it worse for him, he did not win because he managed to beat his opponent, but because Hatsum simply walked out of the ring. To say it was painful was an understatement, and even Present Mike could pick up on this and quickly move the audience onto the next match, Aoyama vs. Ishido. This was, much to Aoyama's disappointment, embarrassing, if not equally. Whilst initially he was holding her back with spurts of attacks with his naval laser, he was eventually outclassed by her athleticism, and he fired for too long, resulting a stomachache, him doubling over and being subsequently knocked out by Ishido with an uppercut. He ended up going out on a stretcher with hardly a fraction of dignity left. By this point, Ida had returned with an incredibly downcast expression, and sat next to Uraraka and joined in watching Aoyama's defeat. It did help him feel less bad, and he joined in on the conversation with his friends as Present Mike announced the next match, between Tokoyami and Yaoyorozu. Izuku watched as Tokoyami managed to cleanly move Yaoyorozu out of the ring as she took too long to react, indecision overwhelming her whilst Dark Shadow repeatedly attacked the raven-haired girl. It was clear she was frustrated by the swift loss, seemingly effortless on Dark Shadow's part, as the two returned to the classes area. By the time they had returned, Kirishima had already left for his match against Tetsu, and Uraraka had gone down to the waiting room to prepare for their match against Bakugo, who had gone down to their respective waiting room as well. Watching the present match, it was like watching someone fight their reflection. Both Kirishima and Tetsu had some form of hardening quirk, with the latter having a steel skin. Eventually both were knocked out by the other with powerful right hooks. As amusing it was to watch happen, both were carried out on stretchers and there would need to be a tiebreaker of some sort later on. In the meantime, the next match, Bakugo against Uraraka, would be held. The two contestants walked onto the field, and with a crack of Midnight's whip, they began. Izuku knew how both would fight as a result of knowing them both well, and they both had raw determinations as they stared each other down. Bakugo, he knew, would focus on counterattacks as a way to preserve energy until he saw fit, but Uraraka would be on the offensive to try and catch Bakugo off guard to float him out of the arena. Uraraka, unrelenting, continued charging at Bakugo, who deflected her time and time again with an explosion, ripping the arena up more and more as he went. Uraraka was floating pieces of the arena up into the sky as a final attack, but Bakugo seemed oblivious to this. As did some pros who were getting annoyed that Bakugo seemed to be toying with the girl. "Boo! Finish it already," some random pro called from the stands. Bakugo heard this and stiffened slightly, but before he could yell a choice selection of profanities, Aizawa-sensei responded with the microphone. "He's doing the right thing, not underestimating his opponent." "As a pro, you should know this," Aizawa-sensei reprimanded. "Besides, he's right not to." "As a pro, I'm disappointed you haven't noticed yet." Once Aizawa-sensei finished talking, he looked up to Uraraka's developing meteor shower, which effectively shut the pros up. Uraraka, taking advantage of Bakugo's momentary distraction, released the meteor shower in an attempt to distract him further. The whistling of the falling rocks successfully caught Bakugo's attention, and bracing himself to use two hands, he released a massive explosion that managed to break all the rocks, but dust and smoke obscuring his view for a while. Izuku watched as Bakugo reacted to Uraraka's attempt to catch him off guard, and he blew her away in the nick of time. Or at least, that's what everyone thought had happened until the smoke cleared, to show that it was only a decoy of her jacket, with Uraraka's quirk used on it to make it float. Within seconds of it being blown away, Uraraka got centimeters away from touching Bakugo, but the boy managed to react in the nick of time, setting off an explosion on his back to blow her away. Bakugo and the crowd waited in tense silence as Uraraka got back up to her feet, only to collapse moments later when she passed out from exhaustion. Midnight declared Bakugo the winner, and called out Tetsu and Kirishima to have their tiebreaker now. Whilst they were clearing the arena for the tiebreaker, Izuku went down to his waiting room. On the way there, he noticed a disgruntled Endeavor and a mildly pissed-off Todoroki, but that was a bit of an understatement. He quietly walked past the father-son duo, hoping not to attract any attention. That didn't work, as he felt two hardened glares in his direction. Gulping, he hurried past and straight into his waiting room with a sigh. Luckily there was a TV in the room, where he could watch the outcome of the current tiebreaker, whilst planning in slightly more peace. Pulling out his notebook, he began making notes as he watched Kirishima defeat Tetsu in an arm wrestle, before extending his hand to help the steel boy who had fallen down. After that, Present Mike announced it was time for his match against Todoroki. Stealing his nerve, he pocketed his notebook and pen, before making his way onto the stage. Miria watched in interest as the boys who could not be more copy-pasted if they tried, but he, as did the rest of the crowd, were all waiting in tense anticipation for the next match. The powerful son of Endeavor, Todoroki, and the hyped-up Izuku whose quirk was still not fully understood, nor the full potential of it. Midnight, for the 9th time that day, asked if the two competitors were ready. Both boys nodded, and the moment Midnight said go, Todoroki began building a massive ice wall. However, when it reached Izuku, who had hair standing on end and vibrant green eyes, Izuku simply held his hand out and seemingly caught the building ice wall. With a flash of bright green, The ice structure was filled with green lightning and shattered, much to the amazement of the crowd and the irritation of Todoroki, who did it again. Once more it was shattered by the display of green lightning. Mirio glanced sideways to see Nijire's reaction, who, much to his amusement, was completely captivated by the green-haired boy. Whilst throughout the other matches she was constantly asking questions, in the ones involving the boy, she remained silent with wide eyes. Izuku, on the other hand, was growing in irritation with numbness beginning to overcome his hand, and the need to hold the freezing cold structure, albeit brief, was decidedly not helping. But more irritatingly was how uncaring Todoroki seemed about this, attacking without thinking, glaring at someone who was not there, focusing on an opponent who wasn't Izuku. Having had watched the attack a couple times himself, he knew the giant structure did not build up instantly, and there were a few seconds as it began building up. Coming up with a plan, Izuku decided next time that would happen he would strike. Having had just destroyed another ice structure, he let the charge flow through his body rather than focusing it through his right hand. He probably wouldn't be able to strike strong with that one, so he had to use his weaker hand, hopefully being strong enough with the lightning backing him up. Todoroki began creating another ice structure, but before it could get higher than 5 meters, Izuku began running straight into it, moving faster with his lightning and used a powered-up left punch to destroy the forming ice. As soon as the ice was destroyed, he continued running, and once he got to Todoroki, he powered up his right fist and clocked the ice and fire user in the jaw with a powerful right hook. "Where are you looking?" Izuku screamed as his fist made contact. Todoroki was flung to the side, his sharp gaze directing towards Izuku. Using his ice as a slide, he barely stopped himself from flying out of the arena and directed the flow back towards the other boy in an attempt to freeze him. Todoroki did manage to catch Izuku's right hand with his own, freezing it before the boy broke contact. Upon breaking contact, Izuku sent a small charge of lightning through his arm and shattered the ice, but his arm was so numb it was almost useless at this point. Keyword being almost. "You can't beat me with just half your power, Todoroki." Izuku screamed, staring Todoroki down. "You can't become the best only trying half as hard as everyone else." Todoroki's only response was to send another ice wave at Izuku, who broke it with a flash of green from his left hand this time. "Come on. Are you trying to lose?" Izuku yelled, this time with eye contact from the other boy. "Use your fire." "No." Todoroki yelled, ice slowly forming on his right side as he launched another attack. "I will not use that bastard's power." "Who said anything about his power?" Izuku yelled, bracing himself to launch at the boy once he destroyed the ice structure. "It's your quirk, so use it." Izuku finished his sentence before charging at the boy again, striking the boy's torso with an accelerated right cross. "And there goes use of my right arm." "God damn it," Izuku thought as after making contact, his arm fell limply to the side. Todoroki was flying back from the hit, seemingly in a daze as Izuku returned to a reversed version of his usual stance with his right arm dangling by his side in numbness. Izuku began pooling power in his left arm instead, when Todoroki snapped out of his daze and landed onto the ground, a growing smile on his face. "Izuku," Todoroki started, "thank you." And with those words, a spark lit from his red hair down to his torso, his left side in a brilliant orange flame. "Wait, I can't counter that. I mean, in theory I could if I were able to disrupt the atoms of the flames, but I don't think I have the ability to release enough charge into the dash." "Shut up, you sheet ty nerd, and focus." Bakugo shouted from the stands, his words cutting through the tense awe the crowd watched in as his brother's muttering in the middle of a fight clearly annoying him. Izuku jumped with a start and focused on the boy whose ice was melting off and was, despite the situation, smiling broadly. Izuku smiled back, as he had achieved his goal. But now he would lose. Worth it, Izuku thought, charging up a large strike with his left arm. Might as well go out with a bang, pun intended, 'cause like, thunder. Wait, did I just pun to myself? Wow, that's sad. Wait, Todoroki's doing something, I should as well. With a decent charge stored and prepared in my left arm, I held it up, prepared to fire as Todoroki mirrored the action with his left hand, charging fire instead. We locked eyes, and in silent agreement, we both fired our attacks. Lightning came out first, streaking all over the place, and Cementos had to react quickly with a dome to protect the audience. It was bright, green, and powerful, as even the small arcs that made contact with the ground or dome resulted in small cracks. The main lightning arc moved in a jagged line in the direction of Todoroki, who had started firing their flames like a flamethrower. Cementos tried putting up several barriers to block the attacks, and Midnight had started releasing her gas, but to no avail, as Izuku's attack shattered the barriers. Todoroki's powerful and unruly flames simply bored straight through. The attacks met somewhere in the middle, resulting in a powerful blast that kicked up dust and left the arena in ruins. In the brief moments of collision, a large explosion of fire filled with specks of green lightning. Mirio watched in awe as the attacks hit. Despite Cementos's barrier, they still hit with extreme force and resulted in a spectacular display of green and flames. Looking over to his friends, they had an equal expression of awe as the display died down. However, Nijire seemed incredibly restless, clearly worried about her green-haired savior that only recently she was able to prove was real. That blow alone probably would have put any of them sufficiently out of commission. All the attacks dealt beforehand almost definitely would have made it worse, let alone the fact that Mirio and his friends were the big three, not a couple of fresh-faced juniors. What impressed Mirio most was the fact that Izuku was trying to help his opponent throughout the match, trying to save Todoroki from his self-imposed restrictions, trying to save a friend at the cost of the match. As the smoke was clearing, Midnight was able to see two figures, only one in the ring, the other flung into a wall. And the winner of the match is? Midnight began, holding Mirio and the audience in suspense. Todoroki. As she announced that the smoke finished clearing, Todoroki, standing with burns on the hand of his left half and barely held in the arena by some ice. Izuku was buried in the wall opposite him, burns up to his wrist on his left hands, both hands twitching slightly. It was clear that was his body reacting after powerful outbursts from his quirk and the burns inflicted by the final attack, clearly unconscious. The medical bots showed up to take both boys to the infirmary, Todoroki in the lead as they tried to pry the other boy out of the concrete wall. At the sight of this, Nijire suddenly shot up and before Mirio or Tamaki could say a word, had started walking down the stairs towards the infirmary. Mirio and Tamaki glanced at each other, before rising and following the blue-haired girl. Bakugo was disappointed, but also impressed. On one hand, he was disappointed he wouldn't be able to have a proper one-on-one match against his brother, on the other he was incredibly impressed by the display of power from both. Considering the extreme damage done to the arena, it would be a long time before Ida's match against Shiozaki, and even longer before his own match against Kirishima. However, he was annoyed it took so long for Todoroki to take his brother seriously, and almost lost as a result of it. Regardless, he got up and left with not a word to either Kaminari or Kirishima, who were sitting next to the explosive boy. The other two boys looked at each other, but didn't want to antagonize the irritable Bakugo as it was considered common knowledge to try and not annoy him. Well, not knowledge, but more common sense. Basic survival instinct. Anyway, Bakugo had gotten up and had started going down to the infirmary when along the way he saw Endeavor, who seemed mildly happy but somewhat annoyed. It was weird, and he put it down to Todoroki using his fire, something that he hasn't done in combat beforehand, evidently much to his father's dismay. He admired the number 2 hero for his raw power and strength, along with their brutal technique, but was not a fan of the way he interacted with other people, nor the hero's willingness to sacrifice others' lives. Whilst Bakugo knew he was definitely not one to judge the way people interacted, this was definitely something Todoroki did not deserve to be treated so badly for. Todoroki would have to manage his family troubles on his own. Right now, Bakugo's brother was worse for wear, and he needed to go check on him. He rushed through the canteen, headed to the door but quickly picked up a couple of iced teas from the vending machine. One for him, one for Izuku. His brother would need the sugar and caffeine. Once he picked up the drinks, he continued to Recovery Girl's temporary nurse office for the day. At some point along the way, Ida joined him after defeating Shiozaki in a matter of moments, having had simply pushed the vine-haired girl out of the arena. He was worried about both Izuku and Uraraka, the latter still recovering from her injuries from her bout against Bakugo. The blue-haired boy was worried but did not attempt to interact with Bakugo, as the two continued on their short journey. Eventually, they wound up outside of the temporary office and knocked, with Bakugo knocking somewhat more violently, much to Ida's dismay. When the door opened, Recovery Girl looked up at them and sighed, "Are you two injured as well?" "No, we are just here to visit our injured classmates, if we may," Ida responded, before Bakugo could start screaming. "Very well, but keep your voices down so they can rest properly," Recovery Girl responded, directing the last part at Bakugo. She had not forgotten him from the first day, or the USJ incident. Bakugo knew this and made a tisk noise as he ignored the hero and went round to where the students were. Uraraka was almost completely recovered and just regaining her energy. Todoroki was sitting up with his left arm bandaged whilst it healed and a conflicted look in his eyes, and Izuku was still unconscious, thankfully without burns still but twitching slightly as some lightning continued to arc off of him, the excess energy not being controlled in his unconscious state. As a result, he was put further away from the others, in a special area for students that have issues such as this, but primarily the area was fireproof but also sealed off from electrical appliances and everything nearby was slightly more durable. Bakugo sighed and pulled a chair up near his brother's bed and tuned the television into the sports festival, ignoring Uraraka and Todoroki. He placed the other iced tea onto a bedside table that was next to his brother, and watched Present Mike introduce Mina and Tokoyami. It would probably a drawn-out fight, albeit one-sided. He sighed and, ignoring the slight tingles he got whenever an arc touched him, reached into his brother's pocket and grabbed the notebook and one of the pens. He turned to one of the new pages and started writing some basic notes on the fight, although any notes compared to Izuku's notes on quirks and battles could be considered basic. He sat by his brother's twitching body as the lightning slowly died down with the energy being drained, until eventually he had to go to the waiting room for his own fight against Kirishima. Knowing his brother probably wouldn't wake up in time for it, he made a note in the notebook to watch that fight at home and set up the next page for Ida's fight against Todoroki, leaving the notebook open on that page and left, without saying a word. The door slammed behind him, and the only sound heard from the three classmates who were awake, after previously engaging in light discussion regarding their tactics and mistakes with the aloof Todoroki even making a comment here and there, was a "huh" from Uraraka. In the time they had known the explosive blonde, they would not have expected anything approximating the behavior just witnessed from him. They quickly snapped out of the brief daze and returned to discussion, a glance thrown towards the unconscious Izuku intermittently. As Bakugo closed the door, he managed to run into a certain energetic blue-haired girl, flanked by the emo and the cartoon boy, the girl ignoring the others scolding her for getting lost and managing to run into someone. She quickly gave an apology before returning to drag her friends along to the infirmary. Bakugo ignored what they were doing and just grunted, lost in his own thoughts as he planned his battle tactic. By the time Bakugo had made it to his designated waiting room, there were only a few moments before Present Mike called him out to do battle with Sheedy Hair. He would have to go on the continuous offensive for this bout, in order to wear down Sheedy Hair's defense. It probably won't be difficult, but time-consuming. A battle of endurance. As soon as Midnight yelled go, Bakugo began charging at Kirishima, propelled by explosions from his feet. He brought one hand forward, ready to unleash an explosion as Kirishima began hardening his arms, ready to block best he could. Despite this, Bakugo continued with his charge and started with a moderately sized explosion. Not small, but not enough to immediately knock Kirishima out of bounds. It barely left a scratch on Kirishima as a result of their quirk, but it confirmed Bakugo's theory. Landing behind the red-haired boy, he put his hands together, both sparking with small explosions as he prepared his attacks. He knew if he made a single large explosion, Kirishima would probably be able to tank it. But if he made dozens of decent-sized explosions, eventually Kirishima's armor would crack. And so the barrage begun. Alternating his hands to make sure he didn't completely render one useless, the barrage of explosions ceased after probably the 23rd, and Bakugo let his hands rest whilst the smoke cleared. Once he did, it revealed a Kirishima with his arms beginning to bleed, his stance shaky. Bakugo smirked, and fired a final large explosion off with his right hand, successfully knocking Kirishima out. Advancing to the semifinals, is Bakugo. Midnight announced, once she could see that Kirishima was no longer moving. Bakugo didn't say a word, and carefully pulled the other boy out of the ground for the medical bots, before following them back to the infirmary with the hope that Izuku was awake. Izuku had woken up sometime towards the end of the fight between Bakugo and Kirishima, and subconsciously reached for his notebook. He had a slight freak out when he realized it wasn't where he kept it normally, but saw it was by the bedside table, along with a note from his brother and an iced tea. Ignoring everything else going on around him, he reached for the notebook and began writing the limited notes he could, about potentially reducing the amount of smoke from Bakugo's explosions and Kirishima's quirk layering itself. Closing the notebook and watching the rest of the fight, he was reaching for the iced tea when he heard Uraraka yelling his name. "Izuku, are you feeling better now?" She was saying. "Yeah, I'm fine, just a little tired and battered," he replied, still in his own world with his eyes fixed on the screen. "Do you by chance know a Nijire Hado? From the big three?" Uraraka asked. Izuku suddenly snapped out of his world, looking over at her. Why? Well, Uraraka glanced over to Recovery Girl, who was currently talking to an energetic blue-haired girl, flanked by the other members of the big three. She was getting increasingly restless and Recovery Girl's patience was wearing thin. She was on the verge of kicking them out when she noticed Izuku waving to her. She breathed a sigh of relief and told the big three that Izuku was awake, before returning to the monitor to see if she needed to prepare for other patients. Izuku waved nervously as the big three came over to him, much to Ida, Todoroki and Uraraka's interest. As far as they knew, Izuku had never met them before, and when they were looking after the class he was in the infirmary. "Oh, Hado-senpai," Izuku started, greeting the blue-haired girl. "Just call me Nijire." Nijire cut him off. "You've saved me twice now and every time I try to tell you, but both times I passed out before I could." "Oh, sorry about that. Anyway, I'm Izuku. I don't believe I've met the rest of you before." "Ah, my apologies Izuku." A cartoonish-looking boy piped up. "I am Mirio Togoda. You've already met Nijire, and the other boy who looks like he wants to hide in a corner is Tamaki Amajiki. We are members of the Big Three." "Oh, isn't that the group of the 3 top students at UDA? You basically have dozens of agencies waiting to sign you as soon as you graduate, along with recognition amongst most of the hero community. You're not strong per se, but you've made your quirks incredibly strong with lots of practice. It's an honor to meet you." Izuku spouted, before blushing furiously after realizing what he did and hiding in his notebook. Whilst he was reaching for the iced tea, Nijire turned to Uraraka and asked if he was always like this. "Yeah, pretty much," she replied. "He's a big hero and quirk nerd, and he can often go into mumbling sprees. He gets embarrassed easily too, which definitely doesn't help with his awkwardness. Anyway, how does Izuku know you, Nijire?" "Well, he kinda maybe saved me twice." She trailed off, before gesturing to her friends. "They thought I was saved as the result of a secret second quirk. But now I can prove he's real." Mirio sighed, and relented as he turned to the blue-haired girl. "Yes, Nijire, you were right. The boy that caught you when you fell from the sky and saved you from the sludge guy is real. Happy now?" Mirio said, causing Izuku to blush more and Nijire to beam. That'll do," Nijire replied, turning to Izuku before being cut off by Ida. "So how exactly did our classmate come across you under circumstances in which you required rescuing?" Ida asked, curious and trying to get an answer after it was previously avoided. "Well, you see," Nijire said, pulling a chair up next to the still twitchy Izuku, who could probably hide in Kirishima's hair, as he began to find the iced tea he was drinking incredibly interesting. "The first time was when I was trying to learn how to fly. I accidentally flew too high and managed to get lost and out of the school. In midair I ran out of energy and crashed headlong into Izuku, who caught me and stopped me from going splat all over the ground," she said, adding sound effects along the way. "It was what anyone would have done." Izuku interjected, trying to be mildly less embarrassed. Sure, Nijire said, bringing the attention back to her. "The next time he saved me was when I was on the way to school for some extra training, but I got caught by a sludge villain guy thing. and it was turning me into basically a corpse thing, and I wasn't able to react in time to fight back. Luckily, Izuku showed up and pulled me away from the monster before it could do that. Nijire finished, with Izuku smiling sheepishly whilst still in the bed. He was nervous, and the lingering twitchiness from earlier was not helping in the slightest. Whilst he had come to terms with that, and it would probably remain shaky and twitchy for a little while, the way the conversation between the others and Nijire was going did not help. Nijire turned to Izuku and was about to say something when Recovery Girl came in. "Uraraka and Todoroki," she said, "you two youngsters can go back up and join your class." She told them, before turning to Izuku, "You on the other hand still have a few burns and some nerve damage I can heal, specifically on your left hand, and then you can rest up a bit before joining your class. Ideally you'll be out in time for the match between Bakugo and Tokoyami, depending on how long Ida and Todoroki's match will take." At the mention of that, Ida and Todoroki shot up, excused themselves and quickly went to their respective waiting rooms. Recovery Girl walked over to Izuku's side and kissed his hand, healing it and making him incredibly drowsy in the process. "You can sleep if you like, dearie, just make sure you don't charge your quirk for the rest of the day, so if you do accidentally sleep it isn't sparking everywhere." She finished with a stern look and swing of her cane. Izuku laughed sheepishly before turning his attention to Mirio and Tamaki. "So why are you two here?" he asked them. "Well, for starters, to help keep Nijire under control," Mirio replied, resulting in Nijire huffing. "But also because we were curious about you." Nijire kept dashed. He was suddenly cut off by a hand over his face and a piercing glare, both courtesy of Nijire, and Tamaki quickly started talking, albeit quietly. Sorry about them. Are quite energetic? It's fine, don't worry too much about it," Izuku replied, before turning to Uraraka. "You don't want to go back to the rest of the class?" "Nah, I don't really feel Uraraka started responding. She was cut off by Bakugo abruptly storming in, the door swinging open. Recovery Girl scolded him, and he was about to yell at her when Mirio put his hand on Bakugo's shoulder and told him it wasn't worth arguing with the heroine. Bakugo glared at her, to which she responded by whacking him with her cane. He flinched, quickly took the hint and pulled up a chair near Uraraka. The two were sitting facing Izuku, with Nijire, Tamaki and Mirio sitting on chairs on the opposite side. The six of them made light conversation as Izuku slipped in and out of a dozing state, barely capable of staying awake. He quickly chugged the rest of the iced tea, hoping it would be enough to keep him awake. Eventually Recovery Girl kicked them all out as Izuku was good to go, so Mirio, Tamaki and Nijire said their farewells after exchanging numbers and returning to their area. Uraraka followed Izuku to their class seating space and Bakugo went down to the waiting room before his match began. After sitting down, he looked over the barrier, notebook in hand, ecstatic to watch the next battle. Whilst they were in the infirmary, Ida had lost his match against Todoroki, and Bakugo and Tokoyami were about to begin. It would be an interesting fight, and this would be a good chance to get a better understanding of what exactly Dark Shadow is, and how they work. Izuku watched in eager anticipation as Tokoyami walked onto the stage, with Bakugo facing him down. The moment midnight said go, Tokoyami started on the offensive with Dark Shadow being sent out in a movement to attack and move Bakugo out of the ring. Almost immediately, Bakugo responded with an explosion directed at the shadow creature. Izuku noticed that Dark Shadow seemed to not only be hit back, but also flinched from the source of explosion. Kaken will probably figure out the weakness to light if he gets another attack like that in, and being able to produce blinding explosions, he'll probably be able to win easily, Izuku thought, watching Bakugo fly forward with a burst of speed originating from explosions in his legs. Bakugo, propelled by the rush, directed himself towards Tokoyami. Before he could get within punching range, Dark Shadow had showed up again and pummeled Bakugo away, towards the edge of the ring. Before he could be completely pushed out, however, Bakugo had blasted Dark Shadow with an explosion that was more light than force. Kaken already figured it out. This'll be a very quick bout if that's the case, Izuku thought, watching Bakugo rush towards Tokoyami the moment he launched the explosion towards Dark Shadow. In less than a few seconds he had pinned Tokoyami by his beak. Izuku wasn't sure what it was anatomically, but whatever it was, it seemed to have successfully caused Tokoyami to surrender as Midnight announced that he had given up. Bakugo released the bird-headed boy and left towards his designated waiting room for his match against Todoroki. The arena wasn't too badly damaged, but there was still some damage that would need to be repaired. Todoroki had already left for his own waiting room before the match had ended, so Izuku couldn't talk to him in advance, but the green-haired boy hoped that Todoroki would continue to use his fire, despite not using it against Ida. This was mildly disappointing, whilst Izuku did hope Todoroki had or would move past his grudge against his father after their match, but it seemed as though Todoroki was facing some internal battles after making the choice he did. Izuku wasn't one to judge others, but he wanted to help best he could, and in this case this probably meant butting his head in. Shrugging it off, he focused on the ring as it was steadily repaired by Cementos. Soon, it was done and he nodded to the commentator booth where present Mike sat. "All real right everybody ie?" he screamed, much to Aizawa-sensei's dismay, and here we have the long-awaited final match. He continued screaming, before gesturing to one of the tunnels. "From Class 1A, we have the explosive blonde, Bakugo." Once more screaming, and then gesturing to the other tunnel, "And also from Class 1A, we have the ice and fire user, Todoroki." After he finished screaming, the two boys walked out from their respective tunnels and up to the arena, Bakugo cracking his neck and glaring at Todoroki whilst the latter glared off into the distance. "Are both fighters ready?" Midnight asked, looking at the two boys. They both nodded, preparing their quirks. "Good luck. Fight." And with a crack of a whip, both aspiring heroes launched at each other. Todoroki immediately began creating a massive ice wall, not unlike that seen in his fight against Zero. Bakugo was quickly encased in the ice structure, and there were a few seconds where there was no sign of the explosive blonde, and Midnight was about to announce his loss when the sounds of explosions began echoing throughout the explosion. "He's tunneling out like a mole," Kirishima exclaimed, as Bakugo emerged with a smoky cloud slightly obscuring the vision of him. "Fight me properly, you half-and-half bastard," he screamed, propelling himself with explosions on his feet. Flying forward, Bakugo directed himself towards Todoroki's left side, resulting in a comment from present Mike about Todoroki not fighting with his left and Bakugo having had done his research. Bakugo reached for the other boy, grabbing the left arm and hair of his opponent and flinging them towards the edge of the ring. "God damn it, fight me properly," Bakugo screamed as he roughly threw the boy. Todoroki was in a brief daze, before constructing an ice slide to stop himself from falling out of the ring. He directed himself back towards Bakugo, reaching across to the blonde boy with his right hand in an attempt to freeze them. Bakugo, in response, swiftly dodged and repeated the earlier action, screaming at Todoroki to properly try. It was clear Todoroki's reluctance to use his fire meant Bakugo felt insulted and undervalued as an opponent, which aggravated him further and caused Bakugo to throw the boy again, but this time also propelled Todoroki towards the edge of the ring with a powerful explosion. Todoroki reacted far faster this time, but needed to put far more effort into his stoppage, resulting in a massive ice wall forming behind him, catching him mere centimeters away from the edge. He looked Bakugo in the eyes, and the two boys stared each other down before Todoroki closed his eyes and took a breath. Bakugo took this as a good sign, and propelled himself into the air as he prepared a powerful explosion. He started spinning himself in midair, a smirk plastered across his face. Todoroki, on the other hand, had opened his eyes and pointed his left hand forwards, powerful flames erupting from his left side. Izuku was frantically scribbling notes as the display of fire and bright light intensified. Whilst they were not the unruly display Izuku fought against, it was still a rare use of Todoroki's fire, and he wanted to get all the notes he could. As the flames continued erupting and Bakugo continued rotating to give additional power to the impending explosion, Bakugo launched a massive explosion, larger than the one seen in his fight between him and Uraraka. However, this time it was directed at Todoroki rather than the sky. Todoroki, on the other hand, seemed to be about to release a massive blast of fire when he lowered his left arm and instead raised his right, creating a massive stream of ice directed towards Bakugo. When the explosion met the streams of ice, it shattered completely and the shockwaves sent ice flying in all directions, towards the audience indiscriminately. The smoke from the explosion clouded the arena, and no one had any idea who was still standing. Izuku, clinging on the edge of his seat, leaned over as he listened to Midnight's announcement, who had a position where it was easier to see what had happened, of the winner. Winner by knockout is Bakugo, she announced as the smoke cleared for the rest of the audience. Bakugo was standing in the middle of the ring, confused and becoming irritated as he noticed Todoroki collapsed in a pile of ice outside of the ring. "You half-and-half bastard!" Bakugo screamed at the unconscious boy. "You held back your fire on me." Bakugo continued screaming various profanities and insults as he approached the other boy, grabbing them by the collar before collapsing in a pile, under the effect of Midnight's quirk. Medical bots swiftly whisked the two away, towards Recovery Girl's office. As the crowd began to chatter about what they had just witnessed, the winner of the sports festival just started screaming at the runner-up because they had held back on them. Most were confused by the intentions of the explosive blonde-haired boy, complaining about his win. What else could he want? Well, for his opponent to actually try. There were few in Class 1A that understood this, and Izuku was one of them. He was not looking forward to the walk home, which would probably primarily involve Bakugo griping with more than a few choice swears included. Izuku sighed and started on his way towards the infirmary. There would be a few speeches before medals were awarded to the top 4 students, Tokoyami and Ida in 3rd, Todoroki in 2nd and Bakugo in 1st. Once he had made it there, Izuku could hear yelling from within. It sounded like Bakugo, unsurprisingly, but he could also hear Recovery Girl's stern replies. Trying not to draw too much attention to himself, Izuku opened the door and looked around. In one bed was Todoroki sitting up, looking at his left arm in a state of internal conflict, doing his best to ignore the arguing student and nurse. Across from Todoroki in his own bed sat Bakugo, hands crackling and left eye twitching as he glared at Recovery Girl and Todoroki. Recovery Girl stood next to Todoroki's bed, tending to the boy who had gotten the short end of the stick in terms of injuries. "Just got into the infirmary, and are already picking a fight. Young man, I do hope you will reconsider your actions in the future." Recovery Girl scolded Bakugo. "Yeah? Well, I don't give a fuck of you. What was that for you, bi? Oh, you foo. Alright, I'll stop picking fights and swearing." "Geez," Bakugo yelled, with his few choice swear words being met with a whack from Recovery Girl's cane. Recovery Girl nodded in satisfaction as she turned back towards Todoroki. "You have a few burns from the explosions, and a couple bruises from hitting your ice wall so hard, but other than that you should be fine." Bakugo sked and turned towards Izuku, acknowledging his brother's presence. "Hey Izuku." "Oh, hey Kaken. How are you feeling?" Izuku questioned. "Really freaking ripped off, that's how." Bakugo replied, barely catching his swear, and with the look of disapproval he received from Recovery Girl, she was only going to let this half-swear slide once. Bakugo gulped and continued talking to his brother. "Damn, half and half held back on me, and he even looked like he was going to go all out but decided not to, the damned extra." Izuku laughed nervously and looked over to Todoroki, who was looking at the two of them with a blank face. "I think Todoroki had some personal reasons." Izuku trailed off, with a barely noticeable nod of approval from the stoic boy, who had turned back towards Recovery Girl. Bakugo grunted and sighed. Izuku took this as a signal to leave, and turned towards the door as he returned back to his classmates. Izuku, his class and the audience all waited in anticipation for the closing of the sports festival when Midnight's voice cut over the crowd. "All right everybody. What a wonderfully youthful showing from our first years. Here to present the medals is U.A's newest faculty member, the one and on dash. I am here to present the medals," All Might announced, cutting off Midnight. He looked at her apologetically before continuing. "Congratulations to all students today, but of our students, highest congratulations go to these 3 right here." "Wait, 3? All Might looked towards Midnight, who explained why there were 3 instead of 4. "Ida had to leave early due to family reasoning," Midnight explained, looking almost as confused as All Might. All Might shrugged and continued, "Young Tokoyami, you did incredibly well today, however there are some downfalls I believe you have found. Do your best and work to improve your skills." All Might said, placing a bronze medal around Tokoyami's neck, who nodded in response. Young Todoroki, you two did quite well, however you two found some areas you can improve on, like working on your fire, All Might said, ignoring the stiffening of the boy with bicolored hair as he placed the silver medal around Todoroki's neck. Young Bakugo, congratulations on becoming first in today's sports festival. You have an aspiring future as a hero ahead of you. All Might told the blonde boy, who was staring as though All Might wasn't even there. Bakugo simply nodded as All Might placed the gold medal around his neck. Congratulations to everyone who participated today. Everyone has done a spectacular job today. Now say it with me. Plus Ultra. The audience, Izuku and most of Class 1A yelled in unison. This was decidedly not All Might's intention. Thank you for your hard work. The man boomed, before realizing his mistake and quickly apologizing as the crowd scolded him. It was amusing, and the man left as Present Mike and Midnight began ushering the audience out of the stadium. Izuku and the rest of his class made their way to the designated bus, and were joined by the tournament champions, Bar Ida, and started on their way back to school. Aizawa-sensei informed them there would be a few things to talk about before they would be dismissed for the day, before letting the students rest on the way back home. Bakugo sighed in discontent as his brother's slowing breathing was heard next to his head. He was particularly irritable at the moment, but his brother always knew how to calm him, intentionally or not. He still couldn't believe the audacity of the half-and-half bastard to hold back on him like that. Focusing on Izuku's steady breathing, he did his best to drown out the chatter of his classmates. This was successful to a point, before he heard his name come up in conversation between Raccoon Eyes and Sheedy Hair. Roki's and Bakugo's fight was so manly though, it was incredible. Brought a tear to my eye, Sheedy Hair said, wiping his cheek as though there were actually tears there. I know right. It was so cool. Raccoon Eyes responded. Not nearly as fabulous or shiny as Dash. OIU extras shut the F up about the fight of half-and-half bastard against myself. Bakugo screamed, cutting off some extra he could not care less about. I was absolute sheet as icy hot hardly tried. I will snap your foo Dash. Bakugo! Aizawa-sensei's stern voice cut him off. Keep it down or you're going to be in detention for the next month. Bakugo was a little nervous. After all, Aizawa-sensei is incredibly intimidating, but just huffed and turned back before focusing again on Izuku's breathing. How Izuku could sleep through that but the ever sleep-deprived Aizawa-sensei couldn't was somewhat amazing, but it was somewhat understandable. Izuku's quirk is incredibly draining, and that coupled with Recovery Girl's healing after the burns and injuries he sustained after the fight he had against Icy Hot. Sighing again, he looked forwards at the head of the chair in front, ignoring the world bar his brother, and let himself zone out for the remainder of the trip. Once they reached school, Bakugo gently shook Izuku awake before following the rest of the class back to their homeroom, where Aizawa-sensei dropped a lot of information on all of them. In 2 weeks from now, we will be introducing a dorm system, was the first bit of information. Wait, so we'll be all living together? The off-brand Pikachu asked. Yes. Now shut up while I finish or you'll be in detention for the first week of the dorm system. Sorry. So shut it. Aizawa-sensei sighed before continuing, it will be discussed with your parents over the next few weeks to get permission, so over the next week we will be collecting forms regarding needs, and make sure you have everything packed to basically live on campus for the next 3 years. Sir, why is Yudhei instituting such a system? Engine Legs called out. Coinciding with the USJ raid, there was also an information raid, and so we would like to make sure all students are safe at all times, and this is one of the easiest ways to do so. Consider it a long-term exercise in cooperativeness and teamwork. After that, he continued to go on to explain the various arrangements for things such as laundry, cooking, bathing and similar, but Bakugo ended up zoning out partway through. He knew his old hag would end up yelling this information at him at some point, and if he really was desperate, he could see if Izuku would let him look at whatever notebook the green-haired boy was currently scribbling in. Eventually, Aizawa-sensei dismissed them and Bakugo left with Izuku. The latter had to suffer a lot of choice swear words from the blonde, and was incredibly tired to top it all off. At least sleep would hopefully come easy for the green-haired boy tonight. Izuku yawned as he wiped the sleep out of his eyes, even if it was not much. It was Monday, and so he had to go back to school. Aizawa-sensei had not come over to the Bakugo household this weekend, but based on the excited pings in the class chat, which was currently named Class 1 Yei, at least for the last day and probably for the next 3 hours if Mina's excessive sociability was anything to go by, he had visited about half the class so far. Everyone's parents had said yes with no question, as they were pleased with the prospect of good protection for their children along with the social aspect, and needless to say everyone was egging their parents to say yes. Izuku had spent the weekend catching up on work he had missed whilst training and preparing for the sports festival, along with some reading, mostly about ancient Japanese mythology. Groggily clambering to the dining room, he mumbled a good morning to his family as he made breakfast for himself. Eventually he had eaten, packed his books and made his way out the door with Bakugo close behind after the latter finished a screaming match between them and their mother. Bakugo was under threat of being grounded for a week after calling their mother an old hag way too many times, and so he was quick to pack his bags and call a goodbye following Izuku. The two made their way to school and to the class, where they began the grind for the day. Izuku watched the no longer bandaged body of Aizawa-sensei come through the door. After a brief interrogation regarding the lack of injuries so quickly, Aizawa-sensei explained that Recovery Girl had done a lot of healing and that he hadn't really been that injured throughout the whole of the USJ incident. So, first up, we have a special hero logistics class. Aizawa-sensei started explaining once he finished the explanation about his injuries. Please don't be a test, I haven't studied for any tests, I didn't know there'd be one, Izuku thought before his internal ramblings were cut off by Aizawa-sensei's clarifications. After the sports festival, many hero agencies have extended offers of internships to you first years, so treasure this opportunity. Normally they don't do this, but many of you have impressed them greatly with your skills and abilities displayed throughout the festival. So this is a chance to line up a hero agency for after school? Yayorozu asked. Not quite. This is a chance to prove yourself, as you will need to maintain interest for your career beyond high school. As such, we will hand out the interest sheets so you can choose where you want to go, but first, if you're going to be patrolling in public, you're going to need Aizawa-sensei was abruptly cut off by Midnight strolling through the door, much to Grapist's delight. Hero names. And because I'm not good at this, Midnight will be here to approve your names before she hands the paperwork to me. With that, Aizawa-sensei began to zip himself up in his sleeping bag and shuffled over to the corner. Alright, here are some white bards. Write down your ideas and we'll have people come up one by one and present them. Do your best, Midnight announced, handing a small stack of white bards to the front of each row. Once Izuku received his, he was at a complete loss. It seemed as though the entire class was at a standoff, waiting to see who would go first when Aoyama stood up, walked to the front and, with a twinkle in his eyes, announced his hero name. I cannot stop twinkling. Little wordy. Maybe cut off the I and merge cannot into can't, and it'll be passable. Midnight said with a thumbs up. With the slight confidence boost after Aoyama's interesting name was accepted, Mina went up next with the name Alien Queen. Unfortunately for her, Midnight quickly rejected this as it was deemed too scary. The class fell into an awkward silence after that, until Tsu was the next to approach the podium. Rainy season hero, Froppy, she announced. Adorable. Approved. Midnight responded quickly. And with that, the class, one by one, gave names all to be accepted. Eventually Izuku was one of the last few to not have a name alongside Bakugo, Todoroki and Ida, who had an incredibly conflicted look on his face. Racking his brain, he remembered Tokoyami's name, Tsukuyami, a Japanese god from an ancient religion. Swiftly, and albeit messily, he wrote down the characters before making his way to the front. Midori Raiko? Midnight asked Izuku. Midori as in green, Raiko for the god of thunder. He replied before Midnight nodded and he returned to his seat. He could hear Ida's pen squeaking as the boy finally, if somewhat stressfully, decided on a name. But not before Bakugo had given it his first shot. King Explosion End. Bakugo proclaimed. Man, that's way too violent. Kirishima exclaimed, to which Midnight nodded. Indeed, try something else. Midnight told Bakugo, who simply glared at everyone and returned to his seat with a huff. Eventually everyone, bar Bakugo, had come up with some kind of name, and after that Aizawa-sensei woke back up and Midnight left. Alright, now that you have your hero names, I will come around and hand out the internship paperwork. Please have one filled out by the end of the day and return it to me. Class is dismissed for lunch, he said, before leaving the room with his sleeping bag under one arm. Bakugo was in a generally grumpy mood as a result, and the teachers had said that if he could not come up with a name they would for him, or he could resort to his own names such as Ida and Todoroki had. As a result, anyone who either valued their life or was not Izuku steered clear of the explosive blonde. Apparently, there was someone who was both the former and not the latter, that being Kaminari. Hey Bakugo, why don't you call yourself Explodo? The boy called out, whilst everyone was socializing in various groups. Bakugo visibly twitched, and Izuku placed a firm hand on Bakugo's shoulder. Why the F would I do that, you dumbass of an extra? Bakugo screamed. The only reason Kaminari not being out cold was probably Izuku. Nevertheless, Kaminari persevered. Well, it describes both your quirk and your personality. Izuku simply blinked. Kaminari was either incredibly dumb or had a death wish. Speaking of that death wish, Izuku was watching his brother igniting his quirk and small explosions in his hands. See? You're only proving my point. Kaminari continued. Kaminari, what are you doing? Izuku asked. Just giving an honest suggestion. Why? Nothing. Just run. Izuku replied, before taking his hand off of Bakugo's shoulder and walking away. Bakugo, in response, stomped over to the electricity user and gripped the boy's collar tightly. Alright, you FA extra. You wanna G-, Bakugo screamed, before being cut off by Yaoyorozu. How about ground zero? She suggested. What about it? He replied, beginning to lift the now tearful Kaminari in the air. As a hero name. Like the center or starting point of a powerful explosion, such as the ancient nuclear explosions used in World War II against Japan. She replied. Bakugo blinked, a little confused by the history knowledge, turning to Izuku for clarification, who simply nodded in confirmation. Bakugo dropped Kaminari, who promptly kissed the ground, and turned towards the raven-haired girl. She gulped nervously, and was on the edge of turning tail and fleeing the blonde boy's harsh glare when he grunted in response. Sure. It's better than this FNG dunce's idea. Bakugo replied, turning back towards Izuku. Yaoyorozu let out a sigh of relief and turned back to conversation with Jiro, who decided to tease the raven-haired girl. This was unbeknownst to Izuku, who was talking to his brother as they had now settled on their hero name and internship location. Best genist? Izuku asked, trying his best not to laugh as he had read online about what had happened to some students who had interned there. Yeah. Bakugo replied, he's the strongest of the heroes who sent me an internship request, so I look forward to learning from the strong. Yeah, you do that, Izuku snickered before quickly turning away as to prevent his brother from retaliating. Ida, who are you going to internship with? Probably the normal hero, Manuel Inhosu. Have you decided yet, Izuku? Ida replied, with a thin smile and ignoring the Bakugo who was raging slightly in the background. No, I'm thinking maybe Hawks, but there's just so many to choose from. Izuku replied, what about you, Uraraka? Well, I'm lacking in combat, so maybe gunhead martial arts? Uraraka replied, sifting through her few papers. And if Izuku knew that Bakugo liked the name Yaoyorozu had given him, he didn't mention it. Eventually the end of the day came, and Izuku, along with his classmates, had all submitted their internship forms, and Aizawa-sensei looked ever so slightly more irritated than usual. Evidently, he was not looking forward to the excessive amount of paperwork that came with this part of the year, and he dismissed them all. Izuku still had a fair amount of energy and Bakugo was as irritable as ever, but on the way home the two of them interacted as uniquely as only they could, with insults, teasing, death threats and compliments, no surprises for who gave what, and once they returned home they informed their mother what happened. She, ever so lovingly, told them the house would be perfectly quiet without you two causing a ruckus, as she made the boys help her make dinner and set the table, before eating with them and allowing them to do whatever the F it is you kids do whilst not being hooligans. The two promptly left the room as to not aggravate her as they went to their respective rooms with the intent of studying various subjects, before both completed their nightly routines and retired to the comfort of their respective sheets for the night. The day for the internships had finally come around. Additionally, Izuku was informed that Aizawa-sensei would be visiting the Bakugo household over the weekend for dorm negotiation, so that was finally being dealt with, and Izuku had brought his pack of clothing along with his hero costume, and Aizawa-sensei instructed for the students to take decent care of their costumes or there would be hell to pay later, and was standing at the station waiting for the train that would take him closest to Hawk's Hero Agency, along with Tokoyami. But before he did that, he needed to go talk to Ida. Ida, wait up. Izuku called out, Uraraka not too far behind. Ah? Izuku, Uraraka. He replied, a distant look in his eyes. This really worried Izuku. In the short time he had known Ida, the boy had always been fully present and aware, completely in the moment, especially in the boy's more outspoken and lawful good moments. To what do I owe the company? Are you okay, Ida? Izuku said plainly. Okay, maybe not the most tactful approach, but the extreme formality which Ida only spoke to strangers with startled him slightly. I'm fine, Ida replied, not looking either of his friends in their eyes. Are you sure, Ida? You've been more and more distant over these past few days. Uraraka trailed off, turning to Izuku for support. But the green-haired boy could provide little, as a series of thoughts suddenly connected in his mind, a mental light bulb. Ida, you're going after Stain, aren't you? Izuku said, rather untactfully. Ida's response was even more worrying, lowering his head and speaking sharply. No. Ida. Izuku trailed off, gathering his thoughts before continuing, you're angry, aren't you? There was no response from the boy with dark blue hair, so Izuku kept talking, you want vengeance for your brother, right? Beside Izuku, a gasp from Uraraka could be heard as she suddenly understood, but she did not cut Izuku off as he continued again. I understand you want that, but channeling your anger to do so is not the right way. Have you watched Star Wars? Izuku doubted the boy had. Something he had discovered in his previous school was that very few people shared his fascination for the pre-quirk era and most pretended it just didn't exist, many of his teachers before Yu included. Star Wars? Ida questioned, incredibly confused by where this was going. Doesn't matter. Point is, there's a quote from the movie that I think could help you. Anger leads to hate, hate leads to suffering. Ida, if you ever need to talk to someone, we're here for you, okay? Izuku finished with his stutter returning after the end of his little speech, and Uraraka nodding furiously by his side. In response, Ida sighed and fixed his glasses. His face was visibly clearer, but not by much. Thank you, both of you. But I will be fine. Good luck at your internships, he said before turning away. Izuku sighed in worry, and after bidding farewell to Uraraka and one last farewell to his brother, in which he showed him one of the posts about interning with Best Jeanist, to which Bakugo began twitching and looking like he wanted to break something more than usual, he headed towards his train with Tokoyami. The two of them exchanged pleasantries and began discussion on a variety of topics, and Izuku was a little off-put by the abundance of edgy and moody replies, but by the end of the train ride he began to find it charismatic and undeniably fitting of Tokoyami's presentation, quirk, and hero name. I mean, he'll have his niche as a hero, Izuku thought as the two collected their bags and headed towards the city, where Hawk's Hero Agency was located. Bakugo was twitching. A lot. Like, the unhealthy amount. He was already prepared to scream after watching the short clip Izuku had showed him, and after browsing various hero forums, he understood why his brother had kept chuckling at his choice of internship. He knocked, mildly violently, on the front door of Best Jeanist's Hero Agency, where he was promptly let in by one of Best Jeanist's many stylish sidekicks. Stylish my ass, that looks impossible to fight in, Bakugo thought as he examined the sidekick, rambling about some sheet about how honored Bakugo should feel for being taken on as an intern by Best Jeanist. He'd sked as they made their way into the elevator, for an impossibly long ride where he had to deal with the sidekick's impossibly irritating rants about fashion, and he was about to snap at them to shut the F up when the elevator dinged, signaling freedom. Surely effing Best Jeanist can't be as stuck up as this twerp. Bakugo would never admit to anyone, How truly wrong he was at that moment. Best Jeanist proceeded to ramble for a full FNG half hour as he was combing Bakugo's hair for some FNG reason as he explained some shit about being presentable. After what felt like an eternity, Best Jeanist told Bakugo that they would be going out on patrol. Bakugo smirked, "Hell yes. I can go beat up some criminals," he thought as he changed into his hero costume, meeting with Best Jeanist at the entrance to the building. The pro-hero nodded at Bakugo as the two headed onto the streets of the town. Bakugo was not 5 minutes down the street with Best Jeanist when he began twitching uncontrollably. Best Jeanist had thus far explained nothing about combat or fighting villains, and had opted to focus on public relations, with examples as he intermittently flirted with women they passed. Eventually they came up to a group of children, who stopped to stare in awe at the passing hero and hero in training. "Now, go show me what you've learnt so far, and what you already know," Best Jeanist said to Bakugo, gesturing to the children. Bakugo walked up to them and leaned down with a bloodshot look. "Hey you little punks," he started, "You're the kid who came first in the sports festival." One of the kids cut him off. "Yeah, that's right. You were so cool and strong." Another followed up. "It was M-. Shut up you little twerps and listen to me." He cut them off, twitching more as they brought up his victory. "I'm gonna become the best hero the world has seen. So you better remember my damn name. Ground Zero." Once Bakugo finished, the kids were in tears and began backing away before running. "Weak little affairs," Bakugo sighed as he returned to Best Jeanist who had his face in a hand. How about we finish this patrol, head back to the agency and do some other work for now?" Best Jeanist suggested. "Sounds good, as long as we get to beat someone up by the end of the patrol," Bakugo replied, punching his fists together. "Probably not." "Well, why the F am I still here?" "Are here to learn," Best Jeanist replied, using fibers from the edge of his hero costume to restrain Bakugo. "You are not here to fight, but to gain experience in all aspects of being a hero. Fighting is part of being a hero." "Yes, but that doesn't make it the most important part. There is more than one way to be a hero, such as interacting with the general public. They will not accept you as a hero if you cannot interact with them. Think of the intimidation Endeavor is known for." Bakugo shivered slightly at that last comment. Both he and Izuku loathed Endeavor, more so after Izuku explained what Todoroki had told him on the day of the sports festival. Bakugo sighed and relented. "Fine." Best Jeanist smirked and turned to continue the, "Well then, welcome to your internship. I hope to shape you to a hero of the future that can meet your aspirations." Izuku and Tokoyami were let in by one of Hawk's sidekicks, and were promptly greeted by a very modern interior lobby, where they were directed by a receptionist to place their hero costumes in their designated lockers, before taking an elevator to the top floor. "Hawks will meet you in his office. It's on the top floor but shouldn't be too hard to miss," the receptionist told them. "Thank you," Izuku replied, as he and Tokoyami went towards the elevator. Izuku was incredibly jittery on the way up. How should I address him? What will he be like? What will we learn? Are we? Izuku's thoughts were broken by the dinging of the elevator and a tap on the shoulder from Tokoyami. Izuku nervously thanked the boy as the two made their way into the office. Once they opened the door, they were greeted by a massive window spanning from the floor to the ceiling. Looking around the room, there were bits and pieces of Endeavor merch, albeit not much, and on the ceiling there was a large trapdoor with a spiral staircase leading towards it. Directly in front of them was a large desk with several monitors. Poking out over the top of them were the tips of two large red wings. Hawks?" Izuku questioned. "Yep, that'd be me. How can I help you?" Hawks replied, flying over the top of the monitors and landing in front of them. "We would be the interns from UA," Tokoyami replied. "Oh yeah, I remember sending for you too." Hawks told them, "Izuku and Tokoyami, right?" "Why yes, that would be us Hawks Izuku started before being cut off. "Please, just call me Hawks. I'm not that old yet, am I?" "Alright. I was wondering what we would be doing here." "Well, first things first, I'll take you two on a patrol as I want to see your current skills. I take it you both have some idea of my style, yes?" "Yes." Extreme speed, mobility, and an incredible ability to multitask. Tokoyami replied, "But what does that have to do with us?" "Well," Hawks said, putting on his hero jacket and grabbing his helmet. "Tokoyami, your quirk gives you a bird head, so I'm wondering if we can force that to develop you wings or at least develop Dark Shadow further to give mutations, as you seem to need greater mobility during the sports festival. And Izuku, your quirk gives you lightning. It goes at the speed of light. Yet you don't. But also, I think you could learn to multitask better, especially considering the way your quirk works. Now come on, suit up, meet me in the front lobby in 5 minutes or you'll have to catch up." "Why is Hawks?" Izuku and Tokoyami stood in their full hero gear, waiting in the lobby for Hawks when they saw a few of his feathers coming towards them. Each of them did their best to dodge the respective feathers, Izuku faring a little better than Tokoyami, but after about a minute, both were struck down. "You lasted longer than I expected, good job," Hawks said, strolling out of the elevator as the feathers returned to his wings. "Now, let's get going, shall we?" Hawks led the two UDOTA students out of the building and down the street. So first thing to understand is that being a hero is not all about fighting the big dudes. You'll spend a lot more time on the little guys, doing investigations or just helping around the community. As Hawks said that last part, he gestured towards one of his feathers as he sent it off. The two UDOTA students watched in awe as it seamlessly helped an elderly woman with her groceries, before finding its way back to its spot in Hawks' left wing. Almost as soon as that was done, he began talking into an earpiece as the boys could hear someone talking on the other end. "All right, I'll head there now," Hawks said, before turning to the two UDOTA students. "All right, so, there's a small bank heist happening a couple blocks over. You have permission to use your quirks to either save your life, or someone else's, but to be able to keep up with me. That is your current challenge. Godspeed, boys." Hawks finished, flapping his wings and heading in the direction. Izuku powered himself up and started doing his best to keep up with the speed of Hawks, whilst Tokoyami was trying to manipulate Dark Shadow to assist in his venture. By the time Izuku had arrived, the fight was half finished, so he pulled out a notebook, yes, he kept a spot for those in his costume, and began taking notes on all the small instances of multitasking done by Hawks. Dragging out those already knocked out using his feathers, removing rubble off of those trapped and fighting villains that were not yet knocked out. After a couple minutes, Izuku started helping those freed from the rubble to the ambulance and helping the police with restraining the villains as Tokoyami showed up to help with both. Tokoyami had used Dark Shadow to enhance his own physical abilities, almost like an overlay of sorts, as he assisted with the restraining of the villains, whilst Izuku focused on assisting civilians caught up in the crossfire or those who were initially inside the bank at the time of the attack. And almost as soon as it had started, it was over. Hawks casually strolled over to the two UDOTA students and praised them both for their good instincts once they had arrived to work with law enforcement and prioritizing lives within their capacities. "Well, that's it for today's patrol. We'll head back to the agency and work on improving your speed. But first, let's get something to eat, 'cause I'm kinda hungry." Bakugo was completely beat. In many ways. On one hand, he was completely and utterly mentally drained after listening to an hour-long lecture from Best Jeanist about presentation. However, it was only the presentation of his hair. He dreaded to hear what the pro-hero had to say about the rest of his appearance, let alone his personality. Additionally, Bakugo needed to have his hair changed by one of Best Jeanist's sidekicks, thus making his hair completely beat, and he wouldn't dare look in the mirror for a long time to come, especially considering the sheer amount of gel that was somehow being absorbed by his hair. And then, once Best Jeanist finished talking and realized Bakugo hadn't listened to a single word of his lecture, he then invited Bakugo for a no-holds-barred, one-on-one training spar. Bakugo, unsurprisingly, accepted with a "F yeah," to which he was whacked on the head for his use of explicit language, and the two of them headed to the agency's gym. It was small, but there was a small dedicated sparring ring that would serve their purposes. And he proceeded to get his ass completely beat into the ground, with his pride not so far from it. His pride soon followed after he was utterly defeated for a fourth time. "So, will you listen and learn now?" Best Jeanist asked sternly, standing completely untouched. The two had just completed several sparring bouts, all involving some variation of the same thing. Bakugo trying something, only to get his ass kicked. Initially, Bakugo went in with an explosion-propelled right hook, which was caught at the last moment by Best Jeanist, who quickly spun Bakugo around before the Uta student could react, and thus he flew out of the ring. Similarly, when Bakugo tried flying over Best Jeanist, the pro hero dashed forward, grabbing Bakugo by his feet and slamming him down and out of the ring. His third attempt involved trying to attack from a range, but before he could even align his hands to aim for an explosion, Best Jeanist had caught on and ran forward, pushing Bakugo's arms away and simply shoving them out of the ring. The fourth and final attempt, Bakugo simply tried to propel himself directly at Best Jeanist with explosions from his feet and back, pushing him forward, only to be met with a harsh kick to the side of his head and a punch straight into his gut, firmly flinging Bakugo out of the ring, curled over in pain. And so they were at this point, Bakugo humiliated by the pro hero who had not once used his quirk during their bouts. Stifling a cough and swallowing the iron tang of blood, Bakugo stood up and glared at the pro hero before him. This is the strength of a pro. Raw power and incredible technique from years of battle after FANG battle. An incredibly deep chasm to cross to stand and fight alongside, let alone against. This is the sheet I came here to do. I'll listen to your FING lectures if you actually teach me how to fight. Bakugo replied. Very well. That is probably the best outcome we can get out of you anyway. Come along then, and I'll teach you how to throw a proper punch. Best Jeanist replied, walking over to some of the bags. Ivy no ho dash. Any punk can throw a punch. The good ones can throw a proper punch, honed by training and discipline. Whilst you know how to punch, you still have a long way to go before you can punch strong. Think All Might just tosses his fists around? Fine, I'll let you teach me how to punch. Better? Good enough. And so Bakugo's internship of hell started. Best Jeanist explained that whilst Bakugo had a good instinct for combat, it was only that instinct. You will become stronger by not becoming physically stronger, but by learning to fight better. An equal split of fighting with better technique and fighting smarter. Best Jeanist told him as they approached some training dummies. Despite Best Jeanist's insistence that his sidekicks should not be referred to as training dummies just because they would help teach Bakugo to fight, Bakugo refused to cease. Whilst Bakugo was training with Best Jeanist, Izuku was training with Hawks and Tokoyami. Hawks was trying to get Tokoyami to develop wings, and once that proved to be fruitless, he started with Tokoyami to change Dark Shadow's form to some extent, to make it so that Dark Shadow could fly and drag Tokoyami with him. At the same time, he had sent several of his feathers for Izuku to keep dodging. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pick out a discernible pattern, so he just stuck to reacting the moment he noticed movement from one of the feathers. Thanks to his quirk, he could do this within a matter of moments, but it was still not fast enough as the feathers were fast and Izuku needed to watch for the slightest change in trajectory. His current problem came as he could not watch every direction, and was only barely fast enough to dodge if he noticed the feather the moment it moved. Thankfully, so far Hawks had only sent attacks that were in front of Izuku, but he knew that would change soon as Hawks was ramping up the training for Tokoyami. Suddenly, a large movement of Black Abyss caught Izuku's eye as Tokoyami's Dark Shadow began dragging him upwards. In that split moment Izuku was watching that a feather had struck him. Midori Raiko. Keep focused. I'll come over and give you a hand in a moment. I'll just make sure Tokoyami can land without breaking anything first. Hawks called out. Wait, was he able to sense he struck me just through the feather? That's pretty impressive. The true power of a pro, I suppose. Having developed his quirk as much as possible and probably still pushing himself harder to do better. I wonder if thanks for the compliment, but you should probably watch those feathers. Izuku's eyes widened as several of the feathers charged at once. He was barely able to dodge the first and he could feel the second, but the third grazed his elbow. My reaction time is definitely getting better, but I don't know about my technique for dodging and movement. Both could be made more efficient. Izuku was in his thoughts as he carefully watched the remaining feathers in front of him. He was startled when they all flew away, as his gaze followed where they went, back to their host. So, what were your last thoughts just then? It looked like you figured something out. Hawks said as he casually ignored Tokoyami's scolding dark shadow. The latter had started flying up without warning, dragging Tokoyami along, much to the bird-headed boy's dismay. WL, my reaction time is pretty good and speed is alright, but I need to improve my dodging technique. Izuku stuttered out, surprised by Hawks' sudden appearance. Well, your reaction time is definitely pretty good, even amongst pros, and whilst your speed is a touch faster than most, your technique is almost definitely lacking without proper training or practice. We'll work on speed tomorrow perhaps, but let's look at your technique. Dodge these for me. And with no more warning than that, Hawks sent a dozen feathers in Izuku's direction. This is way more than I am used to. The only difference is that each of these aren't coming at the same time. I don't need to dodge them simultaneously. If I focus on the immediate two, I can dodge the sooner one and plan for the next, and repeat that for the rest. Izuku quickly took up a stance and powered himself with his quirk, eyeing down the first two feathers. Swiftly moving his right arm to dodge the first, and then making sure that was out of the way whilst he twisted his torso to dodge the second. The third was coming for his left arm, so he raised back as he started leaning backwards to dodge the fourth before shooting back up dodging the fifth. This unfortunately sent him straight into the path of the sixth, so that struck his hip. You would not believe just how sharp Hawk's feather points are, but Izuku ignored the pain for now, opting to overload the receptors in the region with his lightning as to numb the pain. The seventh was easily dodged by a movement from his left hand and the eighth from a short jump. The ninth, however, came up high at him and he was barely able to duck under it, with it pulling a piece of hair away from his head. That hurt. The 10th was going in the same direction as the 11th, so Izuku focused on the 12th whilst moving out of the way of the two prior. This one went where he had just moved to, so he had to wait until the moment the 11th had finished so he could move back. Despite the intensity of the situation, it took but several seconds. I'm impressed, kid. That's pretty good for someone who's had no actual training, rather forced immersion. Alright, let's look at your technique, Hawks said, mimicking Izuku's stance. First, if your stance is to be purely dodging, you might want to adopt something that puts you narrower towards your opponent, so they have less of a surface to hit, whilst also maintaining high mobility. Hawks shifted his stance slightly and gestured for Izuku to copy. His left foot was further forward with his right foot almost in line, separated by only a few centimeters. His arms were held in a defensive boxing stance, protecting his head. Have your arms tight to your body, but also protective. This way, it's less to take care of, but also, if you can't dodge, you can block or counter. Hawks explained as Izuku as he struggled to mimic the position. It's really uncomfortable and tight, all my muscles are bunched, but it makes sense. Ready to explode in any direction to attack, counter, dodge, whatever it may be. Izuku thought, shaking slightly from the tenseness of the position he was in. Sensing Izuku's discomfort, Hawks spoke up, it might feel a little uncomfortable to begin with, and your muscles will feel tight. Eventually, as you get more used to that position, you'll start to loosen up, become more comfortable, and be capable of entering and leaving that position with ease. For now, hold that position for a few minutes, and I'll come back and we'll run through some basic dodging drills from that position. Hey Tokoyami, need a hand with flight? Hawks finished, turning to the bird-headed boy who was currently at the stage of falling with style, rather than proper controlled flight. Focusing back on his current position, Izuku stood for a few minutes before taking a brief break to note down everything about the awkward position. The feeling, relative stance, etc. He spent some time going in and out of the position, getting used to moving into and out of the stance, figuring out the quickest way he could do that from a complete standstill, from various stances, shifting back from counters, etc. Whilst shifting back in and out of counters wasn't thorough as he was limited to his experience, and so it was mainly comprised of his limited knowledge of shadowboxing and the experience from the abundant times he had sparred with his brother. By the time Hawks had come back to him, with Tokoyami in the background trying to get Dark Shadow to gently lift him into the air, Izuku had a decent grasp of the position and was far less uncomfortable in it, although still uncomfortable. Alright, I'll launch the same volley of attacks, 12 feathers, and we'll see how you do this time, Hawks said, before almost immediately launching the feathers. Quickly taking up the stance, Izuku carefully watched the feathers. However, by the time he had made it into position, he didn't have a chance to plan, so he was relying purely on instinct and reflexes for the first two. Thankfully, with the new position, he was easily able to duck under both, and turned his attention to the remaining ones. Whilst his movements were stiff, he was able to dodge every feather this time. Good job, kid. Let's practice this for a little while and work on making your movements more fluid, then we'll look at implementing counters, before finishing up for tonight. Hawks congratulated Izuku, who was filled with pride at his sudden improvement. Together, Hawks helped Izuku work on dodging them one by one with barely a few milliseconds between each attack, improving his reflexes and instincts for times when he can't plan in time, developing on dodging several that are coming at the same time, and began implementing some simple counter kicks and punches. Whilst Izuku didn't power his quirk through Hawks when doing the counters, Hawks emphasized to actually make use of that power when it came to combat, and if he could learn to strike and release a charge of lightning in the brief moments that he made contact, he would become quite powerful. So, by the time the end of the day rolled around, both Tokoyami and Izuku were completely thrashed, Dark Shadow included. The two were sprawled on the couch in the lobby of Hawks Hero Agency, as their host ordered pizza. They ate together. Unsurprisingly, Hawks got along quite well with the UDA students considering he was not too old himself, closer to their age than he was in age to most other heroes. The two heroes in training were directed to their rooms by the receptionist, each with an attached bathroom, containing a shower, toilet, and sink. Both showered, completing their nightly routines, before heading off to sleep. Tokoyami dozed easily, whereas Izuku was texting some friends on his phone as they were all on internship as well. A/N for texting format. Also, I reckon Izuku would have everyone as their hero name in his phone. Because Izuku. And of course he would still stutter over the phone, because Izuku. Contact name, text sent. Group chat, internships WO. Nijire-chan, hey Izuku. How's your first internship? Who did you go with? Are they fun? Is there anything else there with you? Midori Raiko, hey Nijire. It's exhausting. I went with Hawks, he's pretty cool, and Tokoyami is with me, the boy who had the bird head. Did you change the group chat name again? Nijire-chan, me? No, I would never do such a thing. How dare you accuse me of such blasphemy? Izuku chuckled to himself. Somehow Nijire's over-the-top and energetic personality carried really well over the phone. Ground Zero, shut the F up and go to sleep. Nijire-chan, excuse you junior. Sun Eater, I don't think it's a good idea to aggravate Bakugo Nijire. Izuku let out a laugh once more. He had introduced his brother to the big three after school at some point, and he yelled at them that he would, quote, kick their FNG ass one day as an introduction after Bakugo learnt that they were top of the school. They had all laughed nervously, and after exchanging numbers and establishing a group chat, they had went their separate ways. They had also extended an offer of sparring and training with the two at some point, to which Izuku happily agreed and Bakugo did as well, with some choice words as well. Ground Zero, I don't give it, just go to sleep and talk tomorrow for FS sake. Lemillion, whilst I don't approve of the use of language, Bakugo does have a good point. Midori Reiko, yeah, I should probably sleep though, my quirk is affected by my energy levels and I'm doing speed training tomorrow, so I'll definitely need it. With that, Izuku shut his phone off, leaving it to charge and crawled under the covers for the night. Izuku woke up, groggily and still shrouded by sleep. He rolled out of the bed and went into the en-suite, splashing water on his face and doing his best to wake up quickly. He did not want to be woken up by whatever method Hawks thought was best. It would probably involve some incredibly spiky feathers and a very, very large bucket of ice water. Unfortunately for Tokoyami, he failed to wake up in time. And Izuku's theory was soon to be proved correct. Izuku and a mildly annoyed Tokoyami made their way to the lobby, where Hawks had already picked up a light breakfast for the two of them. So, Hawks started as the two ate the food. We're going to start with a brief patrol around the city until we make it to a track. It isn't well kept at all, and the only reason it's still around is because I, along with several other heroes, use it as training grounds for speed. So we're doing speed today? Izuku asked. Precisely, kiddo. So that's why we're eating light, we don't want anyone throwing up. Now hurry up, you have 10 minutes to finish eating and be down in the lobby or you'll need to catch up. Both Tokoyami and Izuku quickly finished eating and collected their hero costumes, and each went to their respective rooms in order to get changed. Each then quickly made their way down to the lobby where Hawks was waiting for them. "Alright, 2 minutes to spare, good time, let's go," he said, leading the two out to the patrol. They were instructed to follow the same rules as yesterday, no engaging in combat unless it was to save a life. Quirks were free to use so long as it was to either keep up, when specifically instructed to do so, or to save a life. The patrol was shorter, and there was no major event to note. Hawks stopped a few petty thieves, but neither boy arrived in time to help with any of those instances. By the time the patrol was over, Hawks was barely breaking a sweat whilst the two UDA interns were quickly running out of breath. Hawks slowed down and led the two in the direction of the track, whilst giving a general lecture on how to interact with other people, namely excited fans and the public in general, something both Izuku and Tokoyami could definitely work on. Speaking of the two Udata students, they were trying their best to regain some breath before completely losing it again in whatever hellish training Hawks had devised for them. And hellish it was. The two boys were both hunched over, and they had only finished the warm-up segment of the speed training. They had to complete 5 laps of the track, which was hard enough on its own. However, their motivation to maintain a certain pace was Hawk's feathers. And Hawk's feathers are fast. Like stupid fast. In other words, both boys were exhausted, pricked in many different locations, and were only done with the warm-up. The warm-up. Hawks laughed nervously a little bit, whilst the two boys were recovering. "Okay, well, to be quite honest, I am impressed that you were both able to make it all the way, although Tokoyami, your speed and stamina is markedly less than Izuku's. But that's okay. It's understandable considering the vast differences in your quirks, so you two will do different things from now on." Hawks finished as the two boys started feeling far better. "Izuku, I want you to fully charge your quirk as you do currently, and run the lap as fast as you can," Hawks told the green-haired boy. Izuku, in response, nodded whilst slightly panicking. Hawks had become a great mentor over the past day, teaching Izuku so much in so little time, and Izuku wanted to be a student Hawks could be happy with. Hawks nodded towards the track as he noticed Izuku's signature green sparks begin taking off, and so Izuku made his way to the starting line of the racetrack. Feeling the lightning pulse through his muscles, Izuku braced himself as he listened to Hawks' countdown. 2, 1, go. With Hawks' call, Izuku started running, his quirk flowing through his muscles. He neared the first bend, taking the turn as smoothly as possible, thankfully not completely wiping out as he stumbled slightly. He felt a little lighter compared to how he normally felt when going full pace with his quirk, but still the slight heaviness, as per usual. As he neared the end of the track, he could feel the consistent stream of his quirk beginning to take its toll on his body. Like if he were talking without breathing, he could feel his presently stored energy running out, slowing steadily. See, the way his quirk meant was that he could charge high amounts of energy that was stored somewhere, no one was really sure where, it just was stored, but there was only so much that could be actively stored within his person. Effectively, like breathing, he could collect a certain amount of air and talk until that was almost out, at which point he would need to gather more air from the collection, or as normal people tend to call it, the atmosphere. But with green lightning. Anyway, he was running out of his presently stored amount and he began slowing slightly, only slightly, but slowing nonetheless. Struggling to bring out more energy as he was powering himself and running, he pushed forward with the remaining amount, pooling the energy and launching forward. With a final surge of energy, he launched himself over the finishing line and took some time to relax as Hawks eyed him thoughtfully. After a few moments, Hawks started talking. "Well, that was pretty good. Although," Hawks trailed off, gesturing towards the final stretch, "looked like you started running out of energy. What's up with that?" "I kinda did." Izuku started, "I run using my quirk through my muscles, but I can only store so much at a given time, so I started running out." "Sorry. Kid, chill, you don't have to apologize, it's just something to work on." "So why only in your muscles?" "Well, I guess it just made sense, you are run with muscles, right? But couldn't you go faster if you were completely one with the green lightning? Like, essentially become the green lightning?" "Well, I guess I never thought of that. I'll give it a shot. Great kid, but first let's have a look at what Tokoyami can do, Hawks said, gesturing for the other student to take up his place on the starting block. Izuku blushed slightly, apologizing to his classmate who just shrugged it off. Izuku was writing in a specific notebook for his own quirk, where he started a new sections, a few pages away from his area disruption theory. In theory, if I were to infuse a large percentage of my cells with the green lightning, then I might be able to effectively transform temporarily, or even be able to simply speed up the movement of each cell individually. Unbeknownst to Izuku, Tokoyami and Hawks were both listening to his incredibly complicated muttering spree. This is a normal thing? Hawks questioned the shadow sentient host. Tokoyami simply nodded, as the two allowed Izuku to continue his theorizing. Tokoyami had taken his place at the starting block, and after briefly instructing Dark Shadow, Hawks mentioned for the student to begin. Using Dark Shadow's powerful wings, Tokoyami had Dark Shadow propel them at incredible speeds, if less than gracefully. After Tokoyami finished the course, and briefly scolded Dark Shadow for not stopping safely, simply letting the momentum carry them forward, Hawks went over to the bird-headed boy to help him coordinate Dark Shadow's flight somewhat better, when Izuku had a breakthrough with his muttering. Aich. Both Hawks and Tokoyami turned towards Izuku, who was now beet red and spewing out a number of apologies when Hawks cut him off. Kid, chill, please, for my sake if not your own. Rather than talking about what or how, just do it and show us, yeah. Izuku frantically nodded in response, taking a spot on the starting line and breathing in deeply. Let it flow through not just my muscles but my entire body. Bones, muscles, organs alike. Then, control myself not as a person but as a lightning strike. As he thought the mantra, he became enshrouded by crackling green lightning, as though a tornado had formed carefully around him. What was interesting, though, was that as time passed, the tornado of green lightning steadily merged with Izuku, and the student was completely glowing, with streaks of the green lightning flowing various sections of his limbs and face. Bracing himself in a runner's stance, he made sharp, slightly over-exaggerated movements, getting ready for Hawks to tell him to start. And with Hawks' signal, Izuku went off to a blazing start, lightning crackling and flashing off of him as he went, becoming a complete blur to the naked eye. If it weren't for Hawks' experience at high speed, he would not be capable of making out the movements Izuku was making. Even then it was incredibly difficult to do so. The student had sped up dramatically, almost moving twice as fast. Although there were plenty of kinks that would need to be ironed out, with the student's movements being over-exaggerated and sharp, nearly overshooting several bends but each time only barely regaining his footing and staying on track. In nearly half the time it took for Izuku the first time, the student had finished the track with his improved quirk usage. Impressive, kid. Keep going round the track like that, and practice the bends in particular. You're going almost twice the speed you were before and well on the way to more. Hawks told him. Izuku nodded, any sweat dripping off of him immediately evaporating from the extreme heat and friction from the lightning. I'll have to get that updated once we get back to school. Need a more breathable suit and maybe a cooler of some sort to help those I might accidentally hurt or regulate my own body temperature. Maybe Todoroki might have something on his suit that I could effectively steal. Izuku thought, dousing himself with a few bottles of water. Whilst Izuku was practicing with the bends, Tokoyami was practicing similar control whilst using extreme power to propel him. It was mildly amusing to listen to Dark Shadow's whining as Tokoyami lectured the sentient quirk for various dangerous stunts he kept trying out. Meanwhile, Bakugo was currently having his ass kicked for yelling at more children. He was also learning there were more muscles that could be sore than he realized. Probably also a side effect of getting his ass handed to him so many times. How many times do we have to tell you? Best Jeanist asked Bakugo, standing intimidatingly over the in turn. Stop yelling at children. Why is this so hard to comprehend? They say, the little brats are Bakugo replied. Stop swearing. Whatever, the little brats were weak for being scared by a slight shout. Best Jeanist just sighed. The next generation was strong, in more than one way. For better or for worse, that was yet to be seen. Regardless, he had high hopes for them. Now come on, fight me again you effer so I can beat your ass. If they could maybe work on their attitude somewhat. For now, he would beat the future into submission and understanding regarding manners and etiquette. Fine. I hope you're ready to listen afterwards. Needless to say, Bakugo neither beat best genus ass, nor did he listen to any of the lectures afterwards. Izuku and Tokoyami stumbled back to Hawk's agency building, their calves completely thrashed from the non-stop racing they had to do. They had to race each other, race Hawk's feathers, even race Hawks himself, more than once. They did not win once. Although Izuku came closest of the two interns. He was only 15 seconds behind Hawks. Hawks, meanwhile, was having some ice cream as he casually flew down the street, the odd loop-the-loop as he waited for the two students to catch up. You two were pretty good today, but if you're already exhausted you're gonna struggle to be heroes. Hawks called out to the heroes in training. The two seemed to pep up after this, forcing themselves through the soreness and speeding up to catch up with the pro hero. That's the spirit. Now come on, let's pick up a light lunch somewhere to eat back at the agency. Let's go. The two Udata students each had some form of a meal picked up from somewhere, and both were fairly hungry, but didn't feel like throwing up during whatever training Hawks had planned for the pair. Incidentally, the training happened to be strength training that involved a variety of strength from quirks, and raw strength that made both of them so sore it no longer hurt, and they felt like they were walking in honey by the end of it. After several days with a mix of speed, reflex, and strength training, both boys would comfortably say they've improved drastically in all areas, whether or not their quirks were active. On this fateful day, Hawks informed the Udata students that they would be traveling to a different prefecture to patrol for the night, as to immerse them in a completely new environment whilst still tending to civilians. Hawks' rules for quirk usage was standard, except this time they would not be all sticking together. As such, they each had an earpiece, and if someone was to engage in a combat situation involving, they would need to immediately inform the others and disengage or defuse the situation unless their or someone else's life was at stake. Regardless, they were meant to arrive in their location come next morning, taking an overnight train through Hosu. Izuku was lost in thought as the trio boarded the train, when Tokoyami spoke up. Ida isn't turning with someone here, isn't he? The normal hero or something like that? Yeah, I believe it was with Manuel. Izuku replied, a finger on his chin as he racked his memory. I hope he's alright considering the hero ender. Stain is currently active in the area. Oh yes, Stain. Totally forgot about that guy. Hawks interjected, maybe we just get off here and go hun-dash. Hawks' joke proposal was suddenly cut off as a large creature came crashing through the side of the train. The trio began moving on instinct. Hawks moved to minimize the creature's damage and try and defeat it, whilst the students moved to evacuate and protect civilians. Well, guess we're getting off here then. Hawks joked as he sliced the creature enough to make it sufficiently incapacitated. The two Udata students had finished helping civilians and came to stand with their mentor, overlooking the city on flames. Alright, plan and rules stay the same, except we're getting off here. So split up. Keep an eye on your location if you need help and get all the experience you can. Good luck, Tsukoyami and Midori Raiko. Remember, speed is key. Let's go. With those parting words, the trio dived out of the train, landing seamlessly as though they hadn't just jumped from the height of a 3-story building. Hawks went directly towards the source flames whilst the two students split off in different directions, skirting the edges and assisting with evacuation efforts. But with the cover of the chaos, now would be a perfect time for Izuku's eyes widened with realization as he let his lightning fully envelop his figure. Stain normally strikes in alleyways, and considering the sharpness of my movements I can bounce through alleys until I find them. Please stay safe, Ida. After bouncing from building to building, scanning each alleyway as he went, he finally saw Stain, and Izuku propelled himself off the building faster than he had ever moved before. My name is Ingenium. Ingenium cried out indignantly, despite the fact that his helmet had been knocked off with nothing more than a flick of the hero Ender's sword. Ingenium? I thought I already dealt with that fake hero. Stain replied plainly, eyes narrowing at the student before him. A student? This isn't a good time to be playing hero, and I personally don't like ending kids. Now Skrdash. Fake hero? Ingenium replied, tears welling up in his eyes. Ingenium was a wonderful, well-respected hero, and a most excellent brother. Stain did not reply as the student continued their emotional release. As such, he has asked me to inherit his name, and so I will arrest you in his place. Remember the name of Ingenium, as it will be the name of the hero who defeats you. Stain did not immediately reply, instead opting to gesture to Native, currently bleeding from a shoulder wound. If you were a true hero, you would have saved them, rather than focusing on your pathetic little plan for vengeance. He spoke. The students seemed to only just realize if the widening of their eyes was any indication. However, rather than continuing the war with words, they charged up their quirk engines based in their legs, and took a large kick. Moving in a single fluid motion, he knocked the student to the ground and cut them with one of many, many blades. Licking the blood, he sighed. If you are the future, we are done for. Stain stood over the top of the downed student, blade in hand as he aimed for where the student's heart should be. As much as it pained him to do this, which it didn't in any way whatsoever, he would have to rid the world of this fake hero. Now die. What Stain wasn't expecting was for a little green blur of lightning to come along and completely annihilate the sword. Izuku had propelled himself to Stain, moving at an unprecedented speed, and Ida was incredibly relieved that he wasn't going to die today as he noticed himself being pulled further down the alley and a confused Stain holding the handle of his blade. Another kid? This isn't a daycare, Stain remarked, before pulling out another set of blade. Can you move? Izuku asked Ida, who was still laid on the ground. No, it's part of his quirk, don't let him cut you. There's someone else near him, a pro hero I believe. Ida replied. Do you know the current address? I can figure it out. Great, speak it into this and explain the situation, Izuku said, handing Ida a small earpiece. Ida grunted and began to list out the information, explaining the situation and hoping that help would be here soon. Meanwhile, Izuku stood, narrowing his eyes at his opponent. From the few reports, the villain fought based on a skewed justice system, with an abundance of blades and extreme speed. Looking at Stain's shoes and various armaments, that was more than apparent. Right now, though, Izuku had to try and get the other pro out of danger. Bracing himself, he let the green lightning envelop him as he grabbed the hero and pulled them out of danger with Ida, before Stain could react. The alley is too long to be able to drag one out and then the other before the hero Ender notices, and trying to carry both out with the wounds they have would be disastrous, and Stain would easily catch up. Well, here goes nothing. Izuku placed the two almost victims of Stain's rampage behind him and glided smoothly into the dodging stance. Hawks was right, this does get easier, but now is not the time for that. Glaring at the hero Ender, he spoke a simple demand. I will not let you end either of them. If you want to do that, then you'll have to go through me. I like you, kid. You have a bit of spunk. But unfortunately, I'm gonna have to end them, whether or not you like it. Stain replied, gripping a pair of knives in one hand and a longer blade in another. Izuku didn't reply, instead opting to steel himself and moved some more charge in his hands. If there are any blade, I'll want to destroy them so he can't reuse them, and ideally if I can lay a hand on him I can shock him into submission or at least stun him long enough. There's not enough time where I can stand still and guide any lightning through the ground, so for now I'll have to do this. He'll probably start by throwing the two knives, and following up with a slice with the longer blade. Izuku's theory regarding how the hero Ender would start turned out to be correct. Two knives thrown in quick succession, both of which Izuku was able to dodge with little effort. He wasn't able to catch them, but they simply flew past, further down the alley to the point where it wouldn't be practical for Stain to want to go and collect them. Eyeing the blade, Izuku waited for Stain to rush him as he further steeled his nerves. In a blur of red, Stain rushed towards Izuku with his blade outstretched, and Izuku jumped back slightly as he waited for Stain to complete the follow-through. As soon as he did, Izuku reached out with one hand and quickly grabbed the blade, destroying the blade and briefly shocking Stain. Instinctively, Stain recoiled and looked at the now destroyed blade with confusion, before jumping further back into the alley. Izuku had managed to slightly graze his hand, and a small amount of blood steadily dripped out. Thankfully, it wasn't enough to hold him back in any way. It wasn't the cut. But what was it then? Looking back to Ida and Native, he was trying to figure out the common factor when it hit him. Blood. Something about the blood. Any similar paralyzation quirks require some form of contact. And if he's so obsessed with blood, then it's something to do with him touching or ingesting blood. Izuku thought, glaring at Stain whilst in the dodging stance. The look on your face, you've figured it out, haven't you? Stain spoke, meeting Izuku's glare with a bemused smile. I'll finish off the thought for you. My quirk lets me paralyze an individual temporarily after ingesting their blood. He finished, showing off a grotesque tongue in the process. It doesn't change what I need to do, Izuku thought, dodging another pair of knives. I need to stall until some backup arrives. I doubt the hero ender will keep fighting if there's several heroes. You're tenacious. I like you, Stain said, pulling out 2 more blades. But you must be put down like the rest of these stupid fakes. Izuku, you should leave. Save your own life. Ida called out as Izuku braced himself to avoid Stain's next strikes. No, I'm not leaving you here to die. Izuku responded, simultaneously zipping over to Stain and destroyed one of the blades before zipping back, moving so fast he was nothing but a blur of green to those around him. It's not worth your life to save mine, Ida replied, tearing up. So? That's a hero's job. Izuku replied, dodging the other blade by the bare minimum, to save those that need saving, no matter the price. Jumping back, Izuku took advantage of Stain needing to pull out yet another pair of blades to look at Ida directly. And least of all am I going to leave my friend to die. So come on, we're going to live together. Ida's eyes were brimming with tears as he watched his green-haired friend dodge a pair of knives. He gritted his teeth tighter as he remembered how he got into the situation. Izuku was hit by a flying spike kick from Stain straight into his shoulder. Reacting quickly, he was able to shock Stain substantially, causing the villain to hunch over as Izuku gripped his shoulder. At least he won't be able to get any blood from that, but that's going to be troublesome when it comes to dodging. Trying to move the shoulder, he found that it was incredibly sore and slightly sharp to move, but he could still move his arm and hand with no trouble. At least I still have that going for me. Izuku braced himself, placing that shoulder behind him as he braced to dodge again, with Stain trying to stand back up, but still feeling some of the aftereffects of being zapped. I thought there was no hope for the future generation, but you... Well then, young hero, let us test your mettle. Stain rasped, licking his lips as he pulled out 4 blades instead of 2. Izuku upped his charge, feeling the slight tingling in his muscles building up. I can't hold this up charge for long, but Stain has started to take this seriously. I'll just have to ignore the numbness to be able to hold off. Clenching his fists, he would have to more proactively counterattack, rather than reserve energy and exclusively stay on the defensive. Hopefully he could hold out against the well-trained villain. Well, time to get experience the hard way. Ida looked on in distress as his green-haired friend had shifted to a more offensive stance. Ida, can you move yet? Izuku asked, his eyes wary of the blades the hero ender had brought out. Not yet, but please reconsider, Izuku. This isn't safe. Ida replied, emotion dripping into his voice. It's definitely not safe, there's no changing that. But that's the whole point of being a hero. We're here to be not safe, so we can make sure others are, and putting ourselves in danger to save others. Izuku replied, tightening his fists. Hey kid. Ida heard a voice on the other end of the earpiece and listened intently. So far I've only been able to send one other person your way, Endeavor's kid, as we all have our hands full with these Nomu sons of Bit, but hopefully they can help you kids hold out until we're done here. Ida relayed the information to Izuku, who only gave a stiff nod as he shifted his body to avoid more blades, all 3 moving like nothing more than silver and green blurs respectively. This time, however, Ida watched in terror as Izuku braced himself in a combat stance, and as soon as Stain prepared to swing, Izuku bounced to the side of one of the adjacent buildings to dodge. Then, using the building as a springboard, bounced off and grabbed Stain by his shoulders and swing him into a large metal skip, the impact resulting in a dent and a brief flash of the green lightning going through Stain. You're pretty good kid, but not good enough, Stain said, causing Izuku to look around in a panic. Above you. This caused Izuku to look up just as the blade Stain threw once Izuku dodged it to make a glancing blow on his cheek, resulting in a small amount of blood to come out. Whilst Izuku was looking up, Stain managed to lick his blood, and Izuku ended up collapsing to the ground. There was a small stream of tears running down Ida's cheek as he watched Stain take a position above Izuku, a blade in hand. "Sorry about this, kid. I ain't gonna end you, but I'm gonna have to put you out of commission for the time being." Stain suddenly froze, a steady stream of green lightning running through him. "Izuku, wadash. I might not be able to move most muscles, but I can still direct my quirk," Izuku replied, gritting his teeth as his hands steadily became more and more numb. Ida could see the sparks running off the ground, signifying the current of green lightning running through it. "But when Mr. Aizawa dash, that's because I'm using it differently at the moment. I'll explain later. Let me know the moment Todoroki Ari dash Izuku cut Ida off. I'm here." Todoroki proceeded to cut Izuku off, launching a stream of fire at Stain. In response, Stain forced himself to jump despite the lightning, breaking the current and avoiding the fire. "Ha ha, you damn brats," Stain said, reaching for more weapons, to no avail. "What? You green-haired brat. I'm going to tear you Lee dash. You will do no such thing." Todoroki cut Stain off, launching a glacier of ice separating Izuku from Stain. In the process, Izuku made sure to destroy the blade that had cut his cheek as he watched Todoroki run towards him, carrying the paralyzed boy back to where Ida and Native were. He doesn't have any easily accessible blades anymore, so hopefully he'll have some difficulty getting through the ice, and he should still be in some after effects from my quirk. Todoroki nodded, and turned to face Stain, who had kicked his way through the ice. "The son of Endeavor. Oh, I'm going to have fun ridding the world of you and your father," Stain said. Todoroki tensed up and sent a powerful stream of fire towards Stain, who jumped to the side. "You're not fast or as smart as the other brat, but your raw power is far greater. This shouldn't be too hard," Stain told him. "Todoroki, take Izuku and run. Don't get mixed up in this," Ida yelled, desperate to limit the damage of his own failures. "You shouldn't have to clean up my own shortcomings as a hero." "Ida," Todoroki called back, launching a glacier at Stain, "we are heroes. This is what we're going to do. So stand up and fight. If you're so worried about your hero shortcomings, help us clean up then. I don't deserve to be called a hero. I have strayed from the path of heroism," Ida replied, tears running down his face. "Yes you do, Ida. Don't let Stain get to you. There are many ways to be a hero, and sometimes we go the wrong way, but focus on your goal. Why did you want to be a hero, Ida?" Izuku yelled, green lightning pulsing through him as he waited for the moment he could send another zap through the hero ender. Why do I want to be a hero?" Ida whispered to himself. He watched as Todoroki did his best to fend off the hero ender, launching 2 streams of ice to narrow down their movement. He's cool and collected, even in a situation like this, making decisions like a leader. Like the leader Tensei is. That's right. I wanted to be a hero that would be respected and lead as a prime example for others, Ida thought, tightening his fists. Realizing he could move again, he stood up and rushed the hero ender with a powerful kick, countering their kick towards Todoroki. "I apologize for my actions that led us into this mess, but will do my best to right them," Ida said, clenching his fist. Todoroki nodded in response, as the hero ender rushed the 2 students again, with a kick aimed at Ida. "You may have had a change of heart now, but that won't be good enough," Stain yelled, baring his teeth at the students. Ida watched in terror as he changed target and launched over the 2 Utada students, towards Native and Izuku. Faster than he could blink, however, Izuku had intercepted Stain and threw him back in front of the other 2 Utada students, resulting in Stain being kicked further back by Ida before needing to dodge a stream of fire from Todoroki. "You're free already?" Ida asked, eyes glued on the hero ender, currently jumping between the 2 buildings. "I'm assuming there's some other variable, like quantity or blood type. We need to finish this quickly though, both you and I are injured and we're all running out of energy." When Izuku mentioned this, Ida realized that Izuku wasn't moving anywhere near the speed he was earlier, and the usual sparks had died down. Izuku's hair still stood on end, however, a vibrant green that was somehow managing to illuminate the immediate vicinity. Right, let's finish this. I'll bring him over, you need to hit him with everything you've got. Izuku said, before bouncing between the buildings to match the hero Ender's movements and predict their next move. I'm sorry I let you down, both of you and Tensei. Ida thought as he braced himself to kick the hero Ender, the moment Izuku managed to throw them. And throw them he did. Izuku managed grab and throw the hero Ender so aggressively that it looked like Bakugo had just taken over. That must be the last of his energy, I have to make this count. Ida thought as he propelled himself upwards. Recipro burst. Ida screamed, flying up and giving a rib-shattering kick to the hero Ender, who had been thrown across a building and shocked by green lightning. As he returned to the ground he was caught by Izuku, and the two watched Todoroki burn the hero Ender, before catching him with ice. I think it's... Ida started, trailing off as Todoroki checked the hero Ender. Over. Todoroki replied. The Utada students tended to their wounds with some basic first aid, and using some rope from Native tied up the hero Ender. Native insisted on dragging out the now unconscious villain, as the trio of Utada students made their way out to the streets, where hopefully some other heroes were. Ida shed a final tear, before tightening his fists again. I'll start again, this time, on the path of a true hero. Izuku was doing his best not to yawn as his hands twitched slightly. He, his friends and Native made their way out to the street where it took all of his willpower to not just collapse and sleep, although he was thankful he did not have any headaches. As they made it out to the street, he was greeted by Hawks, who was followed by Endeavor and several of the latter's sidekicks. There you are, kid. You look like a right mess. Hawks exclaimed, before looking at Native, and to the currently knocked out hero Ender, caught the big fish, eh? I suppose so, yeah. Izuku replied, taken aback by his mentor's still chill atmosphere. All thanks to those three really, I just kinda sat there and needed to be protected. Native trailed off, cheeks reddening slightly. Nonetheless, thank you three for saving my life, and preventing many more deaths. In response, Izuku mustered up enough energy to become a blushing and stuttering mess. Todoroki just nodded and Ida remained lost in thought. He suddenly snapped out of it and began some spiel about how it was a Uda's student duty to protect citizens and those in need. Izuku was hardly registering any of it, leaning slightly on Todoroki, who was more than happy to provide the support for who was probably his first and best friend, and doing his best to stay awake when he heard a desperate warning from one of Endeavor's sidekicks. Flying and... They yelled, pointing at the bleeding creature which was swooping down at Izuku and Todoroki. Using the last of both his own and his quirk energy, he pushed Todoroki out of the way as he felt the sharp claws of the Nomu jab him in the stomach, quickly picking him up and beginning to fly away. He was hardly able to register anything from his drowsiness, but out of the corner of his eye he saw Hawks take off and began to fly towards him, but before he could reach his maximum speed, Izuku watched Stain lick someone's cheek, and vaguely registered the feeling of falling when the hero Ender grabbed him out of the creature's talons and violently stabbed the creature in the brain. The action was more than enough to bring Izuku completely back into reality, completely waking him up as he realized what had just happened. He could faintly hear something about the hero Ender now having a hostage and Hawks yelling at Endeavor not to fire as to not injure Izuku. Endeavor! The hero Ender rasped, turning towards the crowd of heroes. The worst of all the heroes. Stain began moving towards them, each step he took with more weight than the others, terrifying every last hero to their core. Just proving my point, willing to end a true hero for the sake of finishing me off. Stain said, a powerful bloodlust emanating from him. He held up 2 fingers and continued, of all the heroes in the world I have met or know of, there are only 2 true heroes. All Might, and he pointed another finger towards Izuku before continuing, and this kid. And of all the heroes in the world, there is one I want to rid the world of most, Stain said, this time directing a glare directly at Endeavor. You? At this point, the bloodlust emanating from Stain was so high, Izuku wouldn't be surprised if those back in Mizudafu could feel it. And as soon as it happened, it finished. The hero Ender stood still, eyes white as heroes and heroes in training were frozen in shock alike. Izuku vaguely felt himself being picked up by Hawks, who whispered, you can rest easy now, kid. You did good, we'll deal with all the legal mumbo-jumbo later. Izuku mumbled a thanks and Hawks gave Izuku a proud glance as the UATA student felt himself nodding off, his drowsiness quickly catching up again. Izuku woke up with a groan. He was still really tired, and as the events of last night came back to him, he could feel the soreness coming back and he was completely out of energy. He didn't really feel any pain from his wounds, but when he rolled over it aggravated his shoulder. As a result, he shot up and properly looked around the room. It was barely light out and he was the first awake. In the room with him, there was Todoroki and Ida, both still sleeping and each hooked up to heart rate monitors, much like himself. To his side there was a bedside table, on which there was a small backpack. On it there was a note directed to him, from Hawks. "Hey kid, hope you're feeling alright. Here's some of your stuff so you aren't completely bored out of your mind. Being stuck in recovery is the most boring part of being a hero. I'll probably talk to you sometime today about your actions, when the police talk to you as well. But I'm proud of you kid, you did well." Izuku started tearing up as he opened the bag. Within had several notebooks and a couple pens. He smiled, just what he needed to end time. Opening up one of the notebooks, incidentally, it was Battle and Combat Strategy Book number 7, he began noting down the encounter with Stain, and started writing about the various techniques displayed by both himself and his opponent. After a few hours, Todoroki and Ida had both woken up, and the three students engaged in light conversation, despite the tense atmosphere they were in as they waited for word from the chief of police. Taking advantage of a break in conversation, Izuku began looking through the rest of the contents of the bag and he saw a decent-looking phone, with another note from Hawks. "So, your phone was kinda completely smashed up so I got you a replacement. You might want to contact your friends before they have a panic attack." Izuku chuckled slightly, loading up the phone to find all the data was thankfully backed up somewhere, and he sent out a few messages, promising to call some people later on, and turning off the new phone just before Manuel, Hawks, and someone who had a dog mutation quirk walked in. Izuku smiled nervously as he waved to Hawks, who walked up to his in turn and pat his head. "You did good kid, and you stayed within my rules. Chill a little bit," Hawks told him, and Izuku's smile became more sincere. On the other hand, Manuel walked over to Ida and whacked the student on the head. "What the hell were you thinking? Going out and hunting the hero Ender on your own, whilst there was a crisis happening in the city no less." Manuel scolded, resulting in Ida bowing deeply. He was about to start talking, when the other person introduced themselves. "Now that is out of the way, I am here to speak to you about your actions that night, woof." The person said, "I am the Hosu Chief of Police, and as you know, using quirks without explicit permission to result in grievous bodily harm is illegal, woof." The hero Ender was found with severe burns, nerve damage, and several broken ribs amongst other things, woof. As such dash. Hold on there. Todoroki cut the chief off, anger glistening in his eyes. "Are you saying we should have done nothing? If Izuku hadn't shown up, then Ida and Native would be dead, and if I didn't come they would all be gravely wounded. What are they teaching you at that school of yours?" The chief said, shaking his head, "Of course, that is the official opinion of the police. This is more than a little underhanded, but because there was only one other person at the incident at the time, and the pros you approached afterwards can be trusted to keep their mouth shut, we can simply not release full details to the public. We will tell them that some UTA interns and Endeavor came across and defeated the hero Ender, as such not specifically revealing you. Whilst you would not receive direct merit, you would not be punished for your actions. On the other hand, we can release full details and as such would be required to prosecute you for your actions. However, we do not want to hinder such young and promising heroes as yourself." The trio of students nodded, with Todoroki giving an annoyed grunt, before Hawks spoke up. "Hold on there, pal. I had given explicit instructions for my intern to use his quirk, as such he should at the very least be credited for his role in the capture directly," Hawks said, a fierce spark in his eyes. Izuku was slightly dumbfounded and became a blushing mess, wanting to speak up but the chief beat him to it. "Very well, considering the circumstances we can say that Midori Raiko, one of your interns, played a major role in taking down Stain whilst not being specific?" Hawks nodded happily whilst Izuku was in a bit of shock. Despite this he thanked both of them profusely. Due to the incident that occurred, chances are none of you will be able to return to your internships. However, I believe you all have gathered more than enough experience from this one scenario. The chief said, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes, and from the bottom of my heart, and on behalf of both the Hosu police force and citizens, I thank you for your actions that resulted in a vicious tyrant being taken off the streets, saving many in the future. So thank you, heroes. He finished, bowing deeply. Todoroki grunted in response, Ida thanked him for their forgiveness, and Izuku smiled nervously. Hawks was looking on proudly as he waved goodbye, off to check on Tokoyami's continued training. Luckily for him, due to his treatment of the situation, he would not be punished or have his ability take on interns revoked. This was not the same for Manuel, who had Ida run off whilst he was meant to be under his care. Ida apologized profusely and bowed a perfect 90 degrees, which was incredibly impressive all things considered, and Endeavor, who was noticeably not present, was let off because it's Endeavor, much to Todoroki's dismay. Regardless, the adults left the students be as each of them continued with activities. Ida was talking to family over the phone and Todoroki was doing some study of what appeared to be the chemical structure of water and ice, presumably to try and develop his quirk. Wait, if Todoroki produces ice and fire, could he theoretically then combine them and produce steam? What would his temperature ranges be? Probably at the absolute lowest it would be 0 Kelvin, minus 273.15 C or minus 459.67 F, and considering Endeavor can comfortably melt cement, it would probably be something above 1550 C, 2822 F, but could he make his fire cold and ice hot? Izuku muttered, writing frantically in a page for Todoroki. The boy with bicolored hair blinked, and wrote a couple sticky notes of that information before chuckling lightly to himself. Never change, Izuku, never change. After a while, Izuku finished his spiel about Todoroki's quirk in a page of the book, before quietly excusing himself to talk to his friends and family on the new phone. Stepping into a designated room, he found it empty and started by dialing Bakugo. It rang once, twice, thrice before an exhausted voice picked up. Zuku? Bakugo questioned. Izuku smiled before answering. Yeah, Kaken, sorry I couldn't respond earlier. We're being scolded? I don't give a shit about that. Are you okay, you damn nerd? Bakugo responded, his previous tiredness gone. Yeah, I'm fine. Guy could barely land a hit on me. Izuku chuckled as he heard some yelling in the background. What the FDO you want? You're just a sheet by extra. You don't get to tell me sheet. Yeah, tell him I'll be out in a few minutes for F's sake. Sorry Zuku, I gotta go to do some dumb sheet. I expect a full story and every detail once we get back home. Got it? Alright Kaken, talk to you then? Izuku responded before hanging up, but not before hearing more indiscriminate screaming and more than a few choice words from Bakugo. Next on his list to call was his adoptive parents, who were both understandably worried but indescribably proud of their adoptive son for playing a crucial role in the capturing of such a vicious ender and the person to end dozens of pros' lives and careers. After bidding them farewell, he checked the next on his list. Members of the Big Three, who had all eventually become good friends with him, even the ever-shy Tamaki had started to open up a little. First up, Tamaki, mostly because the boy's anxieties were probably not helped by the news that several Yuta student interns, one of whom confirmed to be Izuku, had taken down the one and only hero ender, Stain. The phone rung 5 times before a shaky voice picked up. Aye Izuku? Yo Tamaki, just calling to let you know I'm okay. Izuku replied, smiling. Oh thank goodness you're okay. Are you injured? Tamaki replied mildly confidently, at least relatively, like, he was still whispering but there was noticeably less stuttering. Not badly, just a couple scratches here and there but overall I'll be okay. Izuku responded. Well, try to keep out of trouble, I look forward to hearing about it once this is all over. TD talk to you later Izuku, Fat Gum is calling me for lunch. Tamaki replied before hanging up. The next person to call was Mirio, who picked up after 2 rings. So, Izuku, good to hear from ya. How are you doing? I'm doing fairly well all things considered, yourself? And not bad, just doing the internships like you. Except getting into notably less trouble. Doing it with Night Dash. Night that's in All Might's only sidekick, or at least briefly, until they had a falling out. Yes, that night. Mirio responded, mildly amused. Wha? Yes, sir. Sorry, Izuku. I gotta go back to training. Talk to you later, kiddo. The phone hung up shortly after. Who was that, Mirio? Night Eye asked, curious as to who Mirio's few friends were. It was lonely at the top after all. Izuku, hero name, Midori Raiko. He's a good friend. Mirio responded enthusiastically. One of the interns who was part of the defeat of the hero Ender? Indeed, sir. I believe you'd like him. He has a decent attitude but a great mind. Mirio told him. Night Eye just nodded slowly in response. Perhaps. Perhaps. Izuku gulped loudly. Of all the people he needed to call, he was most nervous to call Nijire, for a number of reasons. Regardless, he pressed the contact and put the phone to his ear. Not even half a ring later, an excited yell came through. Izuku! Oh my gosh, are you okay? Are you hurt? Are you resting? Why dash? Why it's me, Izuku. I am okay now. I've only got a few cuts but no permanent damage. Just a few scars, but nothing bad. And yes, I'm resting. Izuku replied. Scars? Oh, that's neat. Where? Oh, does it still hurt? Hey, what was Stain's quirk? No, I'm not bothering anyone, Ryuko. Sorry, Ryuko doesn't like it when I question people a bunch. Anyway, spill all the deets. Nijire replied. Yes, a scar on my cheek and a scar on my arm. It doesn't hurt anymore. Stain's quirk was paralyzation via blood ingestion. It's why he fought with so many blades. It was really fascinating actually. He fought focused almost entirely on speed, and Izuku was cut off from his muttering when there was a yell heard from the other end. Are you talking to boyfriend Nijire? WW. And no, it's not like that. Sure. Ryuko, presumably, and Nijire bickered. Izuku was a shade of deep red. Despite that, he had to admit it was funny to hear Nijire stammer for once. I'll tell you once we get back to SS school, everyone else wants TT to know anyway. TT talk to you later, Nijire. Alright. Talk to you later, Izuku. Just before the two hung up, Izuku could hear Ryuko teasing Nijire about being on first-name basis, and he felt his blush go deeper somehow. Yeah, he'd tell them about the fight against Stain. If he could survive the attention until then. Izuku yawned and rolled over. At least he was no longer in pain. The worst part was the boredom. All his friends were busy with their own internships. Ida and Todoroki were both already released and picked up by their respective parents. Although he did get to talk to Ingenium briefly as they came to thank the boys for stopping the person who put an end to his hero career, to which Izuku spent a lot of time stuttering before managing to vaguely say something resembling a sentence, the most amusing thing was Todoroki's leaving statement. Flashback. Todoroki had gathered his belongings, but just before he left he pulled out a notebook. On it there was a large label. It read Theories. Todoroki flipped to a particular page, and Izuku could just make out his name at the top. He chuckled when Todoroki asked the first question. Are you biologically, distantly, or otherwise related to either Kaminari or Nizu? Well, no. I understand Kaminari, but Nizu? Izuku responded, stifling more laughter. So this is his notebook for conspiracy theories like my own for quirks? Well, similar to him, you have a tendency to go off on unintelligible tangents, and additionally you seem to possess an ability to materialize notebooks whilst Nizu can materialize tea. By this point, Izuku was holding his sides in laughter as the stoic-faced Todoroki did not once crack a smile whilst reading off the notes. Haha. Okay, first off, I am not related to Nizu, and second I carry a variety of notebooks depending on the event. The school jackets have several inside pockets that I tend to utilize for that. Izuku replied, clutching the other boy's shoulder to stabilize himself. Todoroki thought back to the events, and that was true. Izuku tended to wear jackets whilst not in active combat, such as the sports festival. After he had recovered, the boy was wearing a jacket despite the weather not being all too cold. Perhaps it was something to do with his quirk as well? Regardless, Todoroki apologized before bidding farewell. And flashback. Izuku chuckled fondly at the memory whilst he reached in for another notebook, until his phone buzzed. Picking it up, he heard the voice of his parents telling him to pack his things, get changed and come down to the lobby as he had been officially discharged and they had come to pick him up. Once he got down, he was hugged tightly by both of his parents, giving them a soft smile and hugging them back before following them out to the car. After a brief scolding for getting in trouble already courtesy of his mother, he fell asleep leaning on the window, and when he woke up they had just arrived home with the sun setting in the background. Izuku was told there would be a dorm system being introduced in school after several problematic happenings, and so he would need to pack his clothes, books, and dismantle any furniture as the school would be moving the items during the first day after internships for students to return to after school. Making his way to his room, he put on some headphones and listened to a variety of podcasts and music to ignore the deafening silence of the household. Eventually he had packed up everything in boxes, bar a few casual outfits and a school uniform for the first day of the dorms, and several notebooks and a couple books for his entertainment in the meantime. Whilst he was technically recovered, the doctors were insistent on resting until school started up again as to allow his body to grow and develop from the experience, so he had to focus on improving his thought process, so he spent some time reading various works regarding the shogunate period of ancient Japan. Due to the militaristic nature of the time period, there was plenty of military history to study and understand. Whilst very few villains were organized enough to establish a large group and fewer still be smart enough to maneuver in such a way, it was definitely useful to know when up against his fellow classmates. That, and it meant he would be ahead of the classwork. A few days passed and Izuku had to return to school seeing his classmates again. Pulling up the hood of the school jacket, his was custom to help suppress the lightning arcing from him, much like his hero costume, he managed to make it to school without being recognized. The moment he made it through the U-gate, however, a blur of blue crashed into him. Almost immediately he recognized it, and his cheeks became a deep shade of red. And in a Nijire? WWRYYUD doing? Izuku eventually managed to stutter out. She didn't respond immediately, and Izuku looked up to see Tamaki, Mirio and Bakugo laughing at the green-haired boy's current position. And in Nijire? I was so worried when I heard that you fought the hero Ender. She told him, before releasing him and standing upright, barely taller than the other boy, and I'm glad you contacted me, but I don't trust you to admit the full extent of your injuries. Izuku chuckled nervously, the blush ever present as he rubbed the back of his head. I didn't lie or hold anything back. I'll tell you guys the details after class. For now we should get going. Izuku said, causing Nijire to dramatically gasp before running off dragging a Tamaki who was evidently already tired of Nijire and a Mirio who had a smile that seemed to never leave his face. Izuku blinked twice as his face returned to its normal coloration. Bakugo chuckled and clapped the boy with green hair on his back. Denser than a black hole, I swear. Come on, let's go. Bakugo told him. Izuku just nodded, mindlessly following Bakugo to the classroom until he realized something. Hey Kaken. Izuku started. What? Bakugo responded, turning to face his brother. What is wrong with your hair? Izuku said, clasping a hand over his mouth to suppress the laughter. Best Genus did some weird-ass shit with it and it won't FNG go back to normal. Bakugo responded, twitching more than a little. At this point Izuku couldn't stop himself from laughing, clutching his brother's shoulder to stabilize himself. The explosive boy was getting gradually more annoyed as they kept walking, reaching the class 1A. When the two opened the door, there weren't many members of the class present, only Shiro, Kirishima, Mineta, Ida and Todoroki. Izuku approached the latter too, conversing quietly with them, having had become much closer after the events of the internship. Apparently nearly dying tended to do that. Bakugo understood, and was approached by Shiro and Kirishima, who immediately began laughing at his haircut. It was swept to the side and gelled down to be flat. They had a similar reaction to Izuku, both bursting out into laughter. Izuku chuckled at their antics as he checked the schedule for today. A few normal lessons but also spending a decent amount of time doing heroics, probably since everyone was back from internships, and an extra lesson of home group at the end of the day, probably to assist with moving into dorms. Regardless, the students funneled in, and eventually the events of the internship came up. Almost immediately, everybody turned to look at Izuku, who pulled his hood up again and buried himself into a notebook, writing something down before ripping the page out and quietly walking over to Mina and giving it to her. She raised an eyebrow, but when he nodded to the page, she understood. She's the most sociable and free-going, so she can read the story. I don't think Todoroki and Ida would want to, and Kaken is Kaken. Izuku had thought, with something similar written on the page at the top. Mina began reading out the page as Izuku nervously played with his fingers. He had made sure to not name the other two Yuta students as to be intentionally vague, whilst additionally making the experience much less exciting overall and reduce his input in the event, and giving Endeavor what was effectively Todoroki's role in the fiasco. All in all, it was a semi-fabricated story that had a loose basis in reality that would hopefully satisfy his classmates. And that it did. No one had any questions to ask, there were plenty of compliments thrown around, and both Ida and Todoroki seemed content with his retelling of the events. Mina skipped over and handed back the piece of paper to Izuku, who proceeded to pocket the piece of paper so he could make sure he used the same retelling for the big three later on. He continued the morning until first lesson by simply writing in one of the notebooks. Once the day got going, the class made it to their heroics lesson in their uniforms. Izuku had now added some capture rope to the side, a unique metal that would react to his green lightning, allowing for him to mold it as he saw fit using the lightning, making it a capture tool akin to Aizawa-sensei's scarf. He was fiddling with the rope as he waited for the rest of the students to come out. Eventually everyone was waiting for All Might, when he came in with a sign that read, "Rescue." "Sir, does this mean we will be going to the USJ?" Ida piped up. In response, All Might shook his head as he began explaining. "There is more than one aspect to rescuing people. So today," he said, flipping the sign around as he continued, "we will be doing a rescue race. First to save a civilian in the middle of the factory environment wins. We will race in groups of 5 to show off all those new skills from your internships," All Might proclaimed, as he began to lead the class in the direction. Izuku was in the first group, with Shiro, Ida, Ojiro, and Mina. He could hear students predicting who would win, with the group being one with some of the most agile students. He heard Tokoyami chuckle as predictions landed between Shiro and Ida, but the sentient host remained silent as those in the first group made their way to the starting location. The moment All Might said go, Ida began sprinting, Shiro began swinging overhead with Ojiro whilst Mina just skated around. A few seconds in, Izuku could faintly hear students questioning him as he braced himself, allowing the green lightning of his quirk to fuse with him, with the new technique. There were a few gasps of awe as Izuku took off, propelled primarily by his quirk as he leaped high and quickly looked around for the civilian. Once spotted, he landed on the ground and began sprinting towards the location with his eyes closed. He overtook Mina and Ida as he was able to take the sharp corners slightly better with such precise momentum control with his quirk, before passing Ojiro and Shiro as they had to stop and check where they were going. With his quirk's ability to boost his senses, Izuku was easily capable of memorizing the course. However, he found it much easier to do if he was able to visualize it, rather than rely on memory alone. Ducking under some piping at the last minute, he found himself at the target location as he released his quirk, a small flash of green lightning coming from him as he released the immediately available energy, so he didn't have to worry so much about managing it. His hair returned to its usual floppy state and his eyes returned to the slightly darker green whilst he waited for the remainder of his race group to make it. Once they did, they all congratulated Izuku, much to his dismay as he blushed, and Ida seemed a little disappointed in himself as he should be fastest, but nonetheless he congratulated Izuku as the two made small talk on the way back to the rest of the class. Upon arriving with the class, he was immediately surrounded by them, bar Todoroki, Bakugo, Tokoyami and those in his race group, and there were a lot of questions as he seemed to pull a brand new speed and quirk technique out of nowhere, making him much faster than before. He just, after his stuttering subsided, explained it was something that Hawks taught him as part of the internship. Everyone looked at Tokoyami, who remained unemotive, to see what he would do before All Might gathered their attention and did his best to try and break down what happened. So, what Izuku did was figure out the route and then rush there. So he planned first and executed. Sue said, breaking into some convoluted explanation All Might was going through. Exactly, young Azui. Now, next group, young Tokoyami, young Azui, young Bakugo, young Todoroki and young Yaoyorozu. All Might announced as Bakugo smirked before All Might added something else whilst looking at Bakugo, and keep damage to a minimum. Bakugo twitched at All Might's last comment as he prepared himself to propel upwards and fly straight towards the objective. Icy Hot would probably make some massive ice structure, Frog Face would probably just bounce there, 3D printer would make rollerblades or some sheet and Birdhead would just run. Bakugo smirked, he had this in the bag. He might not be able to best Izuku's time, but he would get damn close. The moment All Might said go, everyone did as Bakugo predicted except for the Birdhead, who was talking to their sentient. Bakugo rolled his eyes as he flew upwards, looking for the target when a gust of wind blew him to the side. My apologies, Bakugo. Birdhead said, flying past the explosive blonde and maintaining a slightly unsteady altitude before swooping, presumably in the direction of the hostage. Wait, fly? What the F dash? Bakugo thought, before realizing that Birdhead had grown wings using the sentient bastard, presumably something he did with hawks. Yeah, that makes sense. Shaking his head, Bakugo began propelling himself through the air towards the target, getting neck and neck with Birdhead before the bastard flapped his FING wings another time, and took the lead by a FANG beak, and managed to land and get there first. Bakugo fought the urge to twitch as he landed in second, just ignoring the bastard in first as they waited in an awkward silence for the rest of the race group to show up. Surprisingly, the 3D printer showed up in third, with a bike and FNG X-ray goggles to follow the heat signatures of those in first, with Icy Hot in fourth and Frog Beach in last. Once all gathered, the group returned to the class who, unsurprisingly, mobbed Birdhead, all asking him what happened. He simply replied with, I have assimilated myself further with darkness, much like the edgy F he was. Bakugo was twitching, but surprised when Izuku placed a hand on his shoulder. You're annoyed you haven't progressed as much as Tokoyami and myself, aren't you? Izuku asked. Yeah. Bakugo responded, slumping slightly as the scowl left his face momentarily, replaced with a look of disappointment. Izuku wrote something down in a notebook, before handing Bakugo a small piece of paper with a book title on it. It was something to do with explosion physics or some sheet, and there were instructions for where to find it in Izuku's massive stockpile of books. Bakugo looked at his brother, who was beaming at the explosive blonde, and simply nodded with a slight smile. Just what I could use right now. Support and a way to improve. Eventually class finished and Izuku began heading to the changing rooms with the rest of the boys as he peeled off the weird fabric that his hero costume was made out of. It wasn't the most comfortable, but it did its job well. He heard Mineta yelling something incredibly perverted, getting his, and all the other boys' attention, as he started peeling off a poster on the wall. They all understood, well, Izuku didn't, when there was a small hole in the wall. Izuku just blinked and tapped Todoroki's shoulder and whispered if Todoroki could explain to him. Todoroki's response was to chuckle and pat Izuku's head, saying, never change. Izuku blinked, but he understood once he heard Mineta yelling about various traits regarding the female members of the class. He was blushing hard and was about to pull Mineta away when Mineta screamed, an earphone jack in his eye before the hole filled with concrete. Mineta got a stern lecturing to from Ida, before trying to run away only to be caught by Bakugo, who was twitching with explosions coming from his hands. Izuku quietly walked past them as he heard a loud scream and more than a few explosions, before Mineta landed in the ground in front of him, digging into the ground deep with more than a few burn marks. He sidestepped the pervert, before continuing on his way. All of his classmates did the same. Everyone returned to class, except Mineta, and the students were briefed by Aizawa-sensei. For his actions, Mineta would be under house arrest for several days and have to manage cleaning the dorms along with the rubbish, and Bakugo was let off the hook, barely. No one really cared as Aizawa-sensei led them to the dorms, everyone varying degrees of excited to see their housing for the next few years. Their new homes. Izuku and the rest of Class 1A made their way to the new dorms, dubbed Heights Alliance. Once there they met Mineta, and Aizawa-sensei began a rundown of the dorms. Each room has a fridge and a private bathroom. He started, leading them inside. Inside you'll find a key for your room. If you need another for whatever reason, you will incur charges relating to it, or you can try and make one yourself, whatever, I don't care. Anyway, there is a communal kitchen and lounge area. You will also have access to the school gym and any other facilities. There is also a bathing area that is separated by gender, Dezawa-sensei explained, finishing with a slight glare at Mineta, who gulped. Their hair settled as he led the students inside and handed a slip of paper to Ida and a slip of paper to Yaoyorozu. Yaoyorozu led the girls to their respective dorms as Ida did for the boys. Izuku and Bakugo were next to each other, which neither had any complaints for. Izuku got to work unpacking and was delighted to see the school had followed through with his request of the rubberized walls, meaning he didn't have to worry about his quirk disturbing his dorm mates. Constructing his bookshelf, he started layer by layer, filling it out with his excessive amount of books, with notebooks entirely on the bottom shelf and the rest a meticulously organized selection of fiction and non-fiction. He placed the futon adjacent to the desk, which was facing out the window in such a way there was still balcony access. Izuku stood at his doorway, satisfied with his work and admiring the tidiness of it all before hanging up uniforms in the closet and placing various toiletries in the bathroom. Fluffy hair doesn't fluffy itself. Finally he was finished, with a few hours to spare before everyone had agreed to meet in the lounge for dinner, so, with no work to do, he grabbed the book for Bakugo and left it out prominently before grabbing some headphones and pulling out a notebook. Listening to various songs, he got lost in his little world as he flipped to the page regarding his own quirk. Using a laptop and a secondary monitor to do some research, his hands moved faster than the human eye could track, his eyes switching between the two monitors and notebook. Both his hands and eyes had streaks of lightning in them, and he didn't need to worry about anything breaking thanks to some of the school's rubberization equipment as his quirk began to spark slightly. The information was to do with the composition of lightning, and the way it could be harnessed in the natural world, irrespective of quirks. After a lot of research, delving into several rabbit holes at once, each with their own page, he was broken out of thoughts as there was a loud banging on the door. "Izuku, get your ass out here for dinner," Bakugo yelled through. Oh, he'll be out there in a moment," Izuku called back, not looking at the door or realizing his quirk was active on his mouth. Bakugo, having had tolerated it for years, rolled his eyes and called something back. "Bring your FNG notebook with you." At this, Izuku broke out of his flow and took off his headphones, holding onto a couple of different colored pens as he grabbed, pocketed the notebook and book for Bakugo, and met Bakugo outside his dorm room with a sheepish smile. Bakugo took the book and just rolled his eyes again and began walking off, yelling, "Hurry the F up," as he went. Izuku caught up and walked in a comfortable silence with his brother as they made their way downstairs for dinner with the rest of the class. With the class, Izuku made small talk with various members of the class after Yaoyorozu had ordered in food. According to the rules, it would be brought to the gate where the student responsible for ordering would be to collect it along with friends, and if no one picked it up the teachers would take it for themselves. Who were they to turn down free food? Regardless, Yaoyorozu and Ida had excused themselves to go collect the food from the gate as the remaining students were divided amongst their various social groups. Izuku was writing in his notebook whilst conversing with Todoroki, the two discussing management of their unruly ranged attacks. "Personally with my fire, I compress and compact the fire to be able to fire it in a stream," Todoroki explained. Izuku nodded as he wrote that down, adding a selection of numbers and a variety of diagrams as he went. With the lightning, establishing a connection through the ground is easiest, or a direct link between the target and myself as the lightning tends to be incredibly unruly. But perhaps if I can compact it, I might be able to shoot something like a beam or fire it in bursts. Could you help me with that? Izuku responded, closing his notebook as he looked to Todoroki. Todoroki nodded, and Izuku beamed in happiness. Todoroki just chuckled as he watched the green-haired boy write furiously in the book, and turned his gaze towards the door, anticipating faintly glistened in his heterochromatic eyes. Finally, the students in question returned, each carrying several bags of food delivered. The other students quickly gathered around the dining tables, as Kaminari helped Kirishima to set the tables. Once everyone was seated, The students engaged in light and intermittent conversation as they all ate in peaceful contentment. Once they were done, everyone left the dining room to a tearful Mineta to clean up as they made it to the lounge room to hang out. A content silence filled the room before it was broken by none other than Mina. "So, you know what we should do?" Mina called out, attracting everyone's attention. Ida, surprisingly, was the first to respond, "A group study section. We ought to take this additional time together to accelerate our dash." "Heavens no. We're going to do a dorm showcase to show off our new rooms. Consider it a chance to make a better connection with other members of the class." Mina cut him off. "An excellent idea." Ida nodded, before Mina began going towards the first room of the boys, Aoyamas. Everyone entered, and was not too surprised. It was bright. Blindingly so. Everyone quickly moved on as they were bored, and to avoid the dangerously bright lights. "Doesn't it just spark dash?" Aoyama started. Didn't expect anything less," Mina said, cutting Aoyama off and leading everyone to the next room, deflating the sparkling boy. The next room, Tokoyami's, was the polar opposite, moody, dark and edgy. Oh, spooky," Mina exclaimed, doing some weird jazz hands as she said that, before everyone left and looked down the hall to where the next room was. Down the hall, they saw Mineta, gesturing for people to come in. Everyone promptly turned around and headed to the stairs to the next floor. First room to visit on this floor was Ojiro's, which was aggressively normal, much to his embarrassment. Next was Kaminari's room, which was funky, if more than a little tacky to everyone else. Last on the third floor was Koda's room, which everyone found adorable, mostly because there was a bunny. Even Bakugo took a turn holding the rabbit, much to his displeasure and everyone else's excitement. Izuku made sure to take a photo, for memory's sake. Next, fourth floor, the first room was Shoji's minimalist room, which had almost nothing, much to everyone's dismay. Siro's room was very oriental, including the rug, curtain, even the lighting in the room had been adjusted to fit the mood of the room. Afterwards was Kirishima's self-proclaimed manly room, which had a punching bag and a few inspirational posters. Last on the floor was Sato's room, who remembered he had began baking a cake and managed to bring it out of the oven just in time and proceeded to offer some to everyone. All the girls had some, along with a few of the boys, all of them proclaiming how good it was. Moving to the final floor, the first room to look at was Ida's, proclaiming that it was a model of what, as a Yudata student, a room should look like. In short, there was next to nothing interesting to look at. Afterwards was Todoroki's room, who had completely redone the floor to create a more traditional style room, much to everyone's surprise. When asked how he did it, he simply replied, "Hard work." There were two more rooms to look at, Bakugo's and Izuku's. Most students were sweating slightly at the idea of visiting the former's room. He would normally snap from people just looking at him. They weren't sure they would survive looking in Bakugo's room. Until Izuku tapped Bakugo on the shoulder and whispered something in the boy's ear. Bakugo sighed and opened the door to his room for them. "FNG nerd says I need to give you at least a minute. If any of you are in there for any longer, I will effing end you. And if you take a single effing photo, I will shatter your phone like a twig before I shatter you. And I might end Grapist regardless." Bakugo finished, glaring at the student in question who had just tried to perv on some of the girls. Tsu slapped the Grapist, before going to take a look inside Bakugo's room like everyone else. To one side, there were several variations of punching bags, much to Kirishima's happiness, exclaiming how manly it was, along with a bar for bodyweight exercises. Kirishima was begging Bakugo to use some of the items, who snapped back with "use the school's sheety hair." To the other side were a few posters of various heroes, a few horror movie posters and a small bookshelf of various study materials. Facing the balcony window was his desk, which had some general quirk information and a few notebooks opened, with a mix of battle tactics and notes from the school day. "No wonder you got fourth for the midterms. Man, just looking at all this makes my brain hurt," Kaminari complained, his brain almost frying merely from looking. Mina nodded alongside him, before going to look over at the posters. "Hey, alien. Nice," Mina called out as Bakugo began twitching. Izuku chuckled, before tapping on Bakugo's shoulder and motioning to the clock. Bakugo grinned, before screaming. All right, everyone get the F out now. Needless to say, the members of Class 1A complied. The final of the boys' rooms to look at was Izuku, who was currently shaking as he played with the sleeve of his jacket, giving a nervous smile to the rest of the class as he gripped the door handle, opening it to show them his room. No one really knew what to expect from the shy, reserved but friendly boy. But this was decidedly not it. It was like walking into a library, a ceiling-high bookshelf completely packed with books and notebooks. The walls had a little give to them, a rubbery texture. There was a desk looking to the window, with several notebooks open across it with a small bucket of different colored pens. The desk had a school laptop and an external monitor, both with several different articles, with more tabs of more articles in each window. At the side of the room there was a mattress flipped up, but when flipped down the class could see the special mattress protector, but a lack of blankets and pillows, which was a tad concerning to several of his friends. Whilst some people were admiring his collection of books, several people were looking at the notes on his screen. They were left speechless, and Kaminari noticed this. Yo, it can't be that bad, can it? Dude, if you thought Bakugo's was intense, then I don't even know what to describe this as. Shiro told him, pinching his nose bridge. Kaminari and Mina decided to look, watching some of their friends and classmates walking away from the desk shell-shocked. Neither of them managed to read past of the first sentence from some of his notes. Due to the polarization of the atoms and the increased rotation of the electrons from green lightning, it is reasonable to assume that with the correct usage, the green lightning could be manipulated in such a way as to take advantage of the polarization of atoms that collectively make up other attacks as to repel them via a combination of slight magnetization and disrupting the bonds of the atoms to dispel the attack further. The sentence read. Seeing the swirling eyes of both Kaminari and Mina, who were carried out by a laughing Jiro and Hagakure respectively, Izuku chuckled nervously before Ida walked robotically over to the notes and quickly turned away. I applaud you for your thoroughness and detail with your notes and ideas, Izuku, a shining model of what a Yuta student should strive towards, Ida proclaimed, quickly leaving the room and joining the rest of the class. Everyone had several questions, a lot of them being, can you explain that in normal language? But they all brushed it off as the boy with a faint red tint on his cheeks came out to join the rest of the class. Altogether, they headed towards the main lounge room before Mineta spoke up. We got to see the boys' rooms, but shouldn't we all see the girls as well? Now, if anyone but Mineta, and maybe Kaminari, there would have been no qualms. But lo and behold, the little grapist had to be the one to mention it. After all, if you are allowed to take shots at our rooms, we should be able to do the same. Mineta continued, looking pointedly at several of the boys, some of whom were nodding in quiet agreement, irrespective of his own intent. Mina looked over to the rest of the girls, who all shrugged in compliance, except Jiro, who was a little flustered, and began walking to the other side of the dorms whilst talking over her shoulder. Sure, but you are on very thin ice, and I think most people would agree with me on that, she said, pointing towards Shoji, Shiro, and Bakugo, who was sparking small explosions from his palms whilst sending an endless glare towards Mineta. Mineta audibly gulped and nodded, before following with the rest of the class. The first room they looked at was Uraraka's, who explained that she was living on a low budget so her room was fairly minimal, with very few luxuries. Several students nodded in understanding and Tsu extended an offer to share various luxuries with her, to which Uraraka nodded furiously. After the small exchange, everyone left and followed Tsu into her own room, right next door. Tsu's room was painted a light green, and on the walls had paintings of a sun and the ocean. When you have small siblings you learn to do simple crafts to keep them happy, and it was quite satisfying for myself too, Ribbit. Tsu told everyone. Mineta was about to say something, starting with your siblings, and proceeded to get hit very, very hard by Tsu's tongue, and Shiro placed a piece of tape over his mouth. The grape-headed, and probably brained, boy was a little downcast as they went upstairs toward the next room, Mina's. Mina was almost bouncing as she opened the door to her room. Izuku was greeted by a room that was hot pink. That was about it. If he were being honest, he wasn't really sure what to expect, but this was fairly on point. The next room was Hagakure's, whose room was a stereotypical girl's room from the pre-quirk era, pink and filled with hearts. Mineta, unable to control his impulses, ran towards the drawers and began sniffing. Shoji caught the boy quickly, dragging him back before handing Mineta to Bakugo, who just lightly toasted the boy, before Shiro completed the job by wrapping him up in a cocoon of tape, like a spider wrapping its prey. They handed the end of the tape to Bakugo, who was put in charge of dragging the boy along. Mineta was just put on a very bumpy roller coaster, probably not the first stage of hell he would face. After that short fiasco, the second to last room to look at was Jiro's, who was holding her earphone jacks with a light blush as she opened the door to her room. "Just, please don't laugh," she told everyone, leading the class in. The moment they got in, they saw a room fit for a rock star. Dozens of instruments and band posters hung up all over the place. "He suits you," Izuku said, trying to reassure the nervous girl. "Explain." "No," she replied, eyes narrowed and earphone jacks primed. Izuku waved his hands in fear before continuing, I like a rock star, with your quirk and knowledge in music, and this looks like a room that would belong to a rock star." Jiro blinked once, before nodding and thanking Izuku, who released a breath he didn't realize he was holding. The final room was Yaoyorozu's, whose room was completely cramped. She explained that she expected the room to be much larger, and her furniture from her own room didn't fit. Well, she's rich and honest, Izuku thought whilst looking around. However, he heard something very interesting before they left the room. "Oi, 3D printer!" Bakugo yelled. "If you need help doing some demolition," he continued, making a tiny explosion to further prove his point, "I'd be happy to tear some sheet apart." Yaoyorozu nodded with a bubbly smile, thanking him for the offer as they all made their way downstairs, to be rushed back to their own dorms by Ida as he realized the time, stressing that Udata students must be awake and fully aware for all lessons. Izuku flipped down his mattress, closing off his school laptop and making sure everything was packed for the next day, before collapsing onto his bed, finding a weird comfort in the lack of pillow and blanket. "I hope you have all been studying properly despite the events that have been happening this term," Aizawa-sensei told everyone, before continuing, "Next week you have final exams. There is a physical and a written portion. Study and improve your quirk use to equal proportions. If you pass, you can go on the training camp trip during the summer holidays." After he left the room, pandemonium exploded. "Man, I haven't studied at all," Kaminari complained. "Yeah," Mina said, looking equally downcast. "As Udata students, it is imperative that you keep up with your studies." Ida scolded them, being third in the class from midterms. Yaoyorozu nodded in agreement, having had been second. "If you would like, I can help you assist with your studies." Ida nodded in agreement, saying that he and the other members of the top 5 in the class would assist with studying. Bakugo broke out in laughter, before settling on a smirk. "I'll help study all right, but it'll be FNG intense. You sheedy little extras will need it." Several members of the class sweat dropped before he started screaming, "Which it could be if a worse you dunces. Izuku could be running your studies." Izuku sighed. Being number 1 in the class and his brother coming in 4th was for several reasons, before he buried himself back in the English notes he had taken from the day. Everyone turned to look at the shy boy, before looking to Bakugo with a look of disbelief. "All right, fine, none of you F's believe me. A nerd. Gimme that same book." Izuku just rolled his eyes before handing it over, absently-mindedly tapping his fingers on the desk. 3D printer. You were second, behind this effing nerd. Surely you can understand this. Bakugo yelled, aggressively shoving the book towards her. She blinked and took it, before opening it and her eyes widening quickly. She quickly tried to find some comparison in her own notes before closing the book and handing it back. Little nerd's quirk can double as an intelligence boost. Bakugo screamed, before whacking his Izuku on the head and continuing, "So go ahead and get the little sheet to tutor you if you really want to." Izuku had stopped paying attention and was on his phone, texting Mirio, who had decided to be generous and sent some information regarding exams in the past. "Robots, huh? I doubt it. It'll probably be something different like..." Izuku's eyes went wide with realization as he thanked Mirio for the information, before texting Nijire, much to his embarrassment, to ask if she could help him with some ideas of his, as they had similar quirks, at least in terms of when being emitted, and she was ecstatic to help. His attention was drawn back to the present when Todoroki tapped his shoulder. I would like to do better than 5th for the final exams. Would you mind giving me some basic tutoring? Todoroki asked, before Shiro added something on. Yeah, could you help all of us, man? Even if it's only a little, I reckon your help with anything from combat to heroics to general studies would help greatly. Sure, I'd be happy to, Izuku said, running some ideas through his mind for his time usage. He figured if he completely applied himself, he'd manage to help tutor his classmates whilst keeping on top of all his own studies and training. Izuku followed his classmates out to lunch, where they split up to their own respective friendship groups. Izuku went off to meet with the big 3 in the cafeteria, all of them sitting together. Izuku was just making general discussion with them, talking a variety of topics, from studies to hobbies, generally getting to know each other better. Izuku was about to start saying something when an elbow hit the back of his head, resulting in him jumping slightly and holding the back of his head in pain. Oh, my bad. I managed to not see your massive head. Monoma from Class 1B told Izuku, who was a more than a little dumbfounded, your massive Class 1A ego must ha-dash. Hey, that's not cool. Nijire cut him off. Oh, the famous big 3. Why were you hanging out with this Class 1A loser? Why don't you come over to the Betenf? He was cut off by a large tentacle hitting him backwards, which quickly retracted. Izuku, Nijire and Mirio all looked at Tamaki in shock, before Mirio clapped the now panicking boy on the back, whilst Monoma was looking over in shock. He was about to start again before a hand chopped his neck, and a girl with orange hair caught the irritating blonde by their collar. Sorry about Monoma. He managed to escape from our views. Hope he didn't bother you guys too much, Kendo said before bowing slightly, leaving the slightly shell-shocked friends. They held a silence briefly, looking at each other before continuing like nothing happened. Finally came the end of the day, and Izuku, now in his dorms, had drawn up a daily schedule until exams. He would spend about an hour after school working with Nijire, who was free for that time, before helping his classmates study until about dinner, around 7. After finishing dinner at 7:30 p.m., he would spend several hours in his own intensive studying regime before spending some time training and doing some additional quirk advancement that wouldn't be safe to do with Nijire, before sleeping around 1. Okay, look, he was the kind of person that didn't feel tired, even if he should. That aside, there was also a weekend before the exams that he could spend studying. He knew he was meant to be part of the group study after lunch, and Nijire was free to work during the morning so he could spend time then working with her, before the group study, then going to train and develop individually for a while, before making something to eat in the dorm kitchen and going to do intensive study for a while. Heading outside, he met Nijire at one of the school fields, where the two made light conversation whilst doing some basic stretches, led by Nijire. So, because we're going to be using our arms, we'll focus on some stretches from them. Yeah. All right, let's go. She pumped the two of them up, punching the air before leading the stretches. Basic arm stretches and a variety of shoulder stretches. Eventually they finished stretching and began working on directional shots. So, when I first started using my quirk, I found that my shots were really unpredictable and chaotic in general, and there were more than a few people making some comparison between me and my quirk, which is totally fair by the way. I 100% agree, and whilst there's more to both, it's a baseline. Anyway, where was I? Right. Targeting shots. Try visualizing a shape or flow for your quirk to follow once fired. Nijire explained, before opening her palm and firing a shot. Izuku watched in awe as it went straight up, before gently floating down like a feather. Almost on instinct, he pulled out a notebook and flipped to the page on Nijire's quirk, adding some additional notes and drawings. Nijire only managed to get a brief peek at the book, but there were things on her quirk she didn't even know. She shook her head before stepping back from Izuku so he could try and manipulate a shot from his quirk. Izuku took a deep breath and looked up. Visualize the shot, the path it will follow. He repeated it like a mantra as he raised both arms, connecting at the palms and hands cupped. He breathed out, gathering energy in his arms, both having lightning arcing off of them as he fired a shot. He watched in mild disappointment as he just fired a lightning bolt upwards in a vaguely straight line, but there was less additional arcing than normal. He turned his head to Nijire, who was eagerly clapping. You did good for a first try. Remember, I'm a third year at the top of the school. This is your first year at U.A, right? Yeah. Anyway, can you control the speed of your lightning? Nijire asked, bouncing slightly from side to side as she leaned towards Izuku. Izuku blushed slightly before answering, maybe? Try slowing it down then and focus on a shape. Trajectory first, speed second, power third, yeah? Like for my quirk, I have to fire it slowly to get the former and latter, as faster shots are harder to control and have less impact. You gotta find the right balance for your quirk. So just give it your best shot. Izuku nodded, pulling out a notebook and writing some things down. He nodded to her that he would try again, and she beamed at him as she stepped backwards. Izuku repeated the actions from before, trying to calm his nerves as he breathed out. Slow it down and follow the path. Izuku concentrated, relaxing slightly as he pictured a fish, gently flowing down a stream at a steady pace. It helped him as he fired the lightning. This time as he fired it, it did not stray from the path and, although it traveled slowly and was very thin, it made it high up before Izuku lowered his arms. It took a fair bit of effort, but he was pleased and smiled over to Nijire, who was bouncing excitedly. Good job, Izuku. I think we'll leave it there as I need to go study as well. We can work on a stronger strike tomorrow. Nijire said, smiling as the two began walking back to the dorms. They were still on school campus, but because of where they were it was about a 15-minute walk back. Izuku nodded before bowing deeply. Thank you for all your help. If there's anything I can do to rep Dash. Oh, it's fine. You're one of my best friends, Izuku, Nijire said. Izuku blushed slightly and was still bowing, so he didn't quite get Nijire's brief look of ever so slight discontentment, but the two continued making brief conversation before he arrived at his own dorms. He waved to Nijire, who was waving rapidly as she floated away slightly. Opening the door to the dorms, he found the rest of the class had already started their study session. He apologized for being late, to which they just shrugged, as he ran up to grab his study material. Bringing down a couple study books, some that he had especially made for group study sessions that didn't have the extreme depth that his own ones did, but would still be more than enough to pass with a decent margin. He took a seat between Siro and Jiro. They were about the middle of the class, so they didn't need excessive amounts of help, but they also didn't have the same drive some that were just not quite at the top had to make that bonus mile. They were both thankful for the additional help that they weren't otherwise getting. The two of them were doing some revision over maths from the year so far, and were having a little trouble with understanding some of the proofs. Opening his notebook, he did his best to explain it in a simplified fashion, making sure not to accelerate his speech, mostly because the one time he accidentally did Bakugo screamed, "Stop making the effing extras feel dumber. That's my job, you sheet pie nerd," at him. By the end of the session, the two had completely understood the proofs in question and learned some new methods to finding other proofs. Izuku was pretty satisfied with this as they all sat down to eat dinner together. After dinner he helped clean up briefly, before excusing himself to go to his room and begin setting up. Study time. His plan was to do maths tonight, Japanese and English over the weekend, being much more to study, science on Monday, and modern hero art history on Tuesday. Midnight had a unique subject to teach, but no one really cared, it was an easy subject, and spend the Wednesday end of the written exam period doing further preparation for the physical exam Thursday. Then Friday was only home group for the class, to recap the exams after they had all been graded and such. Regardless, it was 8 and he was planning to study for about 5 hours straight, assuming he remembered to go to sleep later. Regardless, he cleared his desk and set up the 2 fold-away tables he had prepared for studying. Once all set up, he had 3 tables, forming a rectangle with a side missing. Next, he pulled out the many maths notebooks he had filled up throughout the year, and had each open on the tables, with a few otherwise empty spots filled with graph pads so he could go over all the proofs and problems again, along with any other general rules of mathematics he may come across. About 3 hours later, if you were to enter Izuku's room, the first thing you would notice is the constant green lightning flashing off of him as he studied. The next thing would be the 3 desks, and how he was onto the second one, The first one covered in dozens of empty pens and pages covered in a variety of notes, equations and proofs. That is, if you were to enter his room. No one came in the first place. He was fairly quiet with his quirk unless he were to fire it. Furthermore, his door was locked and the only person who might come in was Bakugo, who wouldn't dare enter after last time he entered during one of Izuku's study sessions. He was constantly shocked accidentally from just looking at the notes and also getting in Izuku's way. Regardless, he continued without breaks of any sort until he finished the last of his notes. He didn't bother checking the time as he silently showered, getting changed and putting away all his notes from the day. He had put it all stacked in a specific spot for his finished notes, before pulling out his mattress and preparing it to sleep as he released the last remnants of his quirk, collapsing and ready to pass out in the sweet embrace of sleep. For apparently only 5 hours, as his alarm went off and he shot up. He began charging his quirk and shot a text to Nijire to confirm they were still doing the training. She said yep and that they would work on more complex shots today. As he changed into some exercise clothes and ran downstairs to grab a light breakfast and greeted Ida and Todoroki as they came down before heading out to meet Nijire. Together the two of them worked on shaping Izuku's shots, and his day followed much like yesterday after school, just more. Much more. The quirk training went for several hours instead, same with the group study session, but his personal study session went for close to 10 hours. It was very early in the morning by the time he was finished. The week went on a lot like this until Tuesday. He had developed his ranged shots to be about twice his own speed, about 50 meters before lightning would begin arcing randomly while still following the primary path, and would be effectively establishing a connection for him to keep attacking, effectively like when he sends it through the ground but without resistance. Overall, just better with more options. He found he was ahead of schedule and prepared to do broad studies with literally all his notes gathered on his desks as he began studying. About half an hour in, he heard someone yell from outside, "Hey Izuku! What ya doing?" But didn't really register it as he kept studying. He vaguely heard Bakugo yell something about good luck getting to the sheety little nerd before there was a loud slam, but Izuku wasn't really paying attention as he threw another empty pen away, before a tap on his shoulder broke him out of it. And so he did the appropriate thing. He screamed, "Whoa, chill dude. I just wanted to check on you. You haven't been responding to your phone until like 2 a.m. which is not healthy for a number of reasons. I just figured out why though. Dude, you haven't been taking any breaks, have you? And look at this material. You don't cover this stuff at all during Unit A. Like, kid, seriously, take a break." Mirio scolded Izuku. The green-haired boy just laughed nervously before Mirio grabbed Izuku and began dragging him out. "Where are you taking me?" Izuku asked, trying and failing to escape. "Me? Oh, I'm not taking you anywhere. I'm the only here to get you out of here cause your door is locked," Mirio explained, unclicking the door and practically throwing Izuku out. "It's about where she's going to take you." Izuku suddenly had a pair of arms wrapped around his waist, trapping his own arms at the side. He saw a strand of periwinkle blue hair and was oblivious to Bakugo and Yaoyorozu working to create a special padlock Izuku hopefully couldn't break into without their knowledge. "And Nijire? Right? I'm taking you somewhere that doesn't involve work because you need a break," she proclaimed as she stood upright while still holding his arm, ignoring the scheming going on in the background. She proceeded to drag him straight downstairs, past the rest of the class who were eating dinner, and outside to a different part of the U.A campus. Izuku was reaching new levels of red, even more so when he heard Mina yell, "I ship it," from the dining room. "Did you even eat dinner?" Nijire asked, with a look on her face that said she knew. Izuku failed to form a coherent word, opting to shake his head instead. She whacked him on said head hard. "Idiot. Right? I'm not surprised, so I've got some food you can eat once we get there," she scolded, continuing to drag him. Izuku could only nod again, his face still a deep red, probably creating a more significant solid color change than Mina's quirk. Once they finally got to the spot, it was a lake with a small clearing and waterfall. "Wow. Yurare has funds for everything, huh?" Izuku asked, now able to speak again, despite the red tint his face still had. "And was that really necessary?" Nijire's face flushed in turn, much to Izuku's worry. "Are you okay? Your face is really red," he stated, leaning over, Nijire nodded, but her face went redder when Izuku pressed the back of his hand to her forehead. It seems like you have a slight fever. Where's the food? I'll bring it over and you can re-dash. No, it's fine. I don't have a fever, it's a side effect of my quirk. Yeah. Anyway, you're meant to be the one relaxing and maybe catching up on some rest after sleeping for like 5 hours a night for the past 4 days. Nijire diverted the subject, still red as she searched for where she put the basket. Izuku just nodded, the concern never leaving his eyes as he looked around. Why does Yurei even have this? Izuku asked, to which Nijire just shrugged. Well, the others don't know where this is so we won't be bothered, hopefully she muttered. Izuku raised an eyebrow to that but didn't bother following up on it as she laid out the picnic blanket and the two sat opposite each other. Nijire pulled out 2 bento boxes, handing one to Izuku. Oh, thank you Nijire. Izuku managed to stammer out, looking at the ground as she giggled a little. It's nothing Izuku, you're special to me, and I think you need this for a break. Like, no one in the school has ever even studied half the amount of time you have, nor as in depth, so chill a little. Nijire told him, placing a hand on top of his. Izuku looked up at her and smiled, despite his own blush. Thank you. Anyway, enough talking, I want to eat, Nijire said, beaming at him as she watched him open the box. Izuku nodded and tried some of the chicken. It's really good, Izuku said, causing Nijire to blush slightly. Thank you. Are you sure you don't have a fever? You seem to be red a low dash. It's nothing. Anyway, how are you going? Nijire asked, diverting the subject again. The two engaged in light small talk, the setting sun a backdrop for their meal as they sat side by side, watching the calm water. It was silence, sure, but a comfortable silence. Izuku vaguely felt himself nodding off as he breathed out in contentment. Nijire was blushing a lot. She felt Izuku leaning against her shoulder. She yawned herself. The work the two had done that day had tired herself out as well, and somehow the junior student was still energetic by the end of it. They both were trying to compress attacks as much as possible, to try and make much stronger attacks. She yawned again, leaning against Izuku's head, not failing to notice the fluffiness of his hair. Nijire was asleep moments before the sun dipped below the horizon, equally content as the green-haired boy next to her. Aizawa was observant, unsurprisingly. Being an underground hero helped a lot with that. Regardless, he was checking the location of some students when he noticed one missing from the map of the dorm. As part of helping to keep track of students, they always had to keep their ID cards with them, with each ID card having a built-in GPS-based tracker. Clicking on the application's option to find the green-haired problem child's tracker, he found it somewhere deep in U.A's campus. Well, he's safe at least, Aizawa thought before taking a second look. There was a second dot there too. The periwinkle-haired problem child. He sighed deeply before thinking for a moment. The school has no relationship policy, and personally I don't care as long as it doesn't cause their grades to drop. I don't think Izuku's grade dropping is even a problem. If anything, the kid probably could use that to be able to take a break, and if anything, Nijire would end up doing better with someone with such a dedicated mind, and Izuku could almost definitely use the confidence. Aizawa thought, sighing again. He knew Izuku had slept less than himself over the past few days and probably had been studying to a stupid degree for an unhealthy amount of time. He'd make sure to wake the kids up around 7 tomorrow. For now, he'd leave the two be. A young Izuku was crushed in a hug by Aunt Mitsuki, the tears still fresh on his face. She did her best to comfort the distraught child, but to little success.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.